With high expectations, human beings leave Earth to begin a new life in space colonies. However, the United Earth Sphere Alliance gains great military powers and soon seizes control of one colony after another in the name of justice and peace. The year is after Colony 195. In a move to counter the Alliance's tyranny, rebel citizens of certain colonies scheme to bring new arsenals to the Earth, disguising them as shooting stars. However, the Alliance catches wind of this operation. Though the One-Year War is the most important conflict in regards to Mobile Suit Gundam's Universal Century, the argument could be made that Gundam Wing is one of the most important Gundam series ever due to its major success in the Western market, truly taking the franchise worldwide. However, we find ourselves beginning to delve into the events of another war. In these following episodes of Gundam Explained, we head to the After Colony timeline to discuss what exactly began a guerrilla war between 5 Gundams piloted by 5 teenage soldiers as they sought to bring down the tyranny of an entire planet. Now, one thing I should mention is that we are dealing with 2 timelines here. The first is called the Wing timeline, and the other is Endless Waltz. These videos will be following the normal Wing timeline. Thing is, both are very similar to one another, and I will try to mention deviations between the two when they come up, because there's really only some minor differences, outside of mobile suit designs, which I will also discuss. Now, if you're wondering if I'll be covering the movie Endless Waltz, the answer is yes, because it's the end of the Gundam Wing story. Stop looking at me, Frozen Teardrop. Stop it! Another element worth mentioning here is that, while we're still going to get the chance to do a lot of discussion about cool robot technology and things like that, the After Colony timeline doesn't really have as much of an explanation on how a lot of its technology works. Rather, the After Colony timeline is a bit more character and philosophy driven. So during points of the story, I'll likely be finding myself talking a bit about a character's philosophy, or why they believe the things they do, so on and so forth. So, let's get started. Part 1. Operation Meteor. In the year after Colony 165, the space colonies that humanity had emigrated to elected a chief representative for themselves named Hiro Yui. This man was a pacifist, and consistently was preaching non-violent solutions and complete disarmament for all world nations. He had a wide support base due to his beliefs, including fellow pacifists and monarchs of the Sanq Kingdom, the Peacecrafts. During After Colony 174, 9 years later, Yui began touring each of the colonies as part of a goodwill effort, and began preparations for a colonial independence movement. In After Colony 175, Hiro Yui would be flanked by his aides Dakim Barton, Kans Karante, at a speech. A lone assassin sits atop a roof some distance away, and fires a single gunshot that changes the future. That assassin's name is Odin Lowe, who is commissioned to pull this off by General Septim of the Alliance Forces, head of the Alliance Space Forces, specifically. Seemingly simultaneously, Yui's allies on Earth in the Peacecraft monarchy saw their home of the Sanq Kingdom taken over and burned by the Alliance, with King Peacecraft sending his 2 children into hiding. In After Colony 180, a young boy is born to the Winter family. Due to reproductive issues that many people who have only lived in space have had, the child's mother dies shortly after giving birth. Up to this point, the family had only had children through artificial means, but the boy's mother wanted to have one natural birth with the boy's father. After this, in the late 180s of the After Colony timeline, uprisings and rebellions within the colonies were frequent. Kans and Dakim would go on to lead the Colonial Revolutionary Army, which would use stolen mobile suits to attempt to fight back against Oz. Around this time, there were 5 boys that were being recruited for a very specific purpose. The first of them was named Duo. Duo was an orphan and a thief that was taken in by a church at Colony V-08744. Raised for a time by a Father Maxwell and a nun named Sister Helen, Duo, for the first time in his life, was starting to get structure. Unfortunately for him, that began to change when a colonial rebel group took over the church he was in. Due to the pastor preaching peace and quoting Hiro Yui, the rebels responded with the back of their hands to both the pastor and the nun. This is in spite of the fact that the sister was medically treating their wounded. To stop them from killing them, Duo volunteers to steal a mobile suit and takes off. Though the young tyke manages to pull it off, by the time he returns to the church, he finds it attacked, with the Alliance military brutally putting down any resistance. 245 people in total were killed, and the act was then called the Maxwell Church Tragedy. Duo was the only survivor. He would go on to take the surname Maxwell and declare himself the God of Death. On Colony X-18999, Cans has begun an assault on the Alliance forces with stolen Alliance mobile suits called Tragos. The OZ-07MS Trago was a versatile mobile suit that stood 13.8 meters tall and was a multi-form suit. Though it was originally designed as a bipedal suit, it could actually fold its legs into itself and be equipped with a hover unit. This would be the most common usage of the suit, essentially functioning as a combination of a hover tank and a traditional mobile suit. Its normal weaponry would be 2 long-range cannons mounted on its shoulders, similar to the gun cannon and gun tank of the Universal Century, and a beam rifle as well. It's in this battle that Kansas forces, unfortunately for them, run straight into a big problem. The commander who made his name fighting back with his squad, known as the Specials, was Treize Khushrenada, who had a young woman named Lucrezia Noyne as their intelligence officer. Treize's squad rolled out in a mobile suit known as the Leo to counterattack. Now, the OZ-06MS Leo is a mass-produced mobile suit developed as a mass-production version of a mobile suit that was deemed way too much for a normal pilot to handle. More on that later. The Leo, on the other hand, was meant for just about anyone daring enough to be a pilot and get in and use it. It's a well-rounded grunt suit that can be used in and out of gravity with just a switch of some equipment. In fact, the Leo's versatility is difficult to match when it comes to grunt suits in Gundam lore. The most standard equipment that the suit used was a shield mounted on its left shoulder, a 105mm assault rifle with a 100-round cylindrical magazine, and a beam saber. However, it could use just about any beam weaponry that the Earth Alliance developed. It could use the Tragos' beam rifle, long and short barrel beam rifles, the shorter of which had a higher fire rate, the longer one hits harder, both of which could be reloaded with energy packs. It could also use a bazooka, a Dober gun, a long-range shell-based weapon that packed a wallop, a mega beam cannon, though this is rare for the Leo, but we do see it at the opening of the first episode of the show, and even shoulder-mounted beam cannons in some circumstances. The versatility came in handy in this particular case because Treize's squad was making short work of the stolen Tragos. Granted, I imagine what came more in handy was the fact that Treize's men were actually, soldiers. It's during this skirmish that Odin Lowe attempts to assassinate General Septim, but fails in his attempt as another soldier takes the bullet for him. Cans pulls his men back after being told to do so after a call from Dakin Barton. However, there is a contingency plan. Odin Lowe Jr. is actually on the field with something of his own and is pointed right at Alliance headquarters.
Rocket launcher!
It's at this point that Treize Khushrenada moves his Leo in front of the shot, taking the proverbial bullet for Septim. Even though Odin Lowe Sr. was able to escape, he's killed by Dakin Barton. He's found by his son, whom, as he died, he gave the advice that it's okay to act on one's emotions. Odin's son would then detonate the explosives in the base, causing a fire that Septim put out using the colony's weather systems. After the injury he received from the rocket launcher, Treize wakes up in the hospital and...
Hello, nurse!
Yep, this is Leia Barton. Believe it or not, she's important on top of being a pretty lady. Normally, this is the point where I'd make a mean nurse joke, but my last 3 or 4 girlfriends have been nurses, so I'd rather not give them more reasons to show up at my apartment with a gun and shoot me. Anyway, and after Colony 190, a young man named No Name, no, I'm dead serious, that's what they call him, who was separated from his family as a bouncing baby boy, and no, I mean he literally got bounced out of a horse-drawn carriage as a newborn, has been working as a mercenary in what could be somewhere in the South Pacific. The manga doesn't specify. Granted, it has palm trees, so it could be Florida for all I know. During a battle, the mercenary group was sold out before a battle with the Alliance. The perpetrator was a young girl named Mitty that No Name had saved before. After she confesses her love to No Name, he shoots the transmitter around her neck and moves on with his life, heading for space. Around the same time, Odin Lowe Jr. was spotted by Relina Dorlin, the daughter of the Dorlin family. The young Odin Lowe was in the process of doing reconnaissance for an anti-Earth terrorist organization. The men sent in to take care of the rebels were the Specials. Specifically, they sent in Treize Khushrenada and a young man with platinum blonde hair and sunglasses named Zex Marquise. The two end up sortying in a new mobile suit called the Ares. The OZ-07AMS Ares is primarily an aerial mobile suit developed by the Earth Alliance. Though the Leo did have a flight pack it could wear, it wasn't nearly as mobile as these suits could be. These were specifically built for flight. In their flight mode, an Ares will fold its legs into the thighs and would let its thrusters do the talking. It was commonly equipped with a machine gun known as a chain rifle, which could be mounted on the wings, or a 4-tube missile pod that could also be mounted on the wings or carried in the hand manipulator. Regardless, during this counterattack from the specials, we see that Zex works pretty quick. Treize even remarks that the young man is fast as lightning. One of the terrorists escapes and flees to the Dorlin estate, taking Relina as a hostage. Zex lands there, gets out of his mobile suit, and the terrorist basically says your choices are A, you give him the mobile suit and he leaves, or B, the girl dies. Zex, being the trendsetter that he is, chooses C and shoots the fucking guy. He then lets him go so he doesn't traumatize the girl anymore. At this point, Zex takes note that the girl is safe and leaves. Granted, he also notes that she's his sister. Yeah, the Peacecraft children I mentioned, well, the Dorlin family were friends of the Peacecrafts, so they took in Relina and raised her as their own. As for Zex, he chose a silly name and decided to join the Alliance military for reasons I'll talk about later. Though I don't know why he picked such a weird name. I mean, who names their kid Zex? Why would he change it from Miliardo? Wait, who the fuck names their kid Miliardo? Anyway, Relina herself is more worried about the mysterious kid who showed up at her school, because now he's gone after the attack. After Colony 193, Catra Rabava Winter, the heir to the Winter family fortune, is kidnapped by the anti-alliance group known as the Magwanok Corps. And he doesn't really give a shit, to be honest. He doesn't have a very high opinion of himself. He's taken to Resource Satellite MO3, and oddly enough, Catra's dad feels for the plight of the Magwanoks. He's just not happy that Catra's going to go with them to Earth. Their leader, Rashid, slaps the poor self-esteem out of Catra's mouth when he talks back to his dad. After a chat with a very peculiar mustachioed scientist, it's found out that one of the Magwanok Corps members ratted them out to the Alliance. After Catra finds the imposter among us, he takes a bullet for Rashid when the traitor breaks free of his restraints. Now, it's not a bad hit, and Catra volunteers to take the traitor's place in a mobile suit. He then sorties into an MS for the first time of his life. The suit he uses, the WMS-03 Magwanok, was developed by the countries in the Middle East as a hard counter to the Oz's mobile suits. Now, the kicker is that these suits are specifically designed to be very good on their home turf of the desert, on top of other terrestrial combat and space combat. These suits, oddly enough, are actually a notch above the Leo in their overall performance as well. They have a pretty solid armament on top of it. It's a beam weapon capable suit and had both a beam rifle and a beam saber on top of a shield. However, it could also use a heat tomahawk, much like the Heat Hawk of Xeon mobile suits in the Universal Century. Obviously, this was a good melee weapon, but it could be thrown as well. During the battle, it's found that Catra is both a natural leader and a natural mobile suit pilot. The Corps managed to get all their vehicles clear, but asked Catra to withdraw and meet up with them again at a different time. So, Catra does as they ask, and in recognition of his bravery, the Magwanok Corps swear their loyalty to him, dubbing him Master Catra. After Colony 194. On the L5 colony A-0206, the heirs of the Dragon clan are apparently required to marry at the age of 14. Don't believe me? Hey, look, it says it right there in the manga, dude. Regardless, Mayrin Shirin, who nicknamed herself Nataku, was engaged to marry a brash young boy named Chang Wu-fei, who beat on her. Why?
'Cause she's a woman.
Though the married couple constantly bicker over the philosophy of justice and apparently beat each other up, it's basically irrelevant. In the hangars of this colony, we see a couple of mobile suits are being assembled, though we're not going to talk about them just yet. And this is also where one of the Endless Waltz differences come in, because, well, the one in front that kind of looks like it takes some inspirations from a Greek soldier, it doesn't look like that in Endless Waltz, and I kind of prefer the fact that in Endless Waltz it looks more like a Leo with extra jetpacks. We'll get to that later, but that's the basic difference here. The elements of the story are almost exactly the same. Elsewhere in space, Alliance Major Sally Poe was assigned to watch over this colony. Thing is, General Septim got his problem-solving ideas from Girin Zabi, and he wants to use a bioweapon on the entire colony, because, get this, it's outdated. I shit you not. Regardless, the specials are deployed, and then get their shit pushed in by Wu-fei. Well, at least until he runs out of energy, because the mobile suit isn't finished. It's at this point that Mayrin hits the final Leo with a kamikaze attack in her mobile suit. It's at this point that Wu-fei honors her last wishes, because somehow she survived the explosion. The first is to no longer call his wife Mayrin, but to finally call her Nataku. For a bit of background, Nataku is the Japanese translation of the Chinese deity Neza, a deity that protects children. As Wu-fei takes his wife to the flower field she wanted to be with him in, Wu-fei finally acknowledges exactly how strong of a woman his wife is. While she pays him a compliment in kind, she slips away and dies with her head on his shoulder. In her memory, Wu Fei names his mobile suit Nataku and swears to bring the justice that his wife held in such high regard to the Earth Alliance. Sally Poe reports back to the Alliance that everyone in the colony is dead, lying to save the lives of its inhabitants. The now Colonel, Treize Khushrenada, and his subordinate Lady Un see through the story, but they have no reason to tell the Alliance. Treize is aware of the mobile suit that was being built there, and he wishes to face those who would ride those mobile suits into combat. After Colony 195, Operation Meteor is about to begin, but the original plan for it is abandoned largely due to the consciences of the 5 doctors who designed the mobile suits meant to head to the Earth. The original plan was to drop a colony onto Earth, specifically A-0206, and the mobile suits would be led by Troa Barton, the son of Dakim Barton, to conquer it. Then, Dakim's granddaughter would rule the world. Thing is, Dakim and his son didn't realize that people have, morals, and his son is killed. It's at this point that No Name is given Troa's name, and the mission is changed by the 5 doctors. The 5 mobile suits will descend to Earth disguised as shooting stars, and will wage a guerrilla war against the Earth Sphere Alliance. Odenlo Jr. at this point is given a new name, a code name of Hiro Yui. The reason is simple. He is to represent the will of space, in a sense, and the idea that you can't just subject an entire set of colonies to tyrannical rule and expect them to lay down and let it happen, especially after you assassinated their leader. These 5 mobile suits, by the way, are known as Gundams. I know you guys have been waiting for a breakdown the instant we saw Shenlong earlier, so let's get to these monsters. Each of these 5 Gundams are called such because they've been built from an alloy called Gundanium. Now, Gundanium alloy might be the toughest alloy in all of Gundam fiction. The hits you're gonna see these suits take and keep moving are batshit insane. It's a material that can only be mined and refined in space through use of the most advanced refining, fusing, and dioxidizing techniques. Essentially, it uses high-temperature plasma to make the alloy, which you can't do on Earth. Now, what Gundanium does is twofold. Each of these mobile suits, due to the durability of the armor, can already tank hits that are just bonkers. But the big features that each of these mobile suits essentially have is, first, an anti-beam coating. So imagine 5 mobile suits with similar, if not better, beam resistance than the Hyaku Shiki from Zeta Gundam. On top of that, the material plays havoc with radar, making each of these suits ideal for their task of guerrilla warfare. Now, let's break each unit down. First, we have Unit 5, Wu Fei Chang's Shenlong Gundam. The XXG-01S Shenlong Gundam is an agile, close combat unit with a couple of medium-range options. On the head unit, it has 2 Vulcan guns that I'm going to assume are 60mm. On its left arm, you can see the Dragon Fang, a claw weapon that actually has the left arm extend outwards like a snake biting you. Inside of that weapon is a giant flamethrower as well, capable of melting mobile suits. It also carries a shield for defense, and its trademark weapon is a beam glaive. Now, the difference between the Endless Waltz version and the TV version is that the Endless Waltz one doesn't have the extending arm, though the dragon's head is still present and fully capable of crushing and slicing through mobile suits. Other than that, it's got an almost identical loadout, but also has an optional weapon called the Laoya unit. This massive physical blade could be attached to the Shenlong shield, and could even be thrown and retrieved via the cable that's attached to it. After that, we have Unit 4, the XXXG-01SR Sandrock. This is another mobile suit that's close combat focused, but it's actually got a bit tougher armor than its fellow Gundams. Sandrock here is a desert combat Gundam and commander unit, possessing advanced communication and information analysis systems to help analyze the flow of battle and take command effectively. Like the other Gundams, it has 2 Vulcans in the head, but its main weapon is a pair of heat shuttles. These nasty physical blades could be superheated for extra cutting power and could dice a mobile suit in half with ease. On top of that, these were light enough that Catra could easily use them as throwing weapons. The Sandrock also has a shield that could mount both shuttles inside of it and create another weapon called the Cross Crusher. It also had 2 hidden missiles in the neck area. Now, the Endless Waltz version had a little bit more armament. Its shuttles were considerably larger, but still had the same functionality. But the MS could also use a beam machine gun, though I guess given the fact it's like an Uzi, it's more of a beam submachine gun. It also had the optional equipment of the Armadillo unit. which was a detachable armor with auxiliary boosters, and can even be fitted with extra armor and missile pods. Sandra could also be equipped with shoulder cannons and a beam rifle if the need arose. Next we have Unit 3, the XXXG-01H Gundam Heavy Arms. This one's kind of self-explanatory, but screw it, I like this thing. Heavy Arms' primary armament is Daka. Daka. It has Daka in the head with the Vulcans, plus Daka on the clavicle with machine cannons. It has Daka in the chest with 2 Gatling guns, then a bunch of Daka on its arm with a beam Gatling. Now there's debate on whether or not this is actually a beam weapon, because it does seem to run out of ammo and make a clicking noise when it's using physical rounds, so it's something to be considered. On top of all that, the mobile suit carried 6 homing missiles, 3 in each shoulder, and 2 pods of micro missiles on the legs, which carried 12 missiles each. It also carries an extendable knife on its left arm, also sharp enough to carve a mobile suit in 2, and resembles a machete. It's also red, and since red means Fasta, you can tell this one is Orc approved. Now the Daka improves with the Endless Waltz version. 2 Gatlings in the chest? How about 4? Homing missiles? Let's put them in the front skirt and leg armor, and then give this thing 44 of the damn things. Then let's put 44 micro missiles in the shoulders, alongside 8 more in the side skirt. So yeah, 96 missiles, plus all the lead that this thing spits. Also, let's turn the knife into the Marine Corps' K-bar. Oh, that's not enough for you? Fine, have an Eagle unit. Bam! This thing is such a beast that it puts leg-mounted crawler units on the heavy arms so it can move on the battlefield like a scope dog from Armored Trooper Bottoms. This son of a gun has 12 container blocks with 4 missiles in each block that face every direction, plus leg missile pods that attach to the already existing missile pods, which adds another 20 missiles each. So with this Eagle unit, you've got a mobile suit that supports all that Daka, plus a payload of nearly 200 missiles, 184 to be exact. Oh, and the unit can also be equipped with something called a Damselfly unit, which allows for atmospheric flight. Yeah, as if this thing wasn't scary enough already, then they gave it a helicopter pack. Next we have the third close combat unit of the bunch, but this one is probably everyone's favorite. Unit 2, also known as the XXXG-01D Gundam Death Scythe, takes the already stealthy materials of these Gundams and cranks it up with a pair of hyperjammers mounted on the backpack that take a hard-to-detect mobile suit and make it invisible to most electronics. It's also the fastest of the 5 Gundams, making for an effective stealth unit that specializes in hit-and-run tactics. The armament of this bad boy is pretty simple. It had Vulcans in the head, Natch, supposedly had shell cannons on its shoulders, but I don't remember them ever being used. Its shield could be used for defensive reasons, but could also emit a beam of its own and be launched at an enemy like a projectile. However, its namesake was the beam side that it used. The massive beam weapon could basically cut through anything and was so goddamn hot that it didn't get any hitches in trying to operate underwater. As for its Endless Waltz version, the kit is basically the same, though one thing I hate about the Endless Waltz paint job on the normal Death Scythe is that the coloring for the head is white. Doesn't look good in my opinion. I always thought the black and white head of the Death Scythe made it look like a Grim Reaper's hood. This Death Scythe version, the Endless Waltz version, has its Rosette unit. These wing units give the Death Scythe a bit of a mobility boost, allowing for atmospheric flight and making it look like a literal Angel of Death. Last but not least, we have our powerhouse unit. Unit 1, the XXXG-01W Wing Gundam. This unit is the only one that has a transformable flight unit, giving it more mobility options than its counterparts. The thing is, this is actually capable of hypersonic flight, and its wing units give it a lot more control capability in just about any sort of situation, whether it be in space or on Earth. It's also got a decent amount of armament as well. It has not just Vulcans in the head unit, but also machine cannons on the clavicle area, like heavy arms, and it also had a pretty massive shield, which of course can be used for defense, but also used offensively as a ramming weapon. Inside the shield, there's a hidden beam saber as well. And then we have the Buster Rifle. This mean thing has a lot of power in one weapon. As you can see on the gun, it carries 3 special cartridges that allow for 3 shots. This rifle, when fired, shoots out a massive beam that has an output that's compared to the daily energy usage of a medium-sized city. Firing this thing creates a 150-meter plasma vortex around the beam. Now, what does that mean? Everything that the beam hits, and some things that the beam comes close to, are absolutely destroyed. The beam pack system it uses also means that other mobile suits could use the weapon if needed, and it can be reloaded in the field. As for the Endless Waltz version, I honestly don't want to talk about it. I don't like the Endless Waltz version's design. You're seeing it in front of you, and its functionality is basically identical to the original. There it is, you see it, la-di-da. Before I break down the first arc of the series, let's talk a little bit about Oz. The name stands for Order of the Zodiac, and is also known as the Special Mobile Suit Unit, or just SMS, or the Specials. Oz is, for better or worse, going to be the primary target of Operation Meteor on Earth. Now, Oz serves two purposes. Obviously, it works as a Special Forces wing of the Alliance military. On top of that, it's also serving as a military wing of the Rockefeller Foundation. To put Rockefeller simply, it's an aristocratic society that has its roots in Europe, but branched out throughout the world over hundreds upon hundreds of years. Think of them as a society of aristocratic tyrants, and you're spot on. So how does this work? Sounds kind of like a complicated military, right? Well, here's a handy chart. Up here at the top, we have Rockefeller, who many of its members have leadership positions within Oz and the Earth Alliance, though at the start of the show they don't have complete control of the Alliance just yet. The Alliance is still independent of them. Oz serves two purposes, being part of the Alliance military, but ultimately following the whims of the Rockefeller Foundation. Though the Alliance military isn't sure why Oz is given as much free reign as they are, and you can see the normal Alliance military being resentful of that, the real reason is that Rockefeller is the real power here. So essentially, Rockefeller has a ton of influence over the Alliance, but not complete control at the moment, has complete control of Oz, and Oz works as part of the Alliance, but has a level of autonomy. So, is there an easy parallel to Oz in all of Gundam? Well, the closest you're going to come to in their relationship between the Earth military and its special forces is going to be the Earth Federation Space Forces and the Titans in Zeta Gundam, in the sense that both the Titans and Oz are capable of having autonomy outside of the main military that they're a part of. Technologically speaking, there's a lot of similarities between the mobile suits that they use as well. The main difference is leadership and capes. Most Oz officers wear dope-ass capes. Seriously, Oz uniforms are a lot cooler than the Titans. Anyway, as for leadership, if you want someone like a Jamitov Hyman or Bask Ohm in the Earth Alliance, as we already saw, you just look at General Septim. You've got it there. Oz's leadership is a bit different in its approach, because it's led by Colonel Treize Khushrenada. Now, we've mentioned Treize a little bit, but who really is this guy? Well, Treize, I believe, is best described by the title of his theme song in Gundam Wing. The Man Who Makes History. Treize is actually the great-nephew of Hiroyui, the politician. Also, shockingly given his rank within the Alliance military, he's only 24 years old at the time of the story. Treize is one of the most gifted soldiers on the Earth, if not the most gifted. He's a master tactician, a seasoned warrior, and on top of all that is an old-fashioned aristocrat. He believes in settling matters, for the most part, face-to-face with another soldier, and that one's willingness to fight for what they believe in isn't just a good thing, but rather should be a necessity for life. He's honorable, chivalrous, but he's also a tyrant. If there's any way to describe Treize, I'd put it like this. He believes you must be courteous, chivalrous, and willing to fight and die for your beliefs. He believes that might makes right, and that because of mankind's chaotic nature, the mighty of the world have to retain control of that chaos. Just listen to his speech on rule and control.
One might think that Oz's military power rooted in its mobile suit forces may result in excess rule. The word rule is commonly associated with oppression and arrogant actions. I look at it as a way of governing to keep people's unnecessary ambitions under control. God let people run free. People need to be ruled, and that can only be done if there's a system of rule and control that surpasses that of God's, since God lets them do what they want. I'm sure God would understand the steps we're taking.
Treize pulls a lot of influence from men like Sun Tzu and Friedrich Nietzsche in regards to his beliefs as a character. He believes that war and combat have a purpose and can be a noble and honorable thing, but he abhors things like dirty tactics like hostage-taking and things of that nature. Though admittedly, he does order assassinations of politicians at one point, but I don't think he sees politicians as warriors, to be honest with you, so probably sees them as a lot more disposable than an actual soldier. At least that's my thought. Either that or he tries to justify assassinations with the idea that it is necessary to retain control. Either one could be true. Or both ideas might not be mutually exclusive from one another in his mind. Now, you'll see in the show that he's clearly got a low opinion of someone like General Septim later on, mostly due to Septim's scheming, plus a fight getting interrupted by a hostage situation by one of his own in the story is something that he finds abhorrent. This is a man who very much is not against waging war against an entire people to bring them under his rule, because he believes he's right. On the other hand, if he beats you in combat, he will endeavor to remember and honor your memory, and will always respect your bravery if you're willing to fight him. Like his great uncle, he does believe in the pursuit of peace. The difference is that Trace's definition of peace is peace through subjugation. He's a very complicated villain, and my personal favorite in Gundam. It's quite a change from someone like Girin Zabi, who can best be described as, well...
Heil Hitler!
Actually, the name's
Zabby.
Trace's most trusted subordinates within Oz are Lieutenant Zex Marquise, who, as I mentioned, is Milliardo Peacecraft, Special Colonel 2nd Class Lady Un, and yes, Lady is her name, not a rank, and Lieutenant 1st Class Lucrezia Noin. Lady Un serves as the assistant to Trace, whereas Zex prefers to stay on the front lines with his men. Lieutenant Noin is, at the start of the story, training recruits for the specials at the Lake Victoria Academy in South Africa. As we'll see throughout the story, all three are capable leaders in their own way, and ultimately will provide quite the test for our young Gundam pilots to defeat. Either way, the Gundams descend to Earth, with one of them being very briefly seen by Vice Foreign Minister Dorlin and his daughter Relina. Wing Gundam, piloted by Hiro Yui, also gets spotted by Zex Marquise and his men in the atmosphere. Now, like we saw with Treize and Lady Un, the Alliance got wind of Operation Meteor, so the Alliance knows these guys are coming. Wing Gundam sheds its coating, the badass music starts, and it changes course. Now, given that it's using its bird mode, Zex assumes that it's a fighter and orders Hiro shot down. Hiro gets orders from the doctors now running Operation Meteor to change course and eliminate the Oz carrier, given that it has a mobile suit payload. After a mid-air maneuver that would make Tom Cruise blush, the battle begins. Shockingly, Zex deploys any Leo with no flight equipment. So yeah, he plans to fight in freefall. He even lands a shot on the fighter with a Dober gun, which forces Hiro to change into Gundam mode. It's then that we see the Buster Rifle in action. With one shot, it annihilates two Ares mobile suits like they're an afterthought. Heck, before that, it's even wading through machine gun fire and missiles like nothing. While he's having fun, Zex is actually impressed too, and believe it or not, actually manages to neutralize the Gundam with mobile suit jujitsu, basically. Obviously, a Leo isn't going to be able to stop it, so he ditches the Leo after Hiro grapples with it and it hits the water. So we're going to do a better job of the rival battles in this one. So between Hiro and Zex for their first meeting, I've got to give this one to Zex. Hiro got a bit cocky and ended up heading to Davy Jones's locker. Hopefully old Squidface doesn't give him the whole, "Do you fear death?" Because Hiro's answer is a bit explosive. After this, Hiro gets found on the beach by Relina, and in shock that someone's seen his face, he tries to kill himself by detonating the suicide pack in his normal suit. Thing is, it doesn't kill him. In fact, in the manga of Episode 0, we find out that Dr. J, his handler, rigged it so it wouldn't kill him. So when an ambulance arrives, Hiro decides it's worth the 2-star wanted level and steals it to escape. As for the rest of the Gundams, the assault has begun. Deathside stealthily destroys a mobile suit hangar full of Leos. Troa takes heavy arms and walks into gunfire like it's nothing, and proceeds to Daka everyone into dust at a spaceport. In the desert, Sandrock and the Magwanaut Corps start kicking the shit out of Oz forces that wandered into the territory, hunting Catra after he landed. He does give them a chance to surrender, they don't take it, and then Catra shows them how King Solomon handled disputes over children. Out in the waters, Oz battleships begin sinking after being lit on fire, as Wu Fei and Nataku work their magic. Intel on these attacks is given to Zex, and he remarks that all of these attacks have two things in common. First is the presence of Gundams, and the second is that there were 0 survivors. Back with Relina, back at school, she's handing out invitations to her birthday party. Oh, holy crap, Hiro is at her school too. He's a new student. Wasn't that nice? And she's gonna invite him to her birthday party. I wonder what Hiro's gonna...
But why?
kill you.
Oh. Hey, Hiro, I'm gonna need you to go to a doctor because how the fuck does someone literally have ice water in their veins? Dear God, man. From here, Hiro realizes he has to destroy his Gundam to prevent Oz from getting their hands on it. So after some school drama and he shows off his swordsman skills, he manages to get some torpedoes rigged to blow the thing. Oz sends out its underwater units to grab Wing Gundam. So these machines are known as Pisces and Cancer. The Pisces is a pretty simple underwater machine, specifically built solely for fighting enemy submersibles. It carries a payload of torpedoes, but also depth charges on top of that. The Cancer, on the other hand, is built for both aquatic combat and aquatic-to-land assaults. Instead of the Pisces' depth charges, it has anti-ground missiles that can be used to pound ground defenses to support other mobile units, or clear the way for ground units to land and push inland. It also has a sort of short-range cannon in its claws. Hey Duo, what do you think of these units? Fuck you! The Alliance forces panic after losing so many mobile suits to the Gundam, and launch torpedoes everywhere, some that even come close to sinking Zex's vessel. Duo and the Death Side don't take too kindly to that, and Duo does something that was crappily duplicated by the Wish version of Death Side and Seed by carving up a naval vessel with style. See, Death Side equals style. Forbidden Gundam equals lame Wish imitator. The one on the left is Slayer. The one on the right is Limp Bizkit. I'm never stopping, by the way. Seed sucks. Elsewhere, Troll Barton shows that he's as fearless as it gets by petting a lion like a fucking house cat as basically a job application at a circus. Good way to stay undercover, I suppose, but I'm pretty convinced that Troa here is the reincarnated version of Chirico from Bottoms. Well, that's assuming that somebody could actually kill Chirico in the first place, which nobody's been able to yet. Now, Catcher, on the other hand, is sightseeing as a bunch of flamingos are probably shitting on Sandrock. As for Wu Fei, he's buying a bunch of bombs. Elsewhere, Relina, I shit you not, leaves her own birthday party to chase after Hiro. Jeez, this chick's got one hell of a crush. Let's check in on the Oz pilots. They seem to have found Wing Gundam. As they try to retrieve it, its self-destruct goes off, starting to count down to boom. Suddenly, the Grim Reaper has arrived. He takes out two Pisces like an afterthought, and then when the Cancer from Zex's crew grabs him, it eats more shots to the face than 50 Cent after he dropped the song Ghetto Quran. Oh yeah, that didn't do shit. Eat Buster Shield. Duo manages to stop the self-detonate device and bring Wing Gundam up to surface as a way to have spare parts for his mobile suit. Hiro, on the other hand, has started blowing up the dock and murdering the Alliance soldiers so he can prepare to destroy his MS. Relina catches up to him. From here, we see the one time the hero is actually prepared to kill Relina, at least in the early story. Duo shoots him in the arm, stopping him. Now, I might be asking, why is it that two Gundam pilots are fighting? Well, in this case, these two have no clue who the other is because communication between colonies has been banned for years. Changes to Operation Meteor happened at the 0 hour, so intel on who they were all supposed to be working with just hadn't reached them. Not to mention, how is Duo supposed to know the hero's a Gundam pilot? It's not like it's on the green shirt he always wears or something. Anyway, to Duo's surprise, Relina gets the two to stop the conflict when she bandages Hiro's arm. Then Hiro sends torpedoes at the Gundams to try and destroy them, but ultimately the payload isn't enough. It just sends them down into the ocean. Also, someone might want to grab Hiro. He's a tough guy, but I don't think he has gills. Elsewhere, Zex and Treize discuss further steps, with their main idea being reinforcing the bases in the Mediterranean. Treize, being Treize, realizes that Zex wants to be wherever those Gundams are because Zex says he is a true soldier. To give a hint to the guy's psychology, he loves a good fight, and as of right now, those pilots are the only people that, up to this point, haven't been steamrolled by Alliance forces. Anyway, Treize shoots a bird hiding behind the target range, encouraging Zex to shoot him down for him. Back with Hiro, he's been captured in his Alliance medical center in the Jesus Christ pose. Apparently the Alliance isn't big on patching up the enemy, because he's still bleeding from his gunshot wound. Overlooking his status is Major Sally Poe of the Alliance military. We saw Sally before this during Episode 0, and now she's on Earth overseeing this medical facility in the Japan region. There's a couple of elements of note here. First, that she says that Hiro has over 200 bruises and broken bones. We're putting that text there in front of you because there's a comma you guys need to see because Hiro doesn't likely have 200 broken bones. That would mean that only 6 bones in his entire body wouldn't be busted, and you'd likely die at that point from a punctured organ. The big thing is that looking at him, you just think that he's got a gunshot wound. The other thing of note is that Hiro had a disk on him that the Alliance's best computers couldn't decode, that he mentions as he's laying on the bed, plus more that he already knows. I'm assuming that this is the type of disk that gets sent to him, or that he uses to put into the Gundam to feed intel into it on where his targets are, and just the encryption is too good for the Alliance to crack. Elsewhere, Wu Fei is still on the warpath taking out a supply base. The thing is, Zex already figured that he was going to do that, and they prepared to face him at a different location. Back at the hospital, Hiro's trying to bust out, but he's got an ally he probably didn't expect. Duo shows up on his monitor, letting him know that he's there to help. He also learned more super spy stuff, and the idea that Hiro is able to have enough control over his heart rate and brainwaves, so he's not going to show up on instruments when it comes to whether he's conscious or unconscious. Essentially, these kids just might as well be called super soldiers. Let's just roll with that. Elsewhere, Sally Poe's been talking to Relina about Hiro, and Sally can kind of see through her bullshit. It's obvious that she's being a bit of a brat who just wants to see the kid she's got a crush on. But as for Sally, she thinks Relina might be able to give them some info on him, so she just lets her talk. Then Duo does Duo things and breaks Hiro out. They bust out of a window, and Duo uses a sort of beam propeller to slow his descent like something from Victory Gundam. As for Hiro, he tries to kill himself again, at least until he hears Relina. Then he pulls his chute, stumbles down a cliff, and then through sand, and then just stands up as badass music from Ko Otani plays. Either way, the Gundam pilots leave. At the Corsica base, the Alliance military have bolstered their forces to defend the Leo plant. As for Zex, he sees something hidden at the Corsica base. Specifically, the original mobile suit, and the only thing Oz has that can compare to a Gundam. Ladies and gents, meet one of my favorite mobile suits ever, the Tall Geese. Now, we're not going to break it down here because it's actually not assembled yet. But the main thing they mentioned is that this thing, compared to other mobile suits, is a big boy. Anyway, the base commander of Corsica seems to think that there's nothing to really worry about and there's no attack coming. Hey, Troa, do you have a retort to that?
Frog Blast Event Core! Ah!
The Oz pilots counterattack with Ares suits immediately, but Troa is already making mincemeat out of everything in his path. Though Commander Bonaparte's got smart tactics and how to take out a single mobile suit, this is a Gundam we're talking about. You have to factor in how fucking tough and well-armed these suits are. Troa immediately starts with a long division using his combat knife, but he's out of ammo at this point. Though one Oz member tries to charge him, it's not a smart idea in the long run, because Troa has some unexpected backup. The Magwanaut Corps is here, and Sandrock takes out the final Oz member. Though there's some initial confusion between Catra and Troa in regards to whether or not Catra's hostile to him, they pretty quickly talk things out. Now, things get a bit fearsome. Elsewhere, we see the retrieval of Death Scythe and Wing Gundam. 5 Gundams, and 4 of them are paired off into teams now. Oh, and Hiro just puts a busted leg back into place like he just took first aid tips from John Rambo or something. After this, we get some chatter between Zex and Lieutenant Noin. He remarks that even though she's been a member of Oz for years, she's not really a fan of war, and is now training soldiers at the same base that those two, Noin and Zex, were trained at. She says that it's for her love of outer space, but we won't hear that expanded on for a while. What we do find out is that the two have been close for years, with Noin really always wanting to be Zex's second. The reason's obvious. She's in love with the guy. She's also aware that he's Milliardo Peacecraft, so it's kind of obvious that the two are very close. Zex wouldn't trust that info with just about anyone. Also, big credit to Chisa Yokohama and Saffron Henderson for their voice work with this character. Of these early episodes, episode 4 is one of my favorites because of how well Noin's role is played here, plus her reactions to another situation later. Now, one thing you'll notice is that this whole previous episode was pointing at the idea of Wu Fei heading for Corsica, but instead we got Sandrock and Heavy Arms. Instead, Wu Fei's headed straight for Lieutenant Noin at Lake Victoria by Zex's estimation, considering A, it's a training facility for Oz, and B, they get a bunch of new mobile suits that they're preparing to send to space. These suits are called the Taurus. The OZ-12 SMS Taurus is specifically engineered for Oz use, meant to replace the Leo as the main suit for that unit. It's a much stronger and faster suit with a lot more power and mobility. That's mostly due to the fact that the suit has a mobile armor function, allowing it to fly in the atmosphere similar to how Wing Gundam is able to in this universe. Or in the Universal Century, it's similar to the Wave Rider modes of suits like the Zeta Gundam, the Rig Z, or the Riesel. It has a pretty simple kit, primarily using a cartridge-loaded beam rifle and a beam saber for close combat. However, it could also use a much more powerful beam cannon that required both hands for proper use. Given the mobility and output, these suits were quite the upgrade from the Leo. Anyway, Zex and Noin have a discussion that evening about preparations for possible Gundam attacks. One thing that Noin remarks is that she doesn't believe that her men are going to end up dead in battle, but Zex has seen what these Gundams can do. He knows the reality of it. That reality, to Noin's detriment, comes later that evening because her opponents fight dirty as hell and prove her right that, well, they don't get killed in battle. Now, as we watch the Oz soldiers scramble after the attack, one thing I need to mention is that though this is a brutal tactic by Wu Fei, it's also an example of why I mentioned that the Gundam pilots are engaging in guerrilla warfare. A big part of that is sabotage and sneak attacks, and that's exactly what Wu Fei is doing. Oh, you just had a bunch of graduates that are about to hit the battlefield? Yeah, no, that's not happening. As dirty as this is, it is strategically very smart. If your enemy has more numbers than you do, cut off the ability for them to reinforce those numbers and get them supplies. Prior to this, he attacked a supply base. Now he goes for the troopers. Is Wu Fei a dick? Yeah. Is this kind of a dirty tactic? Yeah. But as much as you might find this deplorable, this is war. In war, recruits are just as fair game as anyone else. It just shows you that war is brutal and something to be avoided. Another smart thing that Wu Fei did is he didn't bring his suit yet. He did this on foot, basically pulling some Solid Snake shit. He tries to escape via motorcycle, but Noin gives chase in her Ares. Her men are ordered to grab a space laser, which is essentially the cannon that the Taurus suits use that I mentioned earlier. Noin opens up on the motorcycle and knocks Wu Fei over, but won't finish him off since she notices his youth. Wu Fei uses this to his advantage, and uses a flashbang that can apparently be set off with a kick, then flees to his Gundam. Style over design practicality, I guess. Anyway, it's here that Noin makes a key mistake. Right as they're about to unload on Wu Fei, she instructs her men not to. And now the meme is in context. Hey Wu Fei, why did she give that order?
'Cause she's a woman.
Wu Fei drops her men easily, and then knocks Noin out of the air like he's playing Duck Hunt. Wu Fei then takes the space laser and blasts the Taurus suits out of the sky. And he lays out exactly his disdain for Noin's inability to pull the trigger.
You saw I was a kid and you underestimated me. You're a weak soldier. I don't kill bleeding hearts or women.
Now, to be honest, I do think we need to acknowledge something about Wu Fei here, is that another reason he probably doesn't kill Noin is because of what happened to his wife. He'd never admit it, because Wu Fei's stubbornness isn't like a mule. More like the factor of stubbornness that a mule has, and then cube it. Duo and Hiro are discussing Hiro being Hiro, and Hiro gets intel that there's a Gundanium shipment going to Oz that Hiro is going to intercept in the morning. Now, Duo knows that Hiro doesn't have the parts. Later that morning, he goes and intercepts it. See, Hiro agreed that he doesn't have the parts, so he borrows some from Duo, much to his chagrin. Now, why is Oz shipping in Gundanium? Well, sadly, I'm not going to talk about it here, because we don't really find out why until much later. I can confirm, though, it's not for the Tall Geese, because that suit doesn't use Gundanium, oddly enough. Elsewhere, Relina's father gets into an argument with the heads of the Alliance military over the colony's involvement in all this, and Dorland's got it right when he says that the Alliance brought this on themselves, but they've got no proof that the colony governments wanted this. On top of that, Treize gives orders to have the Vice Foreign Minister taken care of. As for Noin, she tells Zex that she wants to join him in the field. Also, Wu Fei's pissed off and tells off some hyenas. After that, Relina and her dad head to space to speak with the colonial government officials under the guise of finding out the truth of who is behind the Gundam attacks. Lady Un leaves her makeup case behind, but Relina so nicely brings it back to her. Then she chucks the fucker like a grenade and blows up the colony officials and Relina's dad. Relina, of course, runs to her father, and Un orders her capture and execution if she resists. Luckily for Relina, colonial rebels manage to evac her to safety. It's here that she's told the truth of her birth, that she's the other child of King Peacecraft. She's also introduced to Hiro's handler, Dr. J, master craftsman of mobile suits and has a killer hookshot in basketball. He has an interesting discussion with Relina, giving more of Hiro's background, basically that he's an assassin trained by the rebels of the colonies to do what he's been doing, wage war on the Earth's military in retaliation for the Earth's tyrannical subjugation of the space colonies. Now, Relina does ask if there's a peaceful solution to all this, but Dr. J tells her about Hiro's namesake, and that when the colonies tried peace, their leader got assassinated. When he drops off Relina so she can head back to the Earth, he tells her that Hiro deep down is not a bad guy. He's actually a kind soul, but at the same time she should keep her distance, because she could end up getting killed. At this point, the Gundam pilots have separate missions that they're sent on. Hiro's back at school, Duo's out on the sea with Howard, who repairs his mobile suit, and has a bit more time to talk with him, and Howard's got a bit more to him that I'll talk about another time. And Tro is headed out from the Magwanac base. Wu Fei and Hiro also begin to execute missions. With the Oz forces, the Tall Geese's construction is coming along nicely, with Zex telling Noin that this thing is basically the father of all mobile suits, including the Gundams. During Hiro's mission, he meets up with Duo again, and actually saves his hide after Duo thinks that Hiro is trying to shoot him. It's a funny little sequence. Anyway, Relina gets home safely, and the news about her parentage is hitting her kind of hard. Shockingly, Treize at this point orders mobile suits to be sent to eliminate the rest of the Dorland family. Well, how's that work out for him? After saving Relina, Hiro considers killing her himself, considering she knows who he is, but he can't bring himself to do it, and he doesn't understand why. Treize orders Lady Une to return, and at this point we find out that he stops, because Zex asked him to be a Lieutenant Noin. Though he's well aware that Zex is Milliardo Peacecraft, he wasn't aware that his sister was still alive. It's likely that, had he known that she was a Peacecraft, he would have never given the order in the first place. In other parts of the world, Wu Fei is continuing his attacks with Oz bases. Duo is hanging out with Howard, and Tro is hanging out and doing knife tricks at the circus. The one thing notable about this is his relationship with Catherine. Kind of a big sister, little brother thing between these two, and it makes sense as to why. You know the little girl we saw when Tro was literally bouncing out of a horse-drawn carriage? That was Catherine. Yeah, they'll never find out these two are actually biological siblings. So if you shipped them, you're a sick fuck. Later on at the New Edwards Alliance base, there's a large meeting with all the bigwigs of both the Alliance and Oz in one spot. Well, except Zex and Noin, who are in Nairobi at the time. At this point, every Gundam pilot receives orders to head to New Edwards base in California. Troa and Catra end up shipping out on the same ship, and Duo and Hiro end up sneaking into the same base to load up Wing Gundam and Death Scythe. Now, the Gundam pilots don't know that this is a meeting of all the Alliance heads, as opposed to simply Oz. Now, at this meeting, there's a bit of a disagreement between Grand Marshal Noventa and General Septim. Noventa, who is the head of all Alliance forces, is not a fan of how militaristic the Alliance has become, along with General Vente, who is the head of the Earth's ground forces. Now, General Septim, of course, isn't happy that they hold this feeling, because as we know, he's the reason that this whole thing is happening, since he ordered the assassination of Hiroyui on top of trying to gas a colony. Regardless, Noventa and Vente know the direction the Alliance is going isn't gonna help anything. So, they want to start negotiations to calm the situation down to end the violence. Now, Treize obviously isn't a fan of this. It doesn't fit his worldview or how the Romefeller Foundation wants things to go. Then, the Gundams attack, and Treize uses this as his prime moment to change the world government in the way that Romefeller would want it. Wing Gundam and Death Scythe are the first to hit the ground, and note that the defense line is 10 times what they were expecting. Noventa wants to open communication lines to try and talk the pilots down, but Treize encourages Noventa and his men to use his shuttle to escape. However, Treize has General Septim join him on his personal shuttle along with the Oz commanders. It's here that Treize authorizes Operation Daybreak. Noin and Zex and dozens of Oz pilots descend and begin to attack. Across the world, Oz forces start systematically annihilating the commanders of the Alliance, both with deployed forces and with members of the organization that they slipped in with the regular forces. At this point, Zex encourages the Alliance forces to surrender and join Oz. The coup d'etat is a success, all done in one fell swoop. The final blow hasn't landed just yet. Back at New Edwards, Heavy Arms and Sandrock have arrived on the scene, but Troa almost becomes a team-killing fucktard and hits Duo and Hiro with splash damage from his missiles. As you can imagine, Hiro and Duo are fucking confused. Noventa's shuttle launches with a big ol' Oz logo on it. At that point, Hiro notices it, takes off, and with one saber blow, kills Noventa and all the people that would seek peace with the very colonies that Hiro is fighting for. As Duo and Troa get into it with each other, and Catra tells him to knock it off, Wu Fei finally shows up a bit late to the party and talks some sense. He reveals exactly what Hiro just did. That the very pilots who were meant to fight for the colonies just butchered the best hope for peace. General Septim calls this a declaration of war from the colonies and solidifies that peace isn't going to happen. At this point, Lady Une drops Septim out of the shuttle and shoots him in the face, killing him. So, thank you, Lady Une, I guess? Regardless, Treize states that the second act has just begun. Without even getting into a mobile suit, and without firing a bullet himself, Treize not only took out the only opposition to Romefeller's world domination, but he used his biggest enemies in the Gundams to do it. At this point, Hiro laments his foolishness, and Wu Fei plants his heels and declares that he's not going to stop fighting. From here, the future will only get darker, as now we realize that the Gundam's biggest foe in Treize Khushrenada just played them all for fools. Next time on Gundam Wing Explained. Things begin to heat up as the Gundam pilots continue their guerrilla war on the Earth, attempting to still wage war for the freedom of the colonies. However, not all may be as they expect, as the Tallgeese is finally unleashed with Zechs Marquis at the helm, and the support of the people of the colonies may not always be a definite thing. The attacks by the 5 Gundams sent out by the space colonies reflected their retaliatory intentions. The Gundams' target is Oz, who had masked themselves as mobile suit troops of the Alliance military. The Gundams had a number of missions to attack Oz. The year is after Colony 195. Oz has finally taken center stage. With an army of elite soldiers at his command, Treize Khushrenada carries out his plans to destroy the Alliance military. The battle between the mobile suits sent to Earth and Oz causes the Earth to shudder violently. Though it's rather obvious that the 1-year war of the Universal Century is the most important conflict in all of the Mobile Suit Gundam franchise, I believe that another conflict of great importance in the history of Gundam is one that takes place in the After Colony timeline, as Operation Meteor sends 5 Gundams to Earth disguised as shooting stars. In these videos, we plan on breaking down exactly what went on during the course of Gundam Wing, explaining the mobile suits, the people involved in the conflict, and the ideas that began these numerous conflicts across the entire planet. So, let's go ahead and get started. Episode 2, The Fight for Independence. After the ending of the last episode, the Gundams start splitting up. Tro and Wu Fei decide to go after Treize, whereas Hito is still busted up after such a big screw-up, and Catra and Duo aren't sure what to do with him. Since they don't have need of the base anymore, Lady Un orders the missiles at the base that they're at to be destroyed, but since Sally Poe is around and isn't happy with that news, she tries to stop the Oz members from pulling off what would effectively kill everyone at the base. Because I guess according to Lady Un and some of these goofs, the casualties are A-OK? Well, Sally makes the smart move and contacts Hito, shaking him out of his funk so he can disarm the missiles. One thing that's crazy about what Lady Un ordered is something we see when we look at the map that Catra pulls up. Now keep in mind that this battle is taking place in California, and it seems like New Edwards is just outside of Los Angeles. The 300-kilometer detonation that's mentioned by Catra here would be an explosion that goes all the way to the Arizona-California border, wiping out everyone in Los Angeles and its suburbs, San Diego, Tijuana, Mexico, and of course destroy a ton of forested areas and all of the wildlife in that region as well. Now I know the obvious joke here is, and nothing of value is lost, because those of us who live in flyover country don't like Californians. Okay, joke over. Let's be serious for a sec, because what Lady Un has ordered these guys to do is commit genocide to kill a few mobile suits. Well now, Hiro has something that gets him moving. A mission to execute. Catra clears the runway for their escape, and Hiro manages to pull off the mission that Sally gives him. As such, our pilots manage to escape. Oh, and Treize didn't approve of Lady Un's tactics. Elsewhere, Zechs has a gun. Oh, and it's pointed right at the guy who led the attack on the Sanq Kingdom. The general figures out who Zechs really is right before the lightning count adds another hole in the guy's head, while Lady Un tries to figure out what Treize meant when he said that you need to understand Oz, quote-unquote. She realizes that she's got some company, and the only party gifts that they brought were really big robots. One quick note about this, Troa and Wu Fei drop 20 Leos in what seems to be an extremely short amount of time, and not long after that, apparently 70% of these 3 carriers as Leo detachments are already dead. When I mentioned in my In Defense of Gundam Wing video about how big the kill counts of these pilots are, I wasn't screwing around. I'll break it down at the end of the show, but their body counts are insane. They do manage to knock Troa into the ocean, but that's not going to do much. Lady Un deploys in a Leo of her own to go after Wu Fei. Does alright, but it ends about as well as you'd think. Wu Fei definitely picks the Lady Killer perk whenever he plays Fallout, that's for sure. Anyway, at this point, Treize steps in and challenges Wu Fei to a fight. So, Treize just grabs his sword, doesn't flinch at all when Wu Fei hits his ship with the Dragon Fang, and the two have a sword duel. One where Treize stays on the defensive and lets Wu Fei go ham right until he misses a big flashy strike. With one dodge, Treize puts his blade under Wu Fei's throat. Checkmate. He then lets Wu Fei live, And when Wu Fei threatens to come back, Trace's response is just, sounds fun, like they're gonna play Tekken or something. Without a mobile suit and just a sword, he beat the Gundams again, because Trowa and Wu Fei retreat after that. Back with Zex and Noin, the Tallgeese is done, and is described as, and I quote, one vicious suit. And for those of you who were waiting for me to break down this bad boy with the last video, well, you don't have to wait anymore. Let's get into it. The OZ-00MS Tallgeese is a 17.4 meter tall machine that serves as the father of all mobile suits in the After Colony timeline. In fact, if you look at most of the mobile suits the Alliance uses, you'll notice bits of construction taken from the Tallgeese, such as leg construction, hip construction, torso, etc. Now, if you look at it side by side with the Leo, it obviously looks similar, though it's much more heavily armored on the hips, arms, and knees, and shoulders, and carries weapon mounts that are attached to the shoulder armor instead of the much more crude shield attachment of the Leo. For armament, the Tallgeese, by default, always carries a shield, 2 beam sabers that are hidden on the underside of that shield, and a Dober gun that oddly enough can be chambered to use either ballistic rounds or energy rounds. Either that or Zex just uses completely different Dober guns that carry different types of ammo. In theory, it could use any weapons that Oz mobile suits actually use on top of that. We actually see it using a Tragos' beam rifle in the opening of the show, for example. Though it doesn't do that in the actual, anime. Now in the Endless Waltz version, it also uses 2 other melee weapons at different points. One of these was a heat lance, which is exactly what it sounds like on the tin. It's a lance like a knight would use in the Middle Ages, but superheated. Same thing with the heat halberd that it can use as well. The big thing to take note of is something that Lieutenant Otto talks about when they're going over the Tallgeese. This thing is so powerful that it gave Otto busted ribs and internal damage from the G-forces, and he couldn't get it to top speed. Now, there's been debate about how fast this thing could be, with debates about the speed-to-weight ratio and blah, 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 that it wouldn't really be able to go 15 or 10 Gs, even though it's quoted in manuals as saying as such. Look, I'm not autistic, and I don't calculate the physics like that. It's science fiction. It's not supposed to completely make sense. It's not supposed to be realistic. All I care about is the fact that this thing can go so fast it can fucking kill you. That's stupid fast for a machine that's taller than a 4-story house. Anyway, Zex doesn't give a fuck about the risks, because he's gonna try to free his homeland, the Sanq Kingdom, from the Alliance, and they're gonna start right fucking now. They do start off pretty well, but a lack of intel forces their forces to retreat. Now, Zex wants to try out the fuck it strategy and goes full speed towards the Sanq Kingdom, but ends up breaking himself off because he's hesitating too much. Granted, he was right to. According to the unit's doctor, right as he pulled off and started to head back to base, he had a fucking heart attack! Basically, his beliefs about the Tallgeese is that you can't fear death when you pilot the damn thing. Lieutenant Otto overhears this and takes out the Tallgeese himself to spare Zex from hurting himself again, because Otto's already fucked up, he might as well, right? It's at this point that Otto manages to take out the military base that they were targeting earlier that day, but he dies in the process. Afterwards, Zex enters his childhood home and laments the fact that to free his homeland, the Sanq Kingdom, he had to become everything his father preached against. But he remarks that his little sister's still got the ability to follow in their father's footsteps, and he's going to fight to make sure that she can. While this goes on, Hiro and Duo are playing basketball and scoping out new targets. Oh, and Relina's there! And she remarks on how silly she's being chasing after Hiro, but her thoughts are interrupted by Hiro and Duo blowing shit up.
Damn it! I can't see a thing!
As for Wu Fei and Trowa, they're still sorting themselves out after the mission failures. Ketra's asked to swear not to take off by himself again, and he does remark to Rashid that he thinks the other Gundam pilots might be quote-unquote violent and dangerous, which is true, but they are nice guys. Now, why does he feel this way? Because the soul of outer space tells him. Now, some seem to think that this is hinting that Ketra's a new type, but I'm not really sure if that's the case. There's a scene later that has him reacting to someone nearly dying, but I don't know if it's really meant for him to be new typing, or if they're just mixing Catra's reaction to the situation with Oz's forces simultaneously and just kind of trying to be artsy with it. It's up to interpretation. If they did plan on making him a new type, I think that those plans went out after the midway point of the series when the director of the show switched. Now back with the Oz forces, they're about to break down exactly how they plan to bring down the Gundams. But before that, Zex and Treize have a conversation. Specifically about the fact that even though Zex got his revenge on the Alliance and the Sanq Kingdom is no longer under Alliance control, he still hasn't removed his mask, with Zex remarking that it resembles his hatred. Treize calls Zex by his real name, and Zex asks him not to which Treize's response is simply, "I look forward to the day you remove that mask." There's definitely a sentiment that Treize does want Zex to move on with his life after everything that he's gone through. From here, Lady Un breaks down their plan for bringing down the Gundams in one battle, but hey, Gundam breakdowns are my thing, bitch! On the Gundam end of things, Hiro and the others get their orders to take down more Taurus suits, with Dr. J remarking that the control systems of the mobile suits could override the pilot's commands. Keep that in mind for the future. Either way, everyone's moving out except Wu Fei, who doesn't believe he has the right to pilot his machine anymore due to his failure to kill Treize. So, we've essentially got 4 Gundams plus the Magwanac Corps, plus several detachments of mobile suits being led on the ground by Zex in opposition to them. Noin is kept at the headquarters by Lady Un, and she deduces that if the plan fails, this way Lady Un can lay the blame at Zex's feet. Either way, the battle commences with Catra and the Magwanac engaging first. It kind of starts off rough, with Catra almost getting run over by a train after he got shot with a hidden beam gun, but we see just how strong these Gundams are when Duo and the Death Scythe rip the train off the rails. Jesus! Now the thing is, as impressive as that feat of strength is, they're ambushed by a bunch of Leos that were hidden in the cars, on top of Oz deploying more Ares suits. Now Troa springs into action after they shoot down his carrier, with Hiro coming in right after. And as was planned, Zex moves in to intercept. The battle begins with Hiro missing what's essentially a point-blank shot with his rifle because the Tallgeese is that damn fast. At this point, rifles get dropped and it's time for a beam saber duel. Now oddly enough, mid-fight Hiro and Troa both get data on the Tallgeese, but Troa leaves Zex to Hiro because at this point they can't really afford to get off mission. They're there to destroy mobile suits, to make sure that Oz can't use them, and if they get off mission, well, that's not going to happen. At this point, the Gundams are winning the battle and are likely going to breach the lines and take out the Taurus suits that their targets are, but Lady Un does something detestable. She radios the Gundam pilots and threatens to use Alliance missile emplacements in space to open fire on the colonies. Now, one thing to add here is that the colonies have been without weaponry for decades, and they don't have their own military forces. She's effectively holding millions of innocent people at gunpoint. Essentially, with one move, Lady Un has put a gun to the head of all of space. At this point, Zex is fucking pissed, and chews out Lady Un for her detestable tactics. Lieutenant Noin echoes the same sentiment and gets slapped for her troubles, with Un completely convinced that threatening genocide is a great battle tactic. At this point, Dr. J takes over the monitors at the Oz base, and broadcasts to the Oz forces. He surrenders to Oz, but that's not what you think it is. He refuses to hand over the Gundams to Oz, with Hiro knowing what this means. These machines cannot fall into Oz's hands. As such, Hiro activates the self-detonation switch on his mobile suit, destroying Wing Gundam and throwing him away from the blast, leaving him bleeding on the ground. Troa grabs Hiro, and the rest of the pilots flee, with Zex flat-out refusing to continue his attack. Treize calls in to Lieutenant Noin and relays a message to Lady Un. Keep in note, he's basically refusing to talk to Lady Un directly, which he's never done before. The message is simple. Be more graceful about everything. Basically, he's pissed that she'd try such a low and ruthless zombie-esque tactic, not once, but twice. At this point, Duo and Catra team up to get out of the hostile area and head to the Magwanac Corps' hidden base for repair and resupply, then Stomp and Oz plan to bomb a town, then kick the shit out of them before they retreat. Back at the site of Gundam 01's detonation, Zex is picking up what's left of Wing Gundam, though everything important inside the suit is done for, and Zex is going to take the mobile suit to the Lake Victoria base and repair it. Treize tells Lady Un to head to the colonies to take care of the rebellion there, but asks her to and I quote, do away with formalities. As for Relina, she's managed to get into a party in Moscow for the Romefeller Foundation, and lucky for her, she gets recognized by Marquis Weyridge, who's an old friend of her birth father and is a member of Romefeller who is completely against the militarization of the organization. He fills her in on why the peacecrafts were brought down. Thing is, Relina didn't come here just to dance. Lady Yun is here to talk to the Marquis, and Relina's reaction to her presence is a fucking gun.
Hello! My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Now, one thing to notice here as the Marquis blocks the way for Lady Yun to pursue her is that there's quite a few people here at this party who support Relina as well. It's a little detail some people miss that is supposed to be a giant neon sign that says not everyone in Romefeller supports the military takeovers. And yes, that will come into a factor later. Though Relina does eventually get caught by Oz on Lady Yun's orders, Lieutenant Noin comes in with a fucking gun of her own, and her aim is a lot better than Relina's. By orders of Tres Kushernada, Noin takes the girl, knowing exactly who Relina is. A month later, Hiro is alive because he's apparently a long-lost descendant of Wolverine or something. Trowa catches Hiro up on things with the basics. Oz thinks he's dead, and there hasn't been any missions given to anyone since that day. Trowa's not sure of what to do because, technically speaking, Oz still has a gun to the head of the colonies. Trowa's considering a suicide mission to take as many of them out as he can before he bites the dust, and Hiro only has one piece of advice.
In that case, I've got one warning. It hurts like hell.
Now, in what is called former China, Sally Po, who apparently is Chinese, has left the military and is now part of a guerrilla group fighting against the Alliance forces left in the area by Colonel Bunt. You see, the leader of that area that Sally's in was one who also supported the idea of disarmament and peaceful living, and Colonel Bunt disagreed, and let his disagreement be known at muzzle velocity. Speaking of muzzle velocity, though Sally's mission does seem successful, that we see Bunt sends mobile suits after the guerrillas, and it goes about how you'd expect, until Wu Fei shows up. Now, Wu Fei just intends to show up on the Gundam to scare them off, but the thing about fight or flight is that flight is only option B in the dialogue tree in the RPG called Life. So Wu Fei does Wu Fei things and cleaves a bunch of them in two with one swipe of his weapon. Now, Wu Fei's still fucked in the head after losing to Treize, and he's having a hard time seeing eye to eye when it comes to why Sally and her guerrillas decide to fight, but expresses to her that he really feels like he's not really worth much at that point, and he's just borrowing his Gundam's strength. It seems that's not the case when some Alliance soldiers decide to beat the crap out of a business owner for daring to ask to pay for a service. These thugs don't seem to like capitalism very much, but Sally Po stands up to the thugs. She tries to fight them and has some success, but doesn't go well in the end. Then Wu Fei does Wu Fei things again, and after he grabs and pulls a gun on them, they run off.
Death is a preferable alternative to communism.
What's gotten into you people? Calm down. Oh no. We'll get you next time!
Conversation between the two continues, and the basic idea is this. Wu Fei feels like all he's doing is fighting people weaker than himself, and because he lost the instant somebody stronger showed up, he's basically just a bully borrowing strength from another source. Sally's argument is that even though you're in a place where you're the weaker one, the underdog, that doesn't matter, because sometimes you need to fight against the people that want to tread on you. Later that night, Bunt's men attack the guerrillas and start just slaughtering them. They find Shenlong during the attack and mean to capture it. We also see that Bunt is meeting someone from Oz as well, and as Oz forces show up and start to kill Alliance troopers, Bunt gives a bad guy speech basically saying, yeah, I'm going to cover all this up. Wu Fei arrives at the guerrilla camp and sees the carnage. Between that carnage and Sally's bravery in the face of the enemy, things finally click for Wu Fei, and he begins to fight back. He hops into the Shenlong, and you can imagine what happens next. With Colonel Butthole dead, Sally and Wu Fei share a conversation, and she says one line that seems to crack Wu Fei's shell a bit when he questions her desire to keep fighting as someone who is weak, by saying what matters is that your heart is still in it. So, Wu Fei finally cracks a smile. Back with Zex, we find that over the last month he's mastered the use of the Tallgeese, which is a scary thought for sure. He's also been promoted to second-class Special Colonel, making him the same rank as Lady Yun. Elsewhere, we see a couple of Oz mobile suits wiping out another Alliance installation. They surrender, and the two shitheads murder everyone in cold blood. These two shitheads in question are Alex and Mueller, former trainees of Lieutenant Noy. They stop by the base where Zex is, and they rope him into an assault on another Alliance facility. Oh, fun fact about the Oz engineer, whose name is Miser, who helps Zex try to analyze stats on Wing Gundam. There's a text scroll that comes up here that's very blink and you miss it bit. If you pause the video, you'll see that the text you see on screen is instruction on how to use a Twain-compliant scanner in Adobe Photoshop. The whole point of the conversation they have anyway is basically just to point out that the Gundam pilots are pretty much superhuman due to their training. Anyway, we fast forward and Zex and the two dipshits have attacked the Mogadishu base. And after a successful attack, the two shitheads, well, pull the same shit. The problem is that Zex has two things that these two do not have. Morals and a fucking Tallgeese. Mueller gets bisected like a chump, and Alex lasts a little longer, but is subjected to one of the coolest mobile suit kills in Gundam, as the Tallgeese grabs the cancer from behind and tears it in half like fucking tissue paper. Like a fatality out of Mortal Kombat. After this, we see that Zex is going through with the reconstruction of Wing Gundam. Back to Troa, his circus has been asked to put on a show for Oz troops, and Troa's got just the show for him. It's called Gun. As everyone flees the carnage, Catherine realizes what's going on here. Troa means to do this and then kill himself afterwards as one last middle finger to Oz after wrecking their shit. As you can imagine, his sister, that he doesn't realize is his sister, isn't too pleased about this and belts him in the mouth. She has a good reason, too. Troa, given his past, he honestly doesn't really realize that he'd leave behind a special kind of misery if he killed himself and left behind people that he cared about. By the way, since I'm recording this during Mental Health Awareness Month, if you ever feel like you need to end it, reach out to someone. Seriously. Don't make that decision. Don't ever make a choice that is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You leave more pain in the world than was already there while you were still part of it. Trust me. Anyway, after this, Troa and Hiro decide to go out with heavy arms, with Hiro intending to basically go and apologize to the family of Marshal Noventa, who, as you might remember, he was duped into killing back in California. Elsewhere, Relina and Lieutenant Noin attend a meeting of the Romefeller Foundation. It's here that we hear from Duke Dermail. Dermail is the current head of the Foundation, and he essentially outlines his beliefs on why exactly the Foundation is taking control of the planet at this point through the use of Oz's military force. Like Trace Gusranada, Dermail believes that the only real path to peace is with a system of control through force. Essentially, if Dermail was someone with a strong sense of nationalism, I'd say he's a strong believer in the concept of fascism. Thing is, he's basically substituting the strong nationalistic ties that fascists tend to have to the Romefeller Foundation instead of any one country. I'm of the opinion that this character is actually based on Benito Mussolini, but that's just my theory. Now, one thing interesting is Relina's conversation with Noin as the speech goes on, and how she juxtaposes the Gundam pilots to the actions of Romefeller. Essentially, you can tell she sees Hiro's willingness to blow himself up to save the lives of the colonies as noble, whereas Romefeller is still more than happy to keep the colonies at threat of missile barrage as long as it keeps their definition of peace. One is willing to sacrifice himself, one is willing to sacrifice everybody else. This is also where Treize comes up and gives his famous rule and control speech, which we will go ahead and play so you can hear it in its entirety.
One might think that Oz's military power rooted in its mobile suit forces may result in excess rule. The word rule is commonly associated with oppression and arrogant actions. I look at it as a way of governing to keep people's unnecessary ambitions under control. God let people run free. People need to be ruled, and that can only be done if there's a system of rule and control that surpasses that of God's, since God lets them do what they want. I'm sure God would understand the steps we're taking.
Now, What I mentioned in my video in defense of Gundam Wing is that Treize's philosophies tend to pull from Friedrich Nietzsche, specifically the novel Thus Spake Zarathustra, and a little bit of will to power, but will to power is kind of its own thing, and I'll mention more about that in a second. Many people are probably familiar, though, with a phrase that comes from the beginning of Zarathustra, Gott ist tot, in German, or God is dead. He previously discussed the idea of the rejection of God in his previous book, The Gay Science, which, by the way, is not a yaoi manga starring Albert Einstein, you fucking pervert. There's a section of that book called The Parable of the Madman, which essentially acts as an allegory for the rejection of the Christian ideal in European society and how it would affect things going forward. In many ways, the Rockefeller Foundation are presenting themselves as a concept in Nietzsche's works called the Übermensch, or as it's properly translated, the Overmen. So yes, the Overmen in Armored Trooper Bottoms is a Nietzsche reference, for those wondering. Anyway, how Treize and the Rockefeller Foundation are presenting themselves can be narrowed down to the idea that because they are the ruling class, the heads of the hierarchy, and thus the superiors, at least in their eyes, and substitutes for God himself, as Treize basically says, they should set up a system to rule and control to maintain their definition of peace because they are the ones with power, they are the ones who set the definition. The thing is, as Duke Dermail says, they're willing to throw out concepts of liberty and personal freedom to keep control. Now, oddly enough, this interpretation of Nietzsche's ideas isn't uncommon when we look back at history, but it's not correct. Thing is, a lot of fascists, like Hitler and Mussolini, were fans of this interpretation of the Overman, but Nietzsche himself did not believe in fascism. In fact, he hated the idea of German nationalism and is quoted as saying that he would have all anti-Semites shot. Good man. In a lot of ways, Dermail and Treize are following in similar steps of Nietzsche's brother-in-law, Bernard Forster, by twisting these ideas. In many ways, this war isn't just about the colonies versus Oz, it's about liberty versus tyranny. Now we just need to have the Gundams start chucking tea into the Atlantic. No taxation without representation, you fucks. Oddly enough, there's another thought process that comes to mind here, and the possibility that it might be the writer's intention that the Gundam pilots are the actual Overmen here. Though these young boys are in a position where they are, fighting a massive military, they are the underdogs here, through their training and special ability, in a lot of ways, they are the Übermensch. They are the Overmen because they are so much more talented than just about anybody in the Oz military not named Zex Marquis. And the thing that they fight for is more along the lines of liberty and freedom from the oppression of the Earth, which is a little bit closer to Nietzsche's ideas, but not quite. I don't want to give a whole speech on Nietzsche, though I have read most of his books. But it is basically the idea of taking liberty and freedom and those who fight for it and are willing to sacrifice for it and juxtaposing them to the beliefs of those who are like Nietzsche's sister and brother-in-law and their interpretations of it. And it's also theorized that the book Will to Power was not actually written by Friedrich Nietzsche, but rather was written by his brother-in-law and his sister because, well, Will to Power is a book that Adolf Hitler pulled from a lot. So, food for thought. I promised you I'd talk about philosophy. There you go. Anyway, after all of this, Relina decides to hit the stage, but she's not up here to simp for Beyonce Knowles like Kanye West did. The one thing she says is basically the Gundams are gonna fuck you up. An interesting thing about Treize is that he notices Relina at this point has the same look of determination in her eyes that Hiro did when he destroyed his mobile suit. There's also some obvious truth to what Relina said, because the folks at Rockefeller are none too pleased that Zex is fixing 01. Now we head to see Sylvia Noventa, the granddaughter of Marshal Noventa. Alliance soldiers loyal to her granddad want Sylvia out of Marseille, France, because they're worried that Oz is going to kill her. They try to hold off the Oz forces, but the maneuverability of their Ares suits are a little bit too much for the Leos. One Ares does get shot down, though, and unfortunately for the pilot, they run straight into Troa, Barton, and Hiro Yui. Troa and Hiro figure out what the plans are, and Hiro goes to try and rescue Sylvia, though he almost runs her over. As for the Oz suits, they manage to stumble across Heavy Arms, praying that Troa is going to be able to get into his suit and back him up. The plan doesn't really work, though, since the Leos get murdered right as Troa gets in it. But Trowa does manage to make very short work of the 5 Ares suits in about, well, 5 seconds or less. After this, Hiro places flowers on Marshal Noventa's grave as a tribute to the man, and confesses to Sylvia of what he did. He hands her a gun as penance, a life for a life, but she doesn't pull the trigger, calling him a coward looking for the easy way out of his suffering. And Hiro then leaves to go apologize to the late Marshal's wife. Back with Zex, a rep from the Romefeller Foundation oversees Zex blowing up the remains of Gundam 01. We find here that at this point the Romefeller inspector is basically begging for Zex to make a mistake so he can effectively crucify the guy for his own advancement within the organization. Zex is of course wise to the plan because he's not stupid, and as you can imagine, this whole thing was just an act. The Wing Gundam is not only fully repaired, but it lies in wait on the riverbed below them. At this point we get a pretty simple premise for what's going to happen next. Zex wants another fight with Hiro. As for Hiro, he and Trowa have effectively visited all the members of the Noventa family over a course of time, and none of them have killed the guy. They've also picked up a tail. Wait, not the Noventa family, I didn't phrase that right. Hiro and Trowa picked up the tail. And Trowa does what he can do to make sure that they lose them with a motorcycle chase scene and balancing act that would make Steve Rogers blush. When I keep calling these guys super soldiers, I mean it. They basically are. Anyway, Lieutenant Noin's caught up with the boys and offers to bring them to Antarctica for a fight on Oz's dime. Relina and her butler Pagan have also been looking into whether or not Hiro's still alive, because she didn't know at that point, and they figure out what Zex is pulling off. Pagan's actually got a bit of insight into this, due to a fencing match that he had with Zex many years ago. During the duel, Pagan's sword breaks, and Zex immediately goes and grabs another saber for him to use. Zex hates an unfair fight. He just wants to see who's better, him or Hiro. They also find out that Marshal Noventa's wife is trying to get back in touch with Hiro, but Relina asks Pagan to get in touch with her. Anyway, the investigators' search party does manage to find Noin's ship, and does try to intercept them, and as you'd imagine with the Gundam Heavy Arms around, it ends with Trowa educating us all that the Heavy Arms' knife slices, dices, and makes julienne fries. Unfortunately, he doesn't do it fast enough, screws up, and the Romefeller inspector manages to get a message off that there is a Gundam down in the Antarctic. As for Relina and Pagan, they get the confirmation that Hiro's alive from Mrs. Noventa, and Mrs. Noventa has a letter for them to deliver to Hiro, where she basically communicates that she doesn't hate Hiro for what happened, understands that he got duped, and just encourages him to try to live a better life. After reading the letter, Relina and Pagan leave to track Hiro down. As Zex and Hiro meet, there's some interesting verbal sparring going on, and as you'd expect, Hiro's a bit uneasy about all the hospitality that Zex is giving them. In the end, they do shake hands, and Noin gets the feeling that she can't let these guys kill each other. Now, we as the audience know that it's because these guys are the main characters. But this is Gundam, so it's not like anyone's life expectancy is really guaranteed here. Regardless, because of his discomfort with the hospitality, Hiro opts to use Heavy Arms instead of Wing Gundam, so that they can have a fair fight, but they can do some modifications to it because Hiro's right arm is still injured. Essentially, Hiro is worried that he's going to start to repay a kindness to Zex when they need to be fighting to the death. Zex is his enemy after all. One thing I find interesting in this is you can tell that Zex is feeling a bit lost in a sense. He's completed his revenge. The Sanq Kingdom is free from the Alliance, and fighting's really all he has left. Noin believes, though, that he does have his sister to keep in mind when it comes to having something to fight for. As it stands, Zex is fine with the changes in regards to the battle, and he also doesn't want the left arm on his mobile suit fully repaired, because that same arm was damaged in his second fight with Hiro. So, now comes the morning, and the third fight with Hiro and Zex. I'll let the act guy show the scorecard as we get started with our rumble here. I have it right now as tied 1-1, with Hiro obviously having the advantage at the end of Fight 2, which unfortunately was cut short. I'm going to say he won that one. I mean, Zex had lost an arm on his mobile suit, and I don't think he was going to win that. But Zex obviously beat Hiro in the first one by making him look like a fool. Now, the thing with this fight is I'm not going to give you a blow-by-blow breakdown of what happens in the fight. You're watching it right now as I talk about it. This series and lore videos in general, in my opinion, should be complements to shows, not replacements for them. Just watch it, watch the series if you haven't. It's a damn good mobile suit fight. Now, the one notable thing is that Zex's beam saber in melee combat actually just bounces off the heavy arms, giving you an idea of how tough Gundanium really is, considering in other fiction, mobile suits with beam coating when hit with beam sabers get sliced to ribbons. Either way, Noin and Troa debate combat philosophy, and Troa takes off to grab Wing Gundam to make sure that this fight has no interruptions. In doing so, he actually manages to save Relena and Pagan from some people from the Romefeller Foundation. That way they could relay Mrs. Noventa's message to Hiro, because they all agree, between Troa, Pagan, and Relena, that the fight is ultimately pointless. Now, what's funny about this conversation that comes up is this might be Relena at her most bratty, and where she stops being bratty afterwards, but let's get a little chuckle at this bit real quick.
Hiro! I'm here to deliver a letter to you!
You're in the way. Get lost.
No, I'm staying! This letter says how you should live your life from here on in! It's your obligation to read it!
Also on the scorecard, I'm actually going to give this win to Zex, which puts him at 2-1 on our scorecard. It's kind of obvious that Zex has the advantage here, and even though that Hiro is wounded, the fight is basically ending with him beating Hiro like a government mule, to, you know, pull a quote from Jim Ross. If this fight went on, I have no doubt Zex would have won. Anyway, though Relena orders Zex to stop, it doesn't work, and Noin tries to explain what's going on. Now, at first, Relena doesn't buy explanations, and Bradley gets pissed off and tells Hiro to kill Zex. And Noin, of course, as you would imagine, gets pissed, and drops some information that, of course, Relena did not know. Zex is her long-lost brother. She explains what we already know in the audience about Zex's background, and Noin also tells us, as the audience, what we already know. Noin's in love with the guy. Well, either way, the fight's over, and the search party is here. 30 Ares suits in total, and Troa offers that the three split the difference. Instead, Zex offers to just do this himself, and at that point, Troa and Hiro just retreat. Zex orders Noin to take Relena and run with Zex's men, and then once they're clear, he plans on surrendering, assuming, I guess, he doesn't kill them all before he does that. But Zex begs Noin to let him finally fight, for his sister's sake. At this point, the Alliance is getting creamed in space, and we see Lady Yun, whoa. She actually looks nice without the bitchy hairdo and glasses. Anyway, at this point, Oz's goal is to basically manipulate the colonies into accepting Romefeller's rule. Lady Yun is pretty much going from colony to colony to act as if what Oz is offering is freedom in a very double-think way of doing things. Younger people in the colonies seem to be all for Oz, because young people tend to fall for political sloganeering way too easy, let's be honest. And the older generation is not going to be quick to trust an organization that they feel might have been involved in military actions that harm the colonies. Specifically the assassination of Hiro Yui. Now, those of you following this vid know that's on General Septim's head, and his head has been ventilated by Lady Yun. Even so, that same Lady Yun is giving all these speeches to these young idiots in the colonies, while also having a gun to their head that they don't realize because they're too distracted by the disarmament of space mines and how much nicer she looks without glasses. She's also managed to capture Professor G, the creator of Death Scythe. She tries to get more info out of him, but something else happens. Now, we also see the debut of mobile dolls here. For those wondering, these are unmanned mobile suits controlled by a type of AI. We'll talk more about them later, but let's just say it's going to be a point of contention. Anyway, Catra and Duo know what Oz is going to try, so they try to take the fight to space. The goal is to use a public attack to inspire the other pilots to follow them. And this is the something else happening I talked about a second ago. One thing of note is that Sandrock in this tanks hits from Dober guns and artillery blasts from Tragos and keeps trucking. It's a very durable suit. Duo and Catra do make the news, but something happens that kills the mood. Colony Area D, one of the colonies that they've been fighting for, denounces the Gundams, and puts their stamp of approval on Oz. Once again, Treize has beaten the Gundam pilots, and this time just by outplanning them and using the naivete of young leaders of certain colonies to get what they want. But even as Catra and Duo are getting beaten down, though, backup arrives. Yep, the guys got the message. Hiro and Troa are also fighting in other spots to secure transport for the colonies. Duo and Wu Fei get their suits loaded up, but Catra realizes that someone needs to stay behind and cover the launch. Duo's clearly not pleased about this, but Wu Fei realizes the only way to say thank you is to succeed. At this point, Catra knows he really has only one option: self-detonation. As we saw with Wing Gundam, though, the whole suit won't be completely annihilated. It'll just destroy all the mission-sensitive stuff in the Gundam's operating system. So, all the stuff that makes it run, but not a lot of parts of the shell. However, after Catra presses the button to self-detonate, Sandrock lowers its shield, and the cockpit opens up, almost like the mobile suit is covering Catra so he can leave safely. Now, there's a couple ideas that surround this on whether or not it's just something that the Gundam is programmed to do whenever you hit that button, or if these Gundams have a semi-self-aware AI considering the mobile suit that parented all of them. But that's a whole nother discussion for, honestly, a completely different episode. I think that it's just the first option of the two, to be honest with you, but there's something really interesting about the suit protecting its pilot, then marching somberly towards gunfire to make sure the pilot gets away safely. The boys launch their respective HLVs and shuttles, and just as Catra clears the station, Sandrock explodes. Back up in space, Dr. J's been captured by Oz as well, but he blew up some tourist suits with another Buster rifle he'd been holding on to. Seems like all the Gundam engineers have been captured as well, and even though they're stuck here as captives, they seem pretty pleased with how their missions have gone. Now Lady Yun, she tries to shoot down the HLVs and shuttles, leaving orbit with the pilots on them, but for some reason they can't fire. Oh, so that's why the engineers look so smug. It's here that we finally get some background on the Gundam engineers. They originally were all part of the same development team that worked on the Tallgeese, or more specifically its blueprint. After that, they all disappeared. Well, at this point, Lady Yun wants these same engineers to build a suit more powerful than the Tallgeese or the Gundams. Back on Earth, we've got Zex taken in by Oz due to his actions in the Antarctic. In a conversation with Treize, he's asked to continue the fight with the Gundams, in which case Zex's response is that he can't keep doing it. He's completely parted ways with the Roma-Feller Foundation's ideals, and he can't keep serving them. At this point, Treize puts an idea into Zex's head to go down fighting, since it'll satisfy the Roma-Feller Foundation's desire to see Zex punished, but inspire soldiers instead of demotivating them, like, a court-martial would have. Zex is briefed that 50 mobile suits are coming to attack the ship he's on to kill him. At Roma-Feller, Treize takes notice of a public demonstration of mobile doll technology to Duke Dermail from the Foundation's chief engineer, Tubarov Bilmon. Dermail seems to think that they'll be good for reinforcing Oz's soldiers, but Tubarov says at some point they're going to replace human soldiers. Enter Treize Kushernada, who opens fire on the dolls. He radios the troops conducting the test and says that he wants to test who's superior, mobile dolls or humans. He goes so far as to say that if mobile dolls are the future, there's no place for him in this world. At this point, Tubarov orders for Treize to be killed, and after an Oz soldier refuses, Tubarov shoves the soldier aside to give the command to kill Treize to the mobile dolls. At this point, Treize issues one command to show exactly who has the real power in this situation.
This is Treize Kushernada. Murdered Tubarov.
Sir! What the hell?
After this, Treize turns on the gas by grabbing his beam saber and annihilating the mobile dolls so quickly that they don't really have time to react to what he's doing. With one maneuver, Treize just flexed on the most powerful men on Earth by showing exactly why it is you need real soldiers with real convictions to be the ones behind the trigger. He retracts his order, asking for Tubarov to learn to understand the importance of soldiers and learn to love humans. At this point, he stands outside of his Leo, cape flowing in the wind like a fucking boss, where he asks Zex to return to him at some point, because Oz is going to be tainted by, and I quote, worthless actions by worthless people. I imagine some people probably get detested by my love for the character of Treize Kushernada, but I'm someone who has been around military people my entire life. I find his beliefs on ruling humanity to be fucking abhorrent. But I can't help but respect the fact that this is a guy willing to put his life on the line because he believes that people who are willing to put their lives on the line for their own battles should be respected. Treize is not what I'd call a good person, but he has a few traits that make it a lot easier to respect than someone like, Giran Zabi or Chronicle Asher or Lipstick Hitler from Seed Destiny. Then he has a cape. That's awesome. Cool guys in this show have capes. Treize has a cape. Zex has a cape. Noin has a cape. Lady Yun doesn't have a cape, though. Neither did Septim, the fuck.
What?
That's what, ma'am, petty officer.
First class. What is that?
Oh, sorry. That's just my cape. billowing in the breeze.
You're indoors.
Oh, goodness, there must be a draft in here. My cape is just billowing all over the place.
All right. Okay, you've made your point. I get it! Stop! I dislike both of you.
Jealousy's not a good color on you, lady.
Neither is maroon.
It's burgundy.
In space, an Alliance officer finds one of the Gundam pilots' shuttles and wants to take in the pilot to help them against Oz. Thing is, 5 Taurus suits are headed towards them, and the Alliance officer knows for a fact that a few mobile dolls can smoke a bunch of space Leos due to the mobility and reaction time difference. There's some discussion about why Oz is using mobile dolls between Lady Une and the Gundam engineers, and I love this line from Professor G.
Battling people without getting your hands dirty is nothing but a game. Foolish are those who start wars, but the bloodshed during battle is never a waste.
Foolish people see the bloodshed and learn to regret their actions just a little. But once war turns into a game, it becomes mere entertainment to them.
This is essentially the debate of mobile dolls versus soldiers summed up. War is hell. It should never be seen as a game. People should be able to look at the human cost in the days after a war and be able to realize the folly of the situation, so we learn from the mistakes of the past and endeavor not to repeat them. Either way, Lady Une orders the Oz soldier Nicole to wipe out the Alliance soldiers, and they do exactly that. Between the Taurus' advanced specs and the mobile doll program, the Alliance forces had no chance. Anyway, the pilot in the shuttle is, as you guessed it, Catra. Dr. J realizes that Catra's gotta live, considering he's got a natural ability to bring people together. He and the other engineers relent to Lady Une's demands that they make a mobile suit superior to the Gundams so that Catra can be spared. The Alliance commander now boards Catra's shuttle and remarks in shock of how young Catra is. Now Lady Une, to no one's surprise, orders the shuttle to be destroyed. One Leo suit breaks away and it blows up, and then the shuttle gets blown up. But Catra had his spot switched with the Alliance commander, who bravely gives up his life so Catra can float away in the wreckage of the Leo that we just saw, well, only half of it blow up. From here, Zex is faced with his final battle as part of Oz. 20 Cancer mobile suits are on top of the 50 Ares mobile suits we heard about earlier, and the Tallgeese launches as the ship that Zex is on is destroyed. It's at this point we see why Zex is called the Lightning Count. I'm not kidding either. In this opening salvo, he drops 15 mobile suits with ease. Now, during the battle, his thoughts go to Treize, saying that his friendship with Treize is only going to last until his mask breaks. After cutting a fucking submarine in half with the slice of his beam saber, exactly that happens. At this point, Zex Marquise is no longer Zex Marquise, but he's now himself again, Milliardo Peacecraft. We see after Milliardo escapes that the Gundam pilots are all safe in space, with Duo and Wu Fei taking their suits into space, but Troa and Hiro left their mobile suits on Earth. Hiro settling into a new school in the colonies under the name Duo Maxwell, which is hilarious. What's also funny is, as we're seeing all this, he's actually giving a pretty good speech that's condemning the direction the colonies are going in, which in context is interesting because you can tell he's using this little public speech to get some heavy stuff off his chest.
I guess they believed that the bloodshed would lead to higher morale.
Okay, that's enough, Duo Maxwell. Let's avoid that subject. It's making your classmates uncomfortable. Personally, I don't feel it was an appropriate subject for your greeting speech. Now, Duo, please take a seat in the back.
After all the hoopla, Milliardo and the Tallgeese are found by a friend of ours, Mike Howard. They might be wondering, who the hell is this guy? I mentioned him in episode 1, and I'm finally going to tell you. You see, there's not 5 guys that worked on the design of the Tallgeese. There's 6, and Mike Howard is the 6th man. In the Endless Waltz manga Glory of the Losers, there's even a flashback at the beginning of the story where Howard is talking with a young Treize Kushourada as the Tallgeese is being put together. But instead of building his own Gundam after the Tallgeese is done, he stayed on Earth to work as a salvager and support the Gundams when they came to Earth for their missions. While Milliardo was out cold, Howard equipped the Tallgeese with high-power verniers to hit escape velocity and head to space, with Howard knowing that shit's going down and they're going to need Milliardo up there to make a difference. We see that Lady Une is still having success with adults on the colonies, and we realize that she's having a hard time dropping the nice girl act at first until she hears that Treize is calling her. Now, once she's back in Lady Une mode, they find that they have found one of the HLVs that has one of the Gundams in it. She cracks a joke about killing the pilot if they're too pretty, which is a bad joke, but whatever. But either way, there are mobile suits out there to recover the mobile suit. And they run into a very pissed off Duo Maxwell. Now, the mobile dolls attack Duo, and Duo takes a walloping. Now granted, there's a reason for that, and it's not because of a lack of skill on Duo's part. Let's look at the TV version of Death Scythe next to the Gundam Mark II from Zeta Gundam and the Hyakushiki from the same show. Do you notice a difference? No? Aside from the, like, obvious German design. Let's look at the legs and hip construction. Do you see those vents there? Those are small verniers that are specifically meant for mobility in space so you can shift your pitch and move around a lot easier. Death Scythe only has verniers like that on its shoulders and back, essentially for jumping, meaning that mobility in space just isn't happening. The best you can do is just fly in one direction. Duo is resigned to die at this point, but instead he just gets disarmed, pun intended. He does try to self-detonate, but it doesn't work and Death Scythe is captured. Oz immediately uses it for propaganda to prop up Oz. Troa catches wind of this and sees that this all went down close to the colony that Hiro is at. Hiro himself realizes just how Orwellian this colony situation is getting. Oz has completely erased the assassination of the politician Hiro Yui from the history of the colonies. It is literally a move right out of the book 1984. He infiltrates Oz using celery as an effective method of distracting a guard to infiltrate. Well, I don't even think Solid Snake ever thought of that one. He manages to break into Duo's cell with Duo being ready to die. Well, so he says, he doesn't actually mean it. As Oz tries to respond to the attack by sending out mobile dolls, Wu Fei makes his appearance kicking ass. But he does still struggle because of the same reason that Death Scythe couldn't do much. Lack of space adaptability for his mobile suit. At this point, they use the main cannon of Space Station Barge to try and destroy Wu Fei's Gundam. Now, funnily enough, the Gundam manages to tank some of the blast, but loses its arm. So yeah, Oz sacrificed their own guys to take off one arm off of one Gundam. Lady Un broadcasts a message to Wu Fei, and for some reason, Lady Un is confusing the fuck out of Wu Fei, because she's talking about peace. So he stabs his mobile suit in a move that seems to overdrive his thrusters to get him the fuck out of there fast. Now Hiro and Duo try to put up a fight where they're at, and do a decent job of using the mobile dolls as programming to screw with Oz, by associating Leos with hostile targets because they assume that the Leos in Astro suits are hostile due to the fact that Hiro is wearing a spacesuit and they were trying to pilot Leos to escape. Well, this is how it all ends.
Cancel it! Hurry!
Oops. As Miliardo heads to space, Hiro tells Duo that the next mission is to kill the Gundam engineers at the Oz lunar base so they can't build more weaponry for Oz, and either steal the mobile suits they've built or destroy them. Hiro's going to go on alone, though, since Duo's too beat up. It's at this point that we see the mobile suits that the engineers are working on, the Mercurius and the V8. Let's break them down. The OZ-13MS-X2 Mercurius is a close combat mobile suit painted red and seems to take a lot of inspiration in its design from the Tallgeese, albeit with some modifications to the chest and head. Instead of having the massive verniers on the back like the Tallgeese, the Mercurius has a set of what looks like mines, but they're not. These are called planet defensors. These emit a magnetic field that create a force field that can deflect just about anything, but they do operate on a limited charge like funnel or bit weaponry in the Universal Century. These can be great for defense, but they do have to be recharged and can be overwhelmed if they're low on energy. Aside from that, the mobile suit also possesses a beam gun that's sort of akin to the beam spray gun of the gym in the Universal Century, plus a crash shield, which kind of looks like a buckler shield, but it hides a beam saber inside of it. Its twin unit, the OZ-13MS-X1, V8, is a long-range mobile suit. Like the Mercurius, it's mostly based on the Tallgeese, aside from some shoulder and head construction, but this is a long-range sort of sniper mobile suit. It's only got one weapon, a high-power beam gun that has a beam generator on its back, but that's kind of all it needs. Its beam cannon is actually powerful enough to melt Gundanium alloy, and because of the beam generator, it never has to reload. It just has to dissipate heat on occasion. The two suits are both made of Gundanium, so they're just as durable as the main Gundams, in theory. They're both designed as parallels to the Japanese gods Fujin and Raijin, and are meant to cover one another in combat to work as a tandem force. Now you're probably thinking, well, why not give the V8 at least something for close-range defense, like a single beam saber or something? I'm of the opinion that the Gundam engineers specifically gave these suits flaws, knowing that Lady Un is so egotistical she'd get all happy about having powerful mobile suits on par with Gundams, but not really realize that there's some serious design flaws here that can be exploited. Either way, Lady Un's still on her quote-unquote peace tour, but the colony she's at currently disagrees with the necessity of military power that Oz believes in, whereas Un emphasizes the need for the will to fight. Back on Earth, Sally Poe has tracked down the Sandrock and needs to destroy it, but the Mogwanaut Corps intercept her since they're trying to steal back the Sandrock for Catra while Oz has been rebuilding it. Oh, and the explosives she planted don't do shit because this is the Sandrock we're talking about. This thing's durable as hell. Anyway, the Mogwanaut guys escape and blow the Oz base, and Sally intercepts them with 2 fucking Dober guns on a Leo before they take off, because she honestly doesn't know why they're here. So they talk it out, and everybody gets on the same page. So Sally covers the guys as they flee and remarks that she's going to keep looking for the Gundams left on Earth. Back in the colonies, Duo's a wanted man and unfortunately stumbles into a public firearms test where they're trying to audition colonists to join Oz. Test Pilot 1 is none other than Troa Barton himself. Now, Troa came up clean in a background check, and Nicole, the soldier leading the tests, thinks he might be a Gundam pilot. Now, he really doesn't have any reason to suspect this other than the fact that Troa's really skilled, because if you look up the name Troa Barton, you're going to find one other guy named Troa Barton, and he doesn't look like that. The benefit of being no name and then taking the name for yourself. You just seem like another guy with the same name. Anyway, Lady Un wants to test him. She orders Troa to destroy Death Scythe. Well, I imagine Troa's going to say fuck this and kill everyone so that... Oh. Never mind. Troa manages to keep his cool, but he does shed a tear for what he's just done. At this point, Hito's infiltrated the base, and for the sake of the video's runtime, the plan at this point is to play the long game. Hito and Troa are manipulating things to get their hands on mobile suits, and also let the engineers do what they do best and upgrade the other suits. It's effectively a deep cover operation, and things play out to where Troa and Hito end up as the pilots of the Vate and the Mercurius respectively, after Hito infiltrates the Oz facility. See, I'm trying to condense this, I swear. Anyway, the one thing of note here is that Lady Un's starting to crack, and we're starting to see that she actually has multiple personality disorder. There's Lady Un, the peaceful sweetheart that we're seeing when the hair is down and the glasses are off, and Colonel Un, the militaristic murderer. Though, admittedly, these two personalities will start to merge at one point. Elsewhere in colony space, Catra finally gets picked up in the half-destroyed Leo and wakes up in a neutral zone colony. Oz gets a signal that there's a mobile suit in transit, and Troa gets permission to take Hito out, since Hito's a prisoner, and destroy the mobile suit, which they correctly assume is the Tall Geese. They also blow up a few mobile dolls when discussing how to kill them. The dolls give Miliardo a little trouble, but he destroys them as Hito and Troa approach. At this point, he's going to face off against Hito and Troa by his lonesome, but I'm not going to count this in our Hito versus Miliardo count. It's still at 2-1 in Miliardo's favor, if you forgot already. Not to mention, the battle's a sham, as Miliardo notices that Troa and Hito are wrecking the rest of the dolls as they fight him, if you can hear the air quotes in my voice. He still surrenders to them, just saying that he's there as a representative of the Sanq Kingdom. Anyway, we switch back over to Catra's father, Zaid. Last time we saw Catra's dad was in the prequel manga, and he is a staunch pacifist and an industrialist. Now, Catra's doctor, who's also one of his several sisters, many of whom he's never met, brings Catra to his dad, and the two have an argument about how Catra's dad thinks that the whole conflict on Earth was pointless. But even so, he and his sister emphasize that Zaid does love his son very dearly. Now, Catra doesn't want to give up the fight that he's in, but he does need a new mobile suit to do it. Now, he finds Gundam schematics, specifically for Sandrock, or so we see, and he's aware that the colonies are being duped by Oz, but he's going to fight them anyway. In his own way, his dad is doing the same thing. Zaid knows the only reason the colonies are building defense armaments is because Oz wants them to do so in case of rebellion, not for actual defense. The people of the colonies that he runs want Zaid out, and his resource satellites turned over, but he won't bend. And the people are clearly brainwashed and just protest in the streets. Now, the vote of the parliament that he's a part of vote that Oz gets jurisdiction of the resource satellite, but Zaid says fuck that. He disconnects it from the colony. Now, right after that, Oz and these brainwashed fools in the colonies open fire on the resource satellite as Catra begs for his father to stop. As his shuttle gets closer, the people of his own colony murder Zaid Winner in front of Catra and his sister's eyes. As you can imagine, the loss of his father drives Catra to swear revenge, as he laughs maniacally.
The world isn't fair. I do everything people ask me to. I stand in the lunch lines for them. I buy tampons at the store for them. I go on Maury Povich with balls on my chin for them. And yet nobody accepts me. I am an outcast. Fine. If I'm to be an outcast, so be it. I'm through doing what others tell me to do, and I am sick of this world and the stinky people in it. From now on, I will dedicate my life to bringing chaos to the world that has rejected me. I will become the greatest supervillain the world has ever seen. Where I go, destruction will follow.
Milliardo arrives at a colony in the Tallgeese and is greeted by Lady Yun in her I'm Not Evil persona. Like he said before, he's there to discuss militarization with the colonies as a representative for the Sanq Kingdom, effectively to try and talk him out of it. Now, over on Space Colony D-120, this colony was where the Space Forces of the Earth Alliance were headed at, and it's currently headed up by General Septim's son, Gwinter. These members of the Alliance are debating exactly how to move forward, considering that colony they're in has enough military strength to effectively be a deterrent. They're also aware that Milliardo's in space, and the significance of his arrival. Now, over on the Roma filler side of things, I know we're jumping a lot here, but this show has a lot in it. Duke Dermail's pretty pleased by his making a colony nation, so that they're easily controlled, begging to be governed by Oz. Tuberov is headed to outer space to oversee Mobile Doll's production, and Treize is surprised that Lady Un is okay with the move. The lady seems to think that Treize can use these dolls to effectively control humanity for peace. Again, you can hear the air quotes in my voice. But Treize isn't on board with the idea, and he tries to basically tell her what his philosophy is in regards to, well, war, and why it is that it's so significant that people who are willing to fight and die for what they believe in participate in it. At this point, Nicole lets Duke Dermail know that Milliardo's in space, and Dermail orders an attack on the Alliance base as Milliardo goes to meet with them. The Alliance representative and Milliardo talk about the situation on Earth, that basically the colonies see Oz militarization as a sort of safety net. During the discussion, the attack occurs from Oz, and Milliardo volunteers to aid in the defense. Now, over on the Oz side of things, Troa points out that there's civilians on that colony, and it's obvious that Nicole doesn't give a damn. They also keep Troa from deploying the Mercurius and the Ve-8. As such, the battle begins, and the mobile dolls are in action shooting down mines. And then the Tallgeese appears. Now, though Milliardo has success, since he knows how to take these things out, the regular soldiers aren't, even with instructions from Milliardo on how to drop these things. Now, the civilians get evacuated, and the representative for the colony, who is revealed to be the grandfather of Gwinter, and I'm assuming General Septim's father, and of course Gwinter himself, they discuss what they're going to do next. At this point, they realize the mistakes that they've made as part of the Alliance military, and they reveal their plan. They know that Oz is going to use the cannon that Space Station Barge has on it, which is massive. To show the brutality of the idea of bringing Oz to space, they plan on letting them fire that shot and let them be killed by Oz, colony and all, to show how wrong all of this is. Now, during the battle, Treize gets in touch with Milliardo, showing regret with what Romefeller is doing, and is honest that he can't stop them as much as he'd like to. He asks Milliardo to save Lady Yun's life, because she's out on the battlefield right now, and she's not in the personality that's a soldier until the limbs get blown off her torus. Nicole wants to fire the cannon on Barge to destroy the Alliance colony, which of course would kill Lady Yun, and this little psycho doesn't seem to care. But Troa has infiltrated the engine room, and is able to divert the beam and save a lot of lives. As you can imagine, after Lady Yun gets saved by Milliardo, she's pissed! She has Nicole arrested. As for the lunar base that they're on, new mobile dolls are going to be developed so that Oz can put an end to all conflict on Earth, and bring it completely under Romefeller's heel. As Tuberov heads to the moon, Wu Fei appears. The problem is, Shenlong's got nothing left, and Wu Fei gets captured, though he's actually completely fine with this. Back on Earth, yeah, I know, we're jumping again, Wing Gundam's been found by Sally Poe and her men. Unfortunately, Oz found it too. Both sides send out aquatic units, but Sally's men are a bit more clever, waiting to ambush Oz. Those tactics lead to a pretty quick victory, and Sally recovers Wing Gundam. Back in space, Tuberov is overseeing production of the new mobile suits, and a bit of reverse psychology lets Professor G scoot off with the remains of Death Scythe. What we see is that both Death Scythe and Shenlong are very much still alive, and are being upgraded. We also see that Wu Fei and Hiro are getting moved to the lunar base as well. Milliardo is still going around trying to figure out why the hell so many colonies are letting Oz take so much control, and as you can imagine, Milliardo is opposed to the idea. You know, Sanq Kingdom and all that. He also hears a rumor that the Gundam engineers are dead, but he knows Romefeller wouldn't just toss away that kind of resource. We see Duo again, finally fully recovered and just chilling out on the colony. He gets into an argument with a young Oz recruit named Hildy Schweitzer. He jokingly talks about joining Oz, and she gives the dude a flyer. And she's not going to know who he is, of course. Later, we see that he takes advantage of Oz's presence on the station by stealing a Space Leo to get the heck out of Dodge and back into the fight. Well, Hildy gives chase, and she says something that catches Duo off guard when she says she's fighting for the peace of the colonies. Duo switches to just trying to talk it out, and in trying to stop an Oz soldier from hitting her with friendly fire, Duo's suit is disabled and he's captured. He tries to talk to her when he's captured to get them both on the same page, and he does seem to have an effect during the interrogation. Oh, by the way, Duo's still able to escape because he's a fucking super spy. Though he's right by the lunar base, his Leo is all busted up, and it gets busted up even more by some Taurus mobile suits. But he did make it to the moon at least. You know what they say about any landing you can walk away from, right? That's assuming he's going to be able to walk away from it. Oh, wait, no, there's Hildy. His life gets saved by Hildy as she shoots a mobile doll in the back, because a combination of her talk with Duo and the fact that Oz was going to shoot her to get to Duo seemed to move her. Duo gets inside the lunar base and Hildy surrenders. And inside the base, Duo tries to find a way to destroy the plant, but he stumbles on something, specifically Death Scythe and Shenlong. The Gundam engineers talk to Duo, telling him the mobile suits will be done in about a month. Duo's down with it, and he lets the engineers knock him out so he can be captured and stick around. Now, we're about to reach the final part of this episode, and we can account for 4 out of 5 Gundam pilots all being at the lunar base. Thing is, where's Catra? Well, to answer that, a shuttle can be seen approaching an Oz resource satellite. The shuttle's lines are open, but it's not responding to hails. It keeps coming, and Oz opens fire, but the shots don't seem to do much. A couple of Dober gun blasts hit, and they think they've got it. Well, until it starts to transform into a Gundam. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to the single most fearsome mobile suit in the entire After Colony timeline, and my favorite mobile suit ever. This is Wing Gundam Zero. The mobile suit is hit by more gunfire after the transformation, but it doesn't even scratch it. It's at this point that the mobile suit turns around and fires a single shot from its buster rifle. With one trigger pull, the entire resource satellite is destroyed, with the pilot of the mobile suit breathing heavily. The XXXG00W0 Wing Gundam Zero, yes, that's a mouthful, is the second mobile suit developed by the 5 Gundam engineers, which was meant to push the envelope of mobile suit technology at the time. The problem was that the loadout of the machine, which was designed for perfect victory, wasn't something that could be truly developed at the time. Keep in mind, this was about 20 years before Gundam Wing takes place. It stands a little over 17 meters tall, making it about a meter smaller than the RX-7802 in the Universal Century timeline of Gundam. Yeah, if you haven't noticed, mobile suits in this timeline are kind of small compared to the Universal Century, and that's largely because this comes after what's called the late Universal Century being published, with stuff like F-91 and Gundam Victory, where Gundams went from being about 28 meters tall with the Kasi Gundam down to about 15.2 meters tall with the Gundam F-91. As for Wing Zero itself, as you saw, it is primarily armed with the Twin Buster Rifle. It's a rifle that can actually be split into 2 separate rifles, one in each hand. Combined, this mobile suit can uncork a shot that can destroy a colony in one strike. On top of that, this rifle doesn't have an ammo pack. Its energy is fed to it straight from the reactor. The weapon is also technically a VSBR, which stands for Variable Speed Beam Rifle, and can fire less powerful shots if the need arises. It carries 2 beam sabers, each hidden in its shoulders. It also has 2 machine cannon miniguns on its neck area, which act as Vulcans but are of a higher caliber that can actually destroy mobile suits. Plus, it also has Vulcans on its massive shield as well that can be used in flight mode. On its back, it's also got several more compact verniers on its wings that are reminiscent of the verniers of the Tallgeese, plus additional thrusters on the legs and its backpack, making this a very fast, very agile suit. Now, there is one other piece of equipment inside this monster called the Zero System as well, but I'm going to go more into detail on it with the next episode. Just know that it's a system that can aid the pilot in combat to achieve perfect victory, but it can do so in a very stressful manner. We'll just put it that way. Now, on the lunar base, Lady Un and Tubarov are arguing over whether or not to keep the Gundam pilots alive, with Lady Un wanting to keep them around and Tubarov wanting to kill them. At this point, they receive a declaration of intent from Catra that he's going to start blowing up colonies. Tubarov wants to send mobile dolls, but Lady Un wants the Mercurius and Ve-8 sent out, which is smarter considering you have 2 Gundam pilots against 1. Trowa takes time to fill in the Gundam engineers on what's going on, and the engineers figure out exactly what happened. The original Gundam they designed is finally done, and that they expect a couple more colonies to disappear, because this is the Gundam that is the progenitor of all Gundams. It was basically just too damn powerful for any one person to handle, or so they thought at the time. As Trowa goes to Hiro to help him, he punches Duo as he argues, but keep in mind this whole thing's a sham. He handed something to Duo. Blueprints for the upgrades to Death Scythe and Shenlong. Hiro and Duo plan on bringing Catra in so they can finally attack Oz, but Hiro's not so sure that Catra's going to be on their side. They have to gauge things after the fight. At Colony 06E3, Catra tells everyone at the colony to leave immediately, because he's going to blow the fucker up. Oz, as you can imagine, doesn't listen. They just send out Space Leos, and Catra does a move called Spin to Win. Then he just starts blasting everyone and making an example out of them. Now, as the colony's lasers keep firing after all those mobile suits just got trounced, Catra aims and fires the Twin Buster rifle, causing the colony to explode. At this point, orders get changed, and both Trowa and Hiro are redirected to a colony closer to their current location, and they're supposed to just do recon. But Hiro's got a bad feeling about this, and for good reason considering what just happened. They go in with plenty of Oz backup, and Trowa sends Hiro ahead to get the party started. Back on the moon, Tuberov's taking over and attempting to murder the Gundam pilots and the engineers by cutting off the air because he's a dick. Back with Trowa, his forces enter the colony and find Wing Zero inside of it, and the colony seems to be completely evacuated, as Catra just walks around and breaks stuff. He thinks that a colony needs a war to understand what exactly they're bringing upon themselves, and he's more than happy to provide. The battle begins, and then moves outside the colony, where Catra makes pretty quick work of the Oz pilots with Spin to Win again. But as you'd expect, Trowa evades it pretty easily. He tries to hail Catra, happy to see his friend, but Catra fires at him when Trowa gets too close, doing substantial damage to the V-8. Trowa's confused, and Catra explains his actions. Because the colonies have chosen war, they have to be destroyed. Well, as you can imagine, Hiro's not going to let that go down, and he engages Wing Zero in close-range combat, saying the one warning that Hiro gives everyone.
Catra, I'm gonna kill you.
Close combat-wise, Hiro actually struggles to keep Catra on the back foot, given how stupidly powerful that Wing Zero is. He does manage to disarm the beam saber, but Catra just grabs his Buster Rifle. Surprisingly, Mercurius's defensors can deflect a couple shots from Wing Zero, and at this point, Catra just tries to convince Hiro that he's doing the right thing, but it doesn't work. Hiro keeps the fight going and will not let up, even though Catra doesn't want to kill him, because, well, Hiro's not going to let him blow up colonies. Mercurius tanks another shot from Wing Zero, and he's really hurting, but Hiro just says he's not stopping. Lady Unit Barge, she knows that the battle's still ongoing due to the colony still being around, but she can't contact the lunar base. She orders them to resume communication, but Tuberov ignores them. Seems the advice to learn to love humans didn't really stick, because this dipshit is all in on the Mobile Doll Master Race. As such, the Gundam engineers and our other two Gundam pilots are just barely hanging on with very little air. As for Hiro and Catra, Hiro flat out says he will not relent, and Catra will have to kill him. Catra fires again, and Trowa flies in and tanks the hit. He then takes the V-8 and flies away as it's about to explode. It's here that Hiro does something desperate to try and get Catra to shake out of his insanity. He grabs Wing Zero, and the two suits fly into the colony. Trowa tells Catra that the original missions are over, and yeah, it sucks that the colonies have made their decision as they have. They're child soldiers, and they're basically made to fight one battle, but ultimately they need to think for themselves and try to figure out what to do with the world that's around them, because the circumstances with the colonies choosing Oz has made them irrelevant. He hopes that Catra will calm down and go back to himself. It's here the V-8 explodes. Now Catra begs Hiro to go and save Trowa because he's going to die, and we do see that Trowa is still whole, floating in space, and Hiro just bluntly states, "Yeah, and you're the guy who just killed him." The two continue to argue, and the beam saber on the Mercurius explodes as he's putting pressure on Wing Zero, and Hiro passes out from the brutal fight that he just had. On Earth, during a meeting of the Romefeller Foundation, Duke Dermail talks about the utilization of mobile dolls to finalize their system of control on Earth. At this point, Treize Khushrenada walks into the room and absolutely refuses to follow the plan from Romefeller. It's at this point where Treize outlines another belief of his: the necessity of man's willingness to fight for what you believe in, and that using mindless drones makes war utterly meaningless in regards to an expression of what someone is willing to fight for. He talks about the idea of warriors being betrayed by the people they served and meant to protect as losers, because the very things that those soldiers were willing to die for ended up not valuing what they were waging war for in the first place. Even so, these people are willing to keep fighting because their beliefs are still the same. Yesterday's winners become today's losers, but those losers can still cultivate a new leadership. Treize wants to be a loser, giving up his control of Oz. This is also the speech that gives the manga Glory of the Losers its title. At this point, Duke Dermail relegates Treize to the Romefeller compound, essentially under house arrest, and the end of an era. As for Tuberov, he and Lady Un discuss the necessity of battle, the significance of death, and why soldiers do what they do and what they're willing to sacrifice. She takes a detachment of Space Leos to head for the lunar base. Now, Un's not about to let someone who holds no value for the significance of battle make a decision to take these soldiers as lives. Lady Un takes the detachment into the base to destroy the mobile dolls, but these suits are already active, and destroy Lady Un's men. As for Lady Un, she frees the Gundam pilots and engineers, knowing that's what Treize wanted, to join the losers and to let the losers cultivate a new future. Lady Un stands right in front of Tuberov and takes a bullet to the heart without hesitation, refusing to waver even in death. Unfortunately, the mobile dolls come out and start blasting. These are the OZ-02MD Virgo. These 16.3 meter tall beasts are offensive and defensive powerhouses, taking the best of both worlds from the Mercurius and the V8. They have 4 planet defensors that can allow for them to shield themselves from oncoming attacks, and a beam cannon that can easily destroy a Leo at a concentrated blast, or use rapid fire instead. However, they don't have the close range abilities of the Mercurius, which is something to keep in mind. The mobile dolls start to wreak havoc against Lady Un's men, but 2 mobile suits come out from underneath the lunar base. And if these mobile dolls had colons, they'd be shitting themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to Ultron and Deathside Hell, which aren't finished, so we're not breaking them down yet. So we'll talk about them with the next episode. While Wu Fei and Duo Rex shop, very happy in their new mobile suits, Lady Un lies on the ground, talking about how the fighting spirits of those Gundam pilots, those losers, have won over Lady Un and Treize. And we see that Quatre is trying his best to nurse Hiro back to health. With Wing Zero, Deathside Hell, and Ultron revealed, the battle now shifts back to Earth as the Romefeller Foundation sees a split in its ranks, and the Sanq Kingdom comes back to prominence under its leader Relena Peacecraft. However, the Romefeller Foundation will not let any resistance stand, and Treize Kushrenada will unveil a 7th Gundam that rides on crimson wings. After the Romefeller Foundation decided that they would begin replacing their armed forces with mobile dolls, the organization has found itself divided. Treize Kushrenada has resigned from his post and is imprisoned at Romefeller's headquarters, and Lady Un is grievously wounded after attempting to free the Gundam pilots before they could be murdered by Tuberov. Elsewhere, the incredibly powerful Wing Zero was intercepted by 2 other Gundam pilots, which left Hiroyui wounded and Troll Barton assumed to be killed in action. It is here that the world will lose a sense of itself, and a nation that preaches total pacifism will once again rise to prominence. In this series of Gundam Explained, we're taking the time to break down the numerous conflicts that spin out of Operation Meteor in the After Colony timeline. Now, since the start, the 5 Gundam pilots have found themselves like soldiers with no nation, as the colonies seem to have rejected the pilots' original mission in exchange for Oz's rule, and the pilots themselves have either gone mad, in the case of Quatre Winner, or have steeled their resolve, in the cases of Hiroyui, Wu Fei Chang, and Duo Maxwell. So now we enter the next phase of the war, and boy howdy is there a lot to discuss. Let's go ahead and get started. Episode 3, The Glass Kingdom. Now this episode is going to start with something called Operation Nova. After Treize's resignation, there's a number of Oz soldiers calling themselves the Treize faction that have splintered from Oz in protest of Romefeller's usage of mobile dolls. So given that this is Romefeller, they've begun Operation Nova to basically destroy any resistance. So, how's the Trace faction do against these Virgo mobile dolls? Oh. Well, crap. That's not good. On the moon, both Catra and Hiro have been captured. Now, what Tuberov doesn't know is that the Trace faction are on the moon as well, and managed to snag the Gundam pilots, because they're working with the Gundam engineers. Elsewhere, Tuberov's men are testing out the cockpit system inside of Wing Zero. Now, this is one element of this mobile suit that I did not talk about last time in depth, because I honestly felt like it deserved its own section, and we were running kinda long in the last video anyway. The cockpit system inside Wing Zero is called the Zero System. Now, the Zero System is described as, and I quote, analyzing a given situation based on the massive amounts of data collected by its various sensors, which it transmits multiple possible responses, as well as the results, directly into the pilot's brain so as to achieve total victory. Now, what does that mean in English? It basically means that it's a probability engine. Imagine a computer that's synced up with your brain, that tells you where your enemies are, and what the best course of action are to beat them, and the probability that that action's actually going to work instantaneously, on a consistent basis during a fight. Now, given how big a space battle or a ground battle can be in Gundam, and given how hectic any form of combat always has been throughout history, as you can imagine, it's processing and sending a lot of data constantly to your brain, and it would be very difficult to keep up. Now, as we go on in this series, you're going to see that the system has a tendency to have adverse effects on pilots and their mental states, if they survive using it at all. And the images that the system will sometimes show you go beyond just the fight that you're in, and flat out will show you possible futures. Now, let's talk about something that's interesting about Wing Zero. There's a fairly popular fan theory that's pretty plausible about it. Given that Zero's system basically acts as a brain for the mobile suit that feeds information to the pilot's brain, and the two work in tandem, the question is whether or not Wing Zero is self-aware. Now, of all of the Gundam Wing fan theories out there, this is one I can actually see being true. During the course of this show, one thing you're going to consistently see from Wing Zero isn't just the communications of probability, but rather communication of things that could, or maybe should, happen. Now, I'm of the opinion that the communication of those specific ideas, honestly, would require some sort of sentience and desire, a will, effectively, to see a certain future play out. It's an interesting idea that ended up inspiring the Pale Rider in the Universal Century, and Gundam Ariel's big secret seems like an evolution of these ideas. Anyway, I don't know for sure if Wing Zero is actually sentient and self-aware, but as we go on, I will bring up the things that make people think that, and I will admit I do lean towards that theory. Anyway, the doctors bring everyone up to speed, and one thing that the doctors tell Hiro and Catra is that they are imperfect soldiers, and if they're going to beat the fuck out of the mobile dolls, they're going to need to get their minds set on beating their enemies. The other option is go insane, because that's what wars do to people. The next conversation between Catra and Hiro kind of gives insight into why it is that the Zero System overwhelmed Catra, since the doctors basically spelled that out. Catra's really got no fucking clue who his real enemies are at this point, since it seems like up is down and black is white to him in regards to space. Hiro, on the other hand, seems to have a much more simplified idea of matters. Your enemy is whoever's trying to kill you. Now, what's fascinating is that Oz wants to keep studying the Zero System for some reason. Well, some people in it do anyway, because they find it fascinating, and they want to go behind Tuberov's back to do it. In a short armistice between factions on the base, the Gundam pilots are lent to Oz in return for the lives of the Trace faction members, and they're going to take the doctors as hostages. So, Hiro hops into Wing Zero, and in a simulation, he's fucking murking mobile dolls left and right. Now, when Hiro's in Wing Zero suddenly wakes up, and starts kicking ass, quite literally. This thing only has 2 of its 3 main weapons. and it just starts making jokes out of several Virgo units. Thing is, we start to see that the Zero system is starting to fuck with Hiro. It goes from everyone who wants to kill him is an enemy to everyone who wants to toy with him is an enemy, which he sees as the doctors, which is not good. Also, Oz can't call for backup because Tubarov will get pissed. Dumbasses. Anyway, Catra hops into a one-armed Mercurius, and there is a brief scuffle between the mobile suits, but in the fight and ensuing conversation, Hiro snaps out of his funk, and as he falls out of the cockpit, sees a vision of Relina, all in an Obi-Wan Kenobi style. So the conclusion at this point is that these two need to head back to Earth. Now, one thing is that Hiro comes out of it with a bit of a glow, and somehow Catra is able to sort of sense his intentions. Again, in a way, I can see why people were thinking that they were hinting at new types here, but they never really pulled the trigger on it. Spoilers. Now, one thing that's interesting that they also hint here in regards to Wing Zero possibly being self-aware is that when Wing Zero sees Catra pick up Hiro, it deactivates, and not before. And Catra basically talks to the mobile suit like it's a living person. It's one of those little things that makes me think that they were leaning towards the idea of Wing Zero being self-aware. Anyway, the Mercurius detonates right in Wing Zero's face. Hiro and Catra escape the lunar base in a stolen shuttle, and even though Wing Zero had that explosion happen in its face, when the doctors find it, it's just scuffed up and looks like it's sitting in front of a campfire. Though this image of Zero surrounded by fire is pretty badass, I almost expect the mobile suit to have a giant acoustic guitar and cowboy hat while it's chilling out here. Now, in regards to Earth, Relina's back, and to no one's surprise, she's thinking about Hiro. Treize is basically just taking in the view from a carriage where he's at on Earth. Now, episodes 27 and 28 is where we're at with Gundam Wing in this little breakdown of mine. And it was around this time that the director of the show had changed from Masashi Ikeda to Shinji Takamatsu, who prior to this was the director of Brave Express Might Guine, Brave Police Jadecker, and The Brave of Gold, Goldran. As I was saying, the recap episodes for Wing are really only worth watching if you're curious about some insights that Treize and Relina will give you about the conflict, but that's about it. Anyway, at this point we find Relina meeting with the other leaders of different nations that are wanting to express total pacifism. We find out that while we've been in space, Relina has actually taken over as the head of the recently freed Sanq Kingdom, taking the role of princess and filling her father's shoes. As for Hiro and Catra, they've arrived on Earth and Romefeller is actively hunting them. Now where exactly are they? Well, they're playing with a couple of very good boys. And they're also staying with a military unit nearby that's not really the biggest fans of Romefeller, but they're in a tough spot when it comes to handing over these pilots. It's either that or get killed. Somewhere else, Sally Poe crashes a plane into the sea trying to get away from Oz, but she ends up captured anyway. Fortunately for her, Lieutenant Noin's around to break her out of Oz's clutches. As you probably guessed, there is a Gundam in that carrier. Specifically, Gundam 01, Wing Gundam. The reason Noin's after it is because she's fully aware that Romefeller is only going to tolerate the Sanq Kingdom's existence for so long, since it exists in opposition to the militaristic approach of Romefeller. So the strategy is simple. Get the Gundams, get their pilots, use them as a deterrent against Romefeller's military forces. As for Catra and Hiro, they do their thing. They get on an Oz carrier and steal it at gunpoint. Yeah, an entire mobile suit carrier by themselves. Noin and Sally Poe do their own badass stuff and fuck up the Oz units and take Wing Gundam, then head out in their different directions. After this, we meet Eyebrows! Sorry. That's Dorothy Catalonia, the granddaughter of Duke Dermail Catalonia. Yeah, the same fascistic fuck who runs the Romefeller Foundation. So what's her gimmick aside from eyebrows? She loves war. No, seriously, we can sum up her worldview with this clip from Hellsing Ultimate.
My friends, it has often been said that I like war. My friends, I like war. No? Friends, I love war. I love holocausts. I love blitzkriegs. I love defensive lines. I love sieges, charges. I love mop-up operations and retreats.
Yeah, she's a weird one. She does say that she does have real respect for what Relina is trying to do, but how seriously you take it is going to depend on what language you're listening to her in. In Japanese, her voice is going to sound familiar. It's Naoko Matsui, the voice of Ru Luca from Double Zeta, the show with the best Universal Century dude ever, Judo Ashita, and I will hear no different. Anyway, Matsui tends to voice her with an air of grace, and it comes across like war is something that fascinates her. In English, she's voiced by Kathy Weseluk, who voices Katie Mannequin in Gundam 00, and is also the English voice of Mirai Yashima in the original Gundam and in Char's counterattack. The interesting thing about her English portrayal of Dorothy Catalonia is you really get the sense that Dorothy's there to test Relina's worldview on a consistent basis, which is what she does. So in a sense, the Japanese version seems like Dorothy is masking her true intentions with respect, and in the English version, her confidence in her own beliefs over Relina's ideas is a lot more open, but she does, again, mask these things with, well, what seems to be some sort of a respect, but it seems a little bit more twisted, sort of like a sort of bless your soul sort of attitude. By the way, both performances are really good, but it's really interesting how those small details can change from actress to actress in this case. Elsewhere, fighting is still breaking out between the Oz factions, and Hito's more than willing to fight against Romefeller. So in just a Leo, he's kicking the crap out of much more advanced suits than what he's got. And like I mentioned, you can't sleep on a Leo if there's a good pilot in them. Regardless, we see Oz do Oz things and start having people round up grown men to fight the Trace faction for them. But the nation that they're in are pacifists. Yeah, Oz doesn't care. They don't even let the town they're in evacuate as a battle starts up nearby. Well, these Oz soldiers don't really do that well against the Trace faction due to a mix of ambush tactics and having Hito Yui. Even so, the battle's doing damage to the town itself, and Ketra's not too pleased about Hito wanting to get involved in these fights. Now, Hito notices there are still civilians and broadcasts on an open channel that he's a Gundam pilot to both draw the fire of the Oz troops and to freak them out. It seems like the presence of the civvies brings Hito to a point where he agrees that this was a bad idea, and he signals that he's leaving the battle. Over in the Sanq Kingdom, we see that Relina is currently teaching a class on the philosophy of total pacifism, and it's interesting to hear this idea talked about. Relina is not Lacus Klein, because A, she's got an actual character with flaws who makes mistakes and learns from them, and B, she's not under the impression that the words, "everyone stop fighting," is actually going to fucking mean anything. She says in this class that the only way that this philosophy of hers really is going to work long term is a unilateral adoption of it and disarmament of forces. Basically, in simpler terms, every nation on Earth would have to adopt the idea and disarm themselves. One thing that I'm happy we're going to get to talk about is this is the challenge to Relina's ideas, and ultimately why I'm still so high on the show over 20 years after I first saw it. Spoilers, Dorothy's a villain. I know, surprise, surprise. We could tell from the eyebrows! Sorry. Anyway, what's interesting about this conversation is that Dorothy's basically challenging Relina and saying she's a bit naive. She argues that humans are inclined towards fighting, and she believes that it's something that is just natural for humans to do, and it's an inevitability. I find this to be an interesting back and forth between the two characters because there's truth in what both of them are saying. Humans in the human condition, we tend to be very contradictory. We will often say that fighting is pointless and ultimately doesn't solve anything. Violence is something to be avoided at all costs, and we shouldn't do it. At the same time, there's also the truth that humans do have an inclination towards the use of violence in certain scenarios. Fight or flight, for example, is part of who we are, and even when we're not at war, we have a fascination with combat. Just as an example, I don't think that the world would have such a fascination with combat sports like boxing, kickboxing, and MMA if we didn't find violence fascinating. Heck, some people are just built differently in regards to this sort of thing. Speaking as someone who's trained in both boxing and Muay Thai, when you spar with people who are competitors or just enjoy being in the ring, you start to realize that some people just thrive in those sorts of conditions. In an interesting way, both Relina and Dorothy are speaking to two different elements of the human condition, and it's interesting to see the worldviews clash, and you honestly have to wonder, are they both right in some ways? Can the two ideas coexist, and can we find a middle ground here? And then there are some people out there that think that Kagoi is crying is superior writing. Seriously, Gundam Seed could go fuck itself. I'm not stopping. Anyway, Romefeller's done fucking around with this nation that Ketra and Hito are in, and they brought out mobile dolls. So that's bad news. The good news is that Pagan has been in contact with Lieutenant Noin, and Noin is on her way to pick up Hito and Ketra. Hito's in a bit of a pinch, though. He's on a firing line with the Trace faction, and they run into the Virgos, which the Leos just don't have a way of competing with whatsoever, unless you get in very close. Over with the civvies, Ketra comes to the conclusion that they definitely also need to head Relina's way after hearing about the Sanq Kingdom from one of the civilians, so he decides to steal an Ares. Hito, despite the damage to his Leo, is planning to continue the fight, but that thing's not going to be able to do much with one arm. So Ketra comes in to back him up, and blows up a Virgo by punching it. Yeah. Anyway, Noin's here, and she brought a great solution to a lot of problems. Gun!
Laser gun!
have you done? I'm melting! Melting! Oh, what a world! What a world!
To victory.
So, the guys reunite with Relina after all of that. Everyone's happy, right? See? Anyway, sometime later the boys are having a talk about what's necessary for the Gundam pilots to do at this point. Catra wants to stick around and defend the Sanq Kingdom, whereas Hiro disagrees and wants to take off with his suit. Either way, the guys get ogled by the girls at the school and talk to Relina about their intentions. One thing that Relina informs them about is she's using resources to try and find out if Trowa is still alive. Now, we in the audience already know he is, but still. It's a nice gesture, to say the least. Now, Hiro is still insistent that more Gundam pilots in the nation is going to be trouble for them, but Relina disagrees. Anyway, since we're in a Gundam show, it's time for more fencing. Okay, to be fair, there's a lot more fencing in Gundam Wing than any other Gundam show, but it's an obvious nod to the original. So, Dorothy and Hiro have a duel and a conversation in the fencing arena. The basic point of the conversation being that Dorothy is completely aware that Hiro and Catra are Gundam pilots. She scores a point, but Dorothy knows that Hiro threw the fight and keeps pressing him, to which Hiro instinctively lands what's inches away from a killing blow. After that, he plays dumb on being a Gundam pilot and walks off. Now after that, we've got a complication. A Trace faction unit is stuck in the southern forest of the Sanq Kingdom, and they've got wounded soldiers. Romefeller is going to run them down, and Relina is not going to let them just kill wounded men, so she decides to take them in as refugees. The Trace faction guys, though, know it's a setup, where they're going to use the Trace faction being there as an excuse to bring war to the Sanq Kingdom, and they want to leave so that this doesn't happen. Now, Lieutenant Noin calls the Trace faction members and presents Relina's offer, but the commander lets Noin know that the Romefeller forces are being reinforced, which obviously means that they're putting together an invasion. The Trace faction guys don't take the offer and terminate communication, with Noin obviously being very broken up over all this because Relina and the nation as a whole are in a rock and a hard place. One way or another, there's going to be a fight and people will die. On the flip side, Hiro has found his Gundam, plus some white Taurus suits, one of which is Lieutenant Noin's signature suit for the rest of the show. No breakdown on this one, they're no different than any other Tauruses. Anyway, Relina still tells the Oz units that she's going to call them refugees anyway, but Romefeller's going to be evil and just invade the country anyway because they're dicks. So the Virgo units get launched, and Relina thinks that she can stop them somehow by just talking them down, I guess, which is not a very good idea. But again, as we've realized at this point, she is very naive still. But this is the episode where things get interesting, because we're basically seeing an actual test of Relina's beliefs right in front of her. Right now, Hiro, Catra, and Noin know that the only real way to save lives here is to fight, whereas Relina is just going to go and yell at a bunch of Oz mobile dolls, which just means they're either going to keep ignoring her or even worse, take the moment to assassinate her. Hiro goes to the Trace faction guys and basically says, "Come with me if you want to live." They set up a trap for the mobile dolls using the damaged Leo suits as bait. Then, the pilots of the Trace faction take to the air in the Sanq Kingdom's Taurus units, where they're actually able to hold their own with much better mobile suits. A carrier starts flying towards the dolls and does get hit, but it's got a surprise! After that, Catra and Noin show up and make short work of another Virgo. Noin apologizes for the deception with the mobile suits, but she makes the argument that the kingdom does need a defensive force. Hiro also makes the point that these forces aren't enough to put up a long-term fight with Romefeller, and challenges that while Relina's ideas are something that people want and they want to move towards for sure, and in some ways the world is leaning that direction, in the meantime they're gonna need defenses. As for Hiro, he's gonna take Wing Gundam and take the fight to Romefeller. At this point, Relina actually relents and agrees that if they're going to survive in this sort of a political environment, they will need the means to protect themselves. With all that done, we're back in space. Some Oz soldiers are investigating a spot where a ship is destroyed, and suddenly a shadow appears. And that shadow is Death Scythe. Since I promised last time, let's do a mobile suit breakdown of Duo Maxwell's new suit, which has now been completed. The XXXG01D2 Gundam Death Scythe Hell is the upgraded version of the Death Scythe that effectively makes this suit space combat capable and then some. As you can see, it has what look like a pair of bat wings that serve as an active cloaking device when they fold down. For those wondering, yes, those wings can actually serve as a defensive armor for the mobile suit. As we just saw with that Oz unit, they didn't know Duo was even there until he wanted them to. Now it does have a similar weapons loadout to the original version of Death Scythe, with a set of Vulcans in the head, and an improved version of the Buster Shield with more thrusters and a higher output, plus more durability. On top of that, of course, with the extra durability providing protection for the suit when needed. The beam scythe itself has been fitted with an extra beam emitter, effectively making it double the threat. On top of that, it also has a booster on the back of the scythe to increase the swing speed. Now, one thing to mention is the difference between the Endless Waltz version of this suit compared to the television version, is that the bat wings are a little bit more literal and can still enclose around the suit if need be. Oddly enough, in the Endless Waltz film, the suit didn't have the Buster Shield and only had a single-bladed scythe. But in the manga, Glory of the Losers, it was given back the double blade, and Buster Shields were mounted as a hip armor and could be launched from that position. We'll talk a bit more about manga differences with this episode, but one notable thing in this is that Death Scythe could use a beam saber from Wing Zero in that manga, which hints at the idea that these suits could use each other's equipment if the need ever arose. Back to the fight, Duo makes pretty quick work of the Space Leo units, which surprises no one. Death Scythe Hell is so far ahead in development that it's kind of comedic. Anyway, Duo then escapes with a haul of scrap. As for Tuberov, he's not too pleased about the results of the battle. Lieutenant Trant, who we saw before, is out on the search, and this guy's inside of Wing Zero and is running tests with it to figure out its limits. During the tests, he's able to see his own possible fate in the fight, with him getting inevitably overwhelmed by the mobile dolls. Even so, he desperately wants to figure out the system, and if the Gundam pilots are just able to handle a machine like this much better than he could. As for Duo, he's selling scrap for equipment for his mobile suit, but the old guy he talks to knows what he's doing and drives off without taking payment. We also see that Hildy has left Oz and is working with Duo to give him a hand. Since he hasn't had any communication with the other pilots, he's just going solo for now. Suddenly, Wing Zero! Yeah, Trent tracked him down to get help with his experiments. And by help, he means do it or I'm gonna kill you and everyone in the colony. So Duo relents. He hops into Wing Zero to be a guinea pig, and Trant is devilish enough to have it so that the mobile dolls will attack the colony. Well, Duo does what Duo do, and starts carving up mobile dolls. But it's here that he starts hallucinating. Funnily enough, what Duo sees over and over is hallucinations of the original Death Scythe, and then he starts blasting. He annihilates the mobile dolls with the Buster Rifle, and then turns to fire at one in front of the colony, which is about as disastrous as you would expect. Except, this is a hallucination as well. This is Zero showing him a possible future outcome in the fight. When he comes to, he's got a mobile doll on the end of his beam saber, and he's already won. While Trant is over the moon with the results, Oz is here to take him in. So Trant takes Wing Zero from Duo, and goes on the attack as Duo gets picked up by Hildy. Tuberov orders Trant to be killed, and the fight is on. As you'd imagine, these guys in Space Leos don't have enough to stop him, but as we saw in the Duo battle, one possible outcome is that the colony could get caught in the crossfire, which is bad. We've seen what Wing Zero does to colonies. So for those of you who aren't sure why Duo saw what he saw, the Zero is essentially telling him to stop Trant or people are going to get killed. Trant finishes the Oz mobile suits off, but as he turns to destroy the colony in the crossfire, like Zero warned, Duo steps in. Now, Duo's outmatched by Wing Zero. Even with Death Size upgrades, Wing Zero is still more powerful. Eventually, as the fight goes on, Trant sees a harrowing hallucination of Duo blowing them both up as a possibility, and understandably gets freaked out. Eventually, the Zero system overwhelms Trant after Duo deflects a blast from Wing Zero with his shield, killing Trant, and then Wing Zero just floats off into space. Now, one thing that people wanted me to mention in the chat of one of my live streams was the difference between Endless Waltz timeline here, but there's not a whole lot to say. In essence, the first time Duo meets Hildy is here, and those events play out like we talked about with the last episode. And then Duo picks up Death Scythe Hell on a resource satellite that Trant ends up destroying. The two fight, but in this case, Wing Zero, called Proto Zero at this point in the manga, is destroyed and then left to float in space, where afterwards Duo ends up fighting Zex in the Tall Geese Flugel. Now what's the Tall Geese Flugel? It's a tall geese with giant angel wings. I'm not doing a long breakdown of it, that's all it is. I already talked about the weapons in the last episode. Basically what this exists to do is act as a sort of space flight mode for the tall geese, which it didn't really need. because the Tall Geese Vernier system already does that in the anime, but whatever. It looks cool. I understand rule of cool. It's fine. I actually do want a model kit of this at some point. It's just one of those things where it's like, you're kind of just doing this to give a reason for Wing Zero to have wings, because that's what ends up happening. It explains how Wing Zero gets wings. Howard takes what's left of Wing Zero, takes what's left of the Tall Geese Flugel, and then fixes them up into the actual Wing Zero with the wings as it looks like in the animated movie of Endless Waltz. Bing, bang, boom. There you go. Back on Earth, Noin and Catra talk about the situation at hand. Catra still blames himself for what happened to Troa, rightly so, and they discuss the upcoming fights. Basically, to beat the Virgo units, they're gonna need Gundams. Even so, Catra and Hiro are a bit restless in the Sanq Kingdom. Back in space, Miliardo is back! And he's fucking up Oz troop transports to keep Operation Nova from sending more mobile dolls to Earth. As we see, the Tall Geese does pretty solid against the mobile dolls, since it's fast enough to get into melee range. He then buries his beam saber into the final ship as a nice little middle finger. Also, pay attention to this little camera angle as the Tall Geese shows up and then buries in the beam saber. We're gonna see it again later, trust me. Anyway, it's here that we see the Peace Million, a massive, massive starship that is piloted by Howard. There's not really a whole lot to it. It's just a giant ship that is a mobile troop transport. Anyway, one thing that's notable is that Miliardo is wearing his mask again. The significance of this is sort of hinted at with what Catra said on Earth to Noin, but also the duality of Zex Marquise and Miliardo Peacecraft. Under the mask, Zex has an identity that is easy to slip into. He's at this point a former Oz Lieutenant Colonel, and it's easy for him to just be a soldier. He can't really serve as an ambassador at this point because it's just not fitting him. Miliardo Peacecraft doesn't really have an identity of his own, but Zex Marquise is already figured out. He's basically been on the battlefield for too long. So he slips back into his old role as the Honorable Lieutenant Zex, the Lightning Count. Now, one thing that Howard notices about Zex is that he's become such a good pilot that he's starting to outpace his own mobile suit, which says something crazy considering how fucking powerful the Tall Geese is. Anyway, at this point, Romefeller's not too pleased about the goings-on, and end up inviting Relina to speak at a conference that they're hosting. Now this basically screams the word, trap! Meanwhile, Hiro lets Catra know that Oz plans on attacking the Treize faction's headquarters in Luxembourg, dispersing a massive amount of mobile dolls on Earth afterwards. Hiro takes Wing Gundam to intercept, leaving Catra behind to keep up the search for Troa. Zex sees the same thing in space, seeing a bunch of carriers getting deployed, and decides to basically do the same thing that Wing Gundam's going to do before these mobile suits land on Luxembourg. Still, the fight begins, with the dolls given orders to ignore Zex and head to Earth. As for the speech in front of the Romefeller Foundation that Relina's been grabbed for, it goes over about as well as a fart in an elevator. During the talk that Relina is giving, Duke Dermail brings up as a counter to her beliefs in total pacifism, is that, well, he accuses her basically of using her brother against the forces out in space, and basically says, if you believe in peace, well then why is a peacecraft going around in her Tall Geese shooting stuff up? Relina basically bluffs at this point, saying, that's not my brother. Now Dermail knows it's BS, he's known who Zex Marquise is for a while, and basically the whole thing was an attempt to try to trip up Relina into sticking up for her brother, which they would then use as an excuse to invade her nation. Up in space, Zex is doing some good damage, but a bunch of ships still got past him. As such, the battle at Luxembourg ends up beginning, and is going about as well as you'd expect until Hiro gets there to help out. As Noin and Catra are talking back in the Sanq Kingdom, we also see the other intention of Relina's meeting was an assassination attempt, which sends Noin and Catra into action. The mobile dolls, which are being deployed as an excuse of, well, an exercise in the area, attack Relina's car and completely disable it. But before they can kill her and Pagan already being badly injured, Noin and Catra come in and make short work of the mobile dolls in their Taurus suits. Pagan's pretty badly hurt though, and it just shows the lengths that Duke Dermail is willing to go to kill Relina. As for Luxembourg, it goes without saying that Oz playing the numbers games was the smart move. They're dominating the fight even with Hiro's help. As Hiro's in a tough spot, he hears a voice over the radio.
Don't die. Don't give up. You mustn't die yet.
Fight. Keep fighting and prolong your life, kid. You pilots, you mustn't die yet.
Yeah, Treize is fully aware of what's going on here. Hiro does try to keep going, but he's completely overwhelmed. Now he does get saved last minute by some Treize faction soldiers who kamikaze the mobile dolls in front of him. The last words of one of the pilots is to protect Treize, so Hiro heads to Treize's estate. Duke Dermail's pretty pissed that they're not winning, and especially doesn't like, well, why they're not winning. Now, why are they doing so well in Luxembourg? Random guy with a penis-shaped haircut.
A Gundam.
Thank you, random guy with a penis-shaped haircut. Either way, Dermail redirects more troops to Luxembourg to stomp them out. At this point, for the very first time, we get a meeting between Hiro Yui and Treize Kusranada. Now, Treize actually starts out by offering an easy kill to end the fighting in Luxembourg, and Hiro doesn't take it. At this point, Treize lets Hiro know that his intention for the past few months was to inevitably try and parlay with the Gundam pilots. It's an interesting conversation between the two, with Treize effectively outplaying Hiro and using his philosophy of who Hiro's enemies are against him. But at the same time, Hiro's belief is that Treize's idea that his battle is over is bullshit. At this point in the conversation, Treize says he has a guide that will show Hiro how to live from here on. It's here that Treize Kusranada unveils a monster, clad in crimson, that we're not going to talk about yet. Up in space! Wing Zero has been found, and Oz troops are going to try to blow it up. However, Zex and Howard have found them and plan to intercept and steal it. So, Zex takes out the Tall Geese to take him out. An Oz soldier manages to get out a distress signal, and in come the reinforcements. Like Luxembourg, the plan is to overwhelm the Tall Geese with sheer numbers. At this point, between the numbers and the suit lagging behind his abilities, Zex knows that this is the end for his old friend. So, he exits the cockpit and self-detonates the Tall Geese, taking a few mobile dolls with him. Thing is, both he and the Tall Geese got their objective, because Zex gets into Wing Zero, and the Oz soldier that had set the satchel charges tries to blow it up. Yeah, because that's gonna do it. Predictably, Wing Zero emerges from the explosion without a scratch and fucking annihilates everything. Yeah, if there's one thing scarier than Zex and a Tall Geese, it's Zex and a fucking Gundam. As for the Beast of Crimson, let's go back to that, because this thing has been given the name Epion. The OZ-13MS Gundam Epion was created based on data from the Tall Geese and the other Gundams, and was designed by Treize Kusranada himself. For those curious, the Gundanium being shipped to Earth earlier in the show was actually meant to be for this suit, but because Hiro had destroyed that carrier, it delayed the creation of the Epion. This mobile suit, like Wing Gundam and Wing Zero, does have a Wave Rider mode that can be used for quick transport, though it is called a mobile armor mode instead. It stands 17.4 meters tall and weighs a little under 9 tons when completely empty. To reflect its creator's desire for honorable battle, the Epion is fitted almost purely with melee weaponry. It carries a beam sword that is connected straight to the suit's reactor via a cord, allowing for the length and intensity of the beam saber to be adjusted for different purposes, since it's pulling energy straight from the reactor. It also has a shield, and mounted on that shield is a whip-like chain called the Heat Rod, capable of carving through a mobile suit like a hot knife through butter. As you probably guessed, these armaments are pretty similar to the Goof from the Universal Century, which I'm pretty sure was the intention. Later on, the Epion would also be given a pair of Vulcan guns in its head, and would be affixed with another weapon in the manga version called the Sturm und Drang. If the name sounds familiar, it's the final attack of the Shadow Gundam in G Gundam. In this case with the Epion, these were two small wing-like devices that would work like planet defensors that the Mercurius had, or they could attach to the beam sword to increase its power even more. The kicker for the Epion is the system inside the cockpit, the Epion system. It operates the same way as Wing Zero's, but requires the pilot to wear a special helmet. Now when Treize is talking to Hiro, he is being a bit cryptic, or so it seems. Like Wing Zero, Epion's system is a probability engine that does one thing differently. It will actually show you the face of the person you're fighting before you kill them, fitting into Treize's belief that a soldier should understand the depth of their decision to fight, kill, and die for what they believe in. Essentially, Treize has created a mobile suit to carve out the future, and this will show Hiro the way forward. As such, Hiro hops in and goes out to kick ass. Back at the main base of the Treize faction, they're getting overwhelmed by the mobile dolls. When the Epion comes in, as you can imagine, it gets a fucking badass intro, and Hiro immediately gets to work. The Epion is so fucking fast that the mobile dolls can't even keep up with it. The thing is, the system is fucking with Hiro's head, and he can't bring himself initially to kill other humans, until it seems like the Epion system overwhelms him. Anyone who fights is my enemy becomes his declaration, and he just fucking slaughters everybody and everything around him until he has a bit of a Vietnam flashback to all the stuff he promised that he was going to do. And he lurches when he realizes that he just killed everything. So, he lands the Epion at Treize's estate, looking like he just saw a ghost. Treize offers Hiro a pistol to finally kill him, but Hiro flat out says, "I don't have the right to do it," and finally passes out. After that battle, we find Troa just wandering out in the rain. Now, luckily for him, Catherine finds him, and we can see that the poor guy now has amnesia. In another place, we're at Wu Fei's colony that we talked about in episode 1, which you're going to want to go back and watch the significance of that colony if you haven't seen it already, because there's some deep lore here that I'm going to briefly touch on, but I go into more detail in episode 1. But anyway, this was the colony that the original Operation Meteor was going to use to drop on Earth. Wu Fei's master talks to him about Wu Fei's inner struggles that still dwell inside of him, and once he deals with those inner struggles, defeats himself basically, he'll be able to pilot Ultron properly. His master very much believes that that colony's time is basically done, and Wu Fei has to be prepared for the future. It's at this point that Oz attacks the colony, and Wu Fei heads into action. Wu Fei makes really short work of the first wave of Oz troops, and the last thing that an Oz trooper sees before he dies is a now completed Ultron. The XXXG-01S2 Ultron Gundam is the upgraded version of the Shenlong that effectively took the original ideas and put them on fucking cocaine. This sucker stands 16.4 meters tall, weighing a little under 8 tons. While it's still very much a close-range powerhouse, the upgrades on this mobile suit gave it medium-range options as well. Instead of just one Dragon Fang on the forearm, now both of the Ultron's arms have them, and can even extend longer on top of having flamethrowers. The Ultron now has a tail that fires 2 beam cannons derived from the same tech that powered the V8. It still has the same Vulcan guns that it had before, and also has a shield, plus instead of a beam glaive, it uses a twin beam trident that's used to devastating effect at close range. Now, the Endless Waltz version's a little different. Though I do think the Endless Waltz version is the better looking suit, the main difference that you're going to notice between the two is the lack of a tail and back wings. Now, Glory of the Losers does restore it and the back wings that it has, but it also gives it dragon claws that are independent of the forearms, and instead are long-reaching shields that can be used offensively or defensively. Now, when it comes to the fight, Wu Fei just does Wu Fei things and starts murking mobile suits and mobile dolls and Oz troopers left and right. The thing is, Master Long knows that they're going to just try and use that colony as a shield, and eventually they would get used as a weapon as well. As such, the clans evacuated the cities, at least I would think so, and they decide to destroy the colony. As you'd expect, Wu Fei does not take this well, and finishes the battle, with extreme prejudice. Zex and Howard get word of what happened, and Zex has the idea of trying to recruit Wu Fei to help fight Romefeller. At this point, Dermail declares Operation Nova a success. He unveils something he once created at this point, a space battleship, the size of Peace Million or even bigger. He calls it Peace Million class, so you know it's going to be huge. Over in the desert, we find Catra, who had been shot down, unfortunately, when he was in a jet, but he got intel from Sally Poe where the Maglonac core is. Relina, on the other hand, is meeting with other national leaders, and they're not too happy with what Romefeller is doing. Basically, they're realizing that everything Romefeller does is just creating a cycle of conflict instead of actually solving a problem. So they want Relina's guidance on how to pull this pacifism that she's preaching, well, off. How exactly do we do it is the question. Like she's mentioned before, the only way to do it is for Romefeller to disarm. As for the Sanq Kingdom, we see that Hiro's brought Epion back to help with the defense forces here. As for Noin, she and Hiro talk about why she's folded the Treize faction soldiers left over into the Sanq Kingdom's guard. She shows Hiro that the forces left over from Luxembourg are prepping to invade the Sanq Kingdom. Their only option to repel an invasion like this is to take in the leftovers from the Treize faction and the Alliance to help serve the Sanq Kingdom. Noin even notes that these soldiers are effectively rallying around Epion, because it's a suit that Treize created. It's sort of a symbol of him. Back in space, Oz retreats from Wu Fei, and Peace Million arrives to try and chat with the young pilot. Zex tries to convince Wu Fei that they need to fight together against Romefeller, but every time Zex tries to reason with him, Wu Fei just comes up with an excuse not to listen to him, and he just won't fucking hear it. So, we get the only battle between Zex and Wu Fei in the entire show, and to Wu Fei's credit, he does hold his own against Zero. What screws Zex over is the Zero system, which shows him a vision of him destroying Peace Million by accident, and then another possibility of Wu Fei killing him in the battle. In reality, Zex, in this crazed madness, ends up winging Peace Million with a shot from the Buster Rifle during the fight, with Wu Fei realizing that this isn't going to work out, and states plainly he can tell they're going to end up as enemies. Back with Troa and Catherine, the circus is packing up early due to a nearby Gundam sighting. Hearing about the Gundam, it brings up some repressed feelings of coldness for Troa, likely subconsciously remembering the results of his fight with Catra. In a hidden place, former soldiers meet with Duo at his colony about how to go forward, but Duo just tells them that he can't ally with anyone until they know what's going to happen after the war's over. In the Sanq Kingdom, Oz's forces have moved onto the border. Noin informs Relina that attack is inevitable, and Relina wants to parley with Duke Dermail to try and talk him down. The clash behind the scenes is that Noin thinks trying to talk about this is pointless. As she talks with Hiro about it in the hangar, they're basically discussing the hope for total pacifism. But the reality is there's going to be a fight first. As for Catra, he does end up finding the Maglonac Corps fighting against Virgo units, but not having a whole lot of luck. During the fight, the Maglonac see Catra out in the field. As we already knew, they got their hands on something special. After that, the Maglonac Corps push back and a familiar silhouette comes out of the smoke. Yep, Sandrock's here. And given that the Virgo units don't do well against melee combat, you can imagine how the battle ends. At this point, Catra recruits everyone to head back to the Sanq Kingdom with him to go kick ass. Back to Hildy and Duo, they head to the circus for some fun, and see none other than Troa Barton doing Troa Barton things. As you'd expect, Duo recognizes him immediately, and after the show tries to approach him. Also, as you'd expect, Troa is very confused due to the amnesia, and Duo's pretty busted up seeing his friend in such bad shape. Elsewhere, as time has gone on, this symbol of strength of a battleship that Duke Dermail wants built is still under construction and coming along quite nicely, and he tells Tubarov that the invasion of the Sanq Kingdom is commencing. The reason? Because they took in Oz deserters. Basically, the game was rigged from the start. In response, Noin gets the Royal Guard prepped for the fight, and Relina evacuates the students. We also see Hiro in the Epion, and he's having a really rough fucking time trying to control that beast and stop it from what it's telling him to do. Even with the difficulties, the attack commences, and the Sanq Kingdom's troops are overwhelmed pretty quickly. It's basically, at start, just tanks and Leos, plus a few Ares and Taurus units against everything Romefeller has, and they're getting dropped fast. Now, luckily for Noin, Catra and the Maglonac Corps arrive just in time to help out and even the numbers. As for Relina, Dorothy's here basically just to talk shit, and challenge the fact that her beliefs really aren't working in the situation she's in. Total pacifism isn't just gonna friggin' work against those who want to fight. On the flippity-flop, Romefeller's idea of rule and control isn't gonna work long-term either because it's not peace, it's domination. And that creates those who want to rebel. Back with the fight, Hiro's having trouble with Epion and advances further down the line than where Noin wants him. Basically, just so he doesn't attack any of his allies like he did in Luxembourg. The fact is that even though Sandrock and Epion are there, and they're two Gundams that are very good against Virgo suits, Romefeller's numbers just keep going up because they're throwing everything that they can at the Sanq Kingdom. Gunfire is spreading into the city and even hitting the academy that Relina teaches at. At this point in her conversation with Dorothy, Relina realizes what she's playing at. Dorothy is trying to bait her into requesting help from more troops. Hiro even has a vision of Relina being killed, freaking him out, and that should give you an idea of how bad the battle is. At this point, Relina puts out an open broadcast. She talks about Oz's declaration of war, and everyone figures she's about to ask for help. Immediately, Zex takes off in Wing Zero from Peace Million, but as he goes, he watches the broadcast and Relina shocks her brother by saying she's renouncing the sovereignty of her nation and surrenders her country to Romefeller. The Sanq Kingdom, the very nation that her brother worked so hard to free from the Alliance, is now under the heel of Romefeller. As the Sanq Kingdom burns, Catra and Noin resolve to head back to space for what's coming next. Relina is taken to the Romefeller Foundation, but in the mountains, Hiro is not done fighting. He continues to strike against Oz's mobile suits with the intent of having them burn, just like the flames in the Sanq Kingdom's capital. At this point, Zex arrives on Earth while Hiro is continuing to clean up the Oz forces in the mountains, as he continues to say, "Where is my enemy?" It's at a point where Oz soldiers are retreating from the fight with Epion, and while the heads of the Mobile Doll Division debate leaving, Hiro makes the decision for them. Ouch. Anyway, at this point, Wing Zero and Zex have arrived. Alright, sure, dude, let's get the fight counter up, because it's the next round of Zex Marquise versus Hiro Yui. Let's go, ring the bell. During this back and forth fight, Zex is shown he's too late. The Sanq Kingdom is gone, and he doesn't even know what the point of all this fighting is anymore. At this point, Zex consigns himself that the only battle he has left is to kill those who want him dead. Elsewhere, Romefeller plans on sending more mobile dolls out to bring down Epion and Wing Zero. We see that Relina is now under the thumb of Romefeller, under the watch of Duke Dermail. However, Dermail's intentions aren't what Relina thinks. Duke Dermail speaks with words sweet as honey, but it's ultimately BS, as we in the audience know. He plans on using Relina as a propaganda tool, and wants to make her the chief representative of the Romefeller Foundation. Her popularity will be used to bring the entire world under Romefeller's heel as Queen Relina. She attempts to decline the offer, but Dermail basically says if she doesn't take this role, the wars will keep going, and people will keep dying. Back with Hiro and Zex, the two mobile suits are evenly matched. It gets to a point where both the Zero system and the Epion system start overwhelming both Hiro and Zex's brains, replaying the same things over and over, with the fight just continuing onwards in the computers. At this point, the suits shut down, and the pilots get out. So, we're going to call this fight between Zex and Hiro a draw, putting the record at 2-1-1, with 2 wins for Zex, 1 win for Hiro, and 1 draw. Now, while Tuberov talks some shit in space, what he doesn't really realize is that things are about to change. You see, Romefeller's been infiltrated. Like Relina called, domination does not create peace. Members of the Trays faction, among others, have now become a revolutionary group representing the colonies, and the Artemis Revolution begins. This new group is led by none other than a friend of ours from the first episode, Cans. Yeah, this group is called the White Fang. They broadcast a message to all the colonies that this group is going to strike back against Romefeller and get them out to give the colonies their freedom. If you watch the speech and it sounds kinda Xeon, it's supposed to be, and Duo sees right through it. Back in space, Tuberov manages to get free on the lunar base, but takes a gunshot to the shoulder as he tries to escape. Thing is, he gets to his room and starts activating mobile dolls to try to break him out. As you'd expect, the mobile dolls start mowing through the space Leos that are there. However, Wu Fei is here, and he's fucking up everybody. Like Duo had said, this shit's just gonna bring more war, and Wu Fei knows that. And while he starts nuking the lunar base, the explosions rock the base and Tuberov gets blown to bits. R.I.P. and pepperoni, you ostentatiously dressed anal wart. Now, even with Wu Fei wrecking the lunar base, the White Fang group now has control of the space station that Romefeller was constructing. Back on Earth, Zex and Hiro are talking, with Hiro mentioning that Epion told him that Zex was going to inevitably be an obstacle to him. It's at this point that Hiro tosses the Epion's pilot helmet to Zex, and that he, as in Hiro, is taking Wing Zero. He doesn't want Epion anymore because it's built by Trays. He doesn't understand how Trays thinks. At this point, Wing Zero awakens with Hiro in its cockpit once again. Hiro immediately gets to work in wrecking Romefeller's forces by sea. As for Zex, he takes off an Epion to kick the crap out of some mobile dolls as well. Relina seems to sense something in the distance, and at this point, she finally consents to becoming the chief representative of Romefeller. Next time on Gundam Wing Explained, war has begun again. Even after taking her place as Queen Relina, nothing will stop the White Fang from beginning their war against anyone that they believe is there to suppress the colonies. A familiar face is revealed as White Fang's new leader, and the conflict begins. Peace, war, revolution. As one conflict will end, another one will begin shortly after, by the daughter of a familiar face. An endless waltz going on forever, and all our heroes are caught up in the dance. By having Relina Peacecraft join the Romefeller Foundation as their representative, and a symbol of peace, they are able to gain the support of the people, and are justified in making the world nation a reality. Meanwhile, in space, colonial citizens opposed to Oz's colonial rule rise up in every colony and start a movement for independence under the name White Fang. The year is after Colony 195. Wars are intensifying and hurling the era towards drastic changes.
As of this day, I, Relina Peacecraft, have taken on the duties as Chief Representative of the Romefeller Foundation.
It goes without saying that the last episode of Gundam Wing Explained ended on a bit of a downer. With one fell swoop, Romefeller eliminated the biggest obstacle to their fascistic ideology. Well, until the next opposition to their fascistic ideology popped up. With the White Fang being led by the politician Hito Yui's former aide, Kans Karante, a worldwide unification means nothing if there's a bunch of colonies that are now armed by the Earth, pointing their guns at the big blue ball beneath them. At this point, we're moving into the final act of the story, where we see our characters get their morality challenged and have to fight to even find out if the peoples of Earth and space even want the peace that some seem to be fighting for. Episode 4, The Endless Waltz. After the last installment of this series, fights have already broken out between White Fang and Oz, with Oz sending in the mobile dolls to try to mop them up. Then, Wu Fei comes in and starts wrecking shop, like he do. Essentially, White Fang's already created a level of conflict, which draws out Wu Fei to where Noin, who is waiting in a nearby MS transport, can talk to him. While he starts telling people to disarm while he's out in space, Noin talks to the big goof, and shockingly enough, she doesn't hate the guy anymore. Now, given what happened...
Because she's a woman. You saw I was a kid and you underestimated me. You're a weak soldier.
I'm starting to wonder if this woman's got more of an ability to forgive than the fucking Pope. Her goal is to get the Gundam pilots in a united front to basically create a third faction in this conflict to stop the madness. For those of you who remember the last episode, this is something that both her and Catra agreed that they were going to do together. I'm assuming that they just separated out to divide and conquer, so to say. Either way, Wu Fei isn't really a fan of the idea and responds to it about the way you'd expect him to.
Sounds like something a woman would say.
Over with Duo and Hildy, Duo's brain's a bit racked over what happened to Troa and basically the uncertainty of the future. Hildy does the good girlfriend thing and encourages Duo to just keep doing what's right and tries to help him find a normal job. They come across a job posted by the Winter family of all people, and Duo knows that this is Catra trying to get his attention. So the two reunite and catch up on things. Basic idea that Catra has at this point is that they gotta fight, but the end goal is peace. I suppose that Catra here is channeling Ulysses S. Grant, basically saying, I've never advocated war, except as a means of peace. After all this, Catra goes looking for Troa, because he's the next guy on the list to find. And he ends up finding him at the circus, tending to the lions, and of course Catra gets all teary-eyed. Granted, I can understand the tears, considering Catra thought he murdered the dude. Troa's sister is not too pleased at the development, because she doesn't want him to go back into the fight, and remember all the stuff from his past. Hey, Mexican Wu Fei, why does she want this? Porque ella es una mujer. Even after Catra leaves, trouble comes knocking. Oz and White Fang troops are fighting outside the colony, and it's about to spill inside. Things are falling, people are panicking, Troa almost gets crushed.
Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria!
And Troa himself can sense something terrible coming. Catra manages to catch up with him again to try to get he and Catherine the heck out of there. Though Catherine's busted up about what's happening, Troa vows to protect her, and Catra remarks on the Gundam's purpose, to protect the people of the colonies. At this point, he takes off on Sandrock. Now, the footage that you're seeing honestly speaks to Catra's skill in this damn mobile suit, because you have to keep in mind that the Sandrock at this point has not been upgraded for space combat. It doesn't have the proper thrusters to let it move as well as it honestly should be able to. But we see him here absolutely destroying suits that are space compatible with a suit that isn't. For those of you who are Universal Century guys, this would be like taking a Gundam ground type into space and kicking the ever-loving crap out of something like, I don't know, a Rickdom or something like that. That's insane skill.
Oh, hamburgers!
But all good things come to an end, I suppose. Regardless, Troa begins to leave to help out, and one memory comes back to him. It's when Hiro told him to live according to his emotions. Troa promises to come back alive, Rhythm of Motion plays in the background, and Troa takes the MS Transport Shuttle to join Catra in his mission, finding Catra actually, well, he did win. Making, of course, you know, what just happened even more impressive. You're not going to find a lot of mobile suit pilots using mobile suits that are effectively just made for ground combat in space against space mobile suits and fucking winning. That's nuts. Anyway, back on Earth, Dorothy's here to talk some trash to Relina as she walks her to her coronation as the Queen of Romefeller. At this point, the speech that we played at the start of the episode takes place, and here's the cliff notes. Everyone needs to disarm at the order of Romefeller, and all national borders are effectively gone. Now there's just the world nation. That's, of course, under the control of Romefeller. And she gets a round of applause from the Romefeller Foundation. No surprise there. Cast in shadow, Trace Kusranada knows how much of a risk this move is, and over with Hiro and Wing Zero, Hiro's disappointment in what Relina's doing is rather obvious, because he's probably thinking the same thing that the audience is. This isn't going to solve anything. It's almost as if saying, everyone please stop fighting, this fighting is meaningless, really isn't going to do anything when everyone else wants to go to war and they have the means to do so. It's almost like just preaching or making flowery speeches as a Gary Stu and a Mary Sue isn't going to do shit. It's almost like these sorts of sentiments are completely ignorant of human nature and sound like the rantings of a bored housewife who loves NTR plots and thinks that what Gundam needed was writing on par with a YA novel. I am never stopping. After all the insanity of the previous episode, we find Oz soldiers talking about their new role as the Queen's Honor Guard, while a certain platinum blonde gentleman sips coffee and discusses how lost he feels. Yep, Milliardo's here, and he's got some visitors. Specifically, Cans is on Earth to talk to Milliardo. The gist of the conversation here is that Cans wants Milliardo to join White Fang, and bring Epion with him since Gundams are a sign of rebellion to the colonies, and states that the goal of White Fang is Hiro Yui's vision. Now we know from previous episodes here on Gundam Explained that Shirt Dude and I have done that what Cans is saying is bullshit, since Yui believed in pacifism like Milliardo's father did. The thing is, Milliardo is a soldier without a country, and without a fight. Doesn't know what to do with himself. He leaves the coffee shop, and we see Epion waiting in the snow. As for the fucksticks in the Romefeller Foundation, Dermail is basically talking like they're going to gear up for another battle, this time, of course, with White Fang, which was likely his whole goal all along, just to basically unite everybody for the big fight that was about to happen. However, the speech is interrupted by Marquis Wayridge. Now, some of you might remember the Marquis, but some of you might not, so I'll give you a reminder. He showed up early in the series as an old friend of Relina and Milliardo's family, and he and the other Foundation members attempted to shield Relina from Lady Un after Relina tried to shoot her. Of course, saying many of us here are great fans of that girl. At this point, Wayridge plays politics and calls Dermail's BS in regards to appointing a queen. The basic gist of his statement is, we have a new chief representative / queen in Relina. The fuck do we need you for? Just retire, you old fuck. Though they're not going to force retirement like Dermail did with Treize. They would rather go the democratic route. Now, as you can expect, Dermail holds his ground. This old man ain't retiring, and the move just doesn't go anywhere just yet. The Foundation split in regards to being for or against Relina's ideas, and oddly enough, Dorothy Catalonia is saying she's on Relina's side, and there should be a push for Relina to take over the Foundation. Effectively, what Dorothy's doing is manipulating what we knew from early on in the series. Relina's got a good amount of support, and as we all could figure, she'd moved the Foundation towards total pacifism, and now could do it much easier. Some people might have missed this, so you're more than welcome to go back to previous episodes. I made a point to mention in each installment of this series of Gundam Explained that there is quite a few nations that would much rather have total pacifism at this point because they have basically seen their entire world in a consistent state of war for years. Effectively, Dorothy's grandfather's Batman gambit with Queen Relina is failing him. probably because he was too ignorant to realize how much support Relena actually had. With that, Dorothy knows that the first big test for Relena's beliefs would be the militaristic White Fang. Effectively, all eyebrows is testing Relena's belief systems again to see which one is superior. Out in space, Trilla, Catra, and Noin are getting caught up, with Noin letting the guys know that Wu Fei is being stubborn again. Next thing on the agenda is to get Sandrock properly kitted out for space combat. As Hildy walks around in her colony, she sees that the White Fang guys are out and about, and they found Duo, and are trying to get him to enlist. They try to threaten him, and that goes over about as well as a Catholic sermon at a furry convention. So Duo realizes he needs to get out into the fight, and he doesn't want Hildy getting caught up in it. I won't spoil the conversation, it's a good one, but the basic gist is that where Duo's gotta go next is off to war, which by nature can be a very lonely thing for a pilot. At this point we can see the White Fang has undone the damage that Wu Fei did to the lunar base, and is now producing upgraded Virgo mobile suits. These are called the Virgo 2. The WF-02MD Virgo 2 is the obvious successor to the original Virgo mobile suit. These were originally about to be put into production by Oz, but with the rather cathartic demise of Tuberov, White Fang is more than happy to put them to use. Now the main difference between the Virgo 1 and 2 is that the second one has more versatility. Given the Virgo 1's weakness in close-range combat, the Virgo 2 is given a couple of beam sabers in case someone gets past the planet defensors. It can also equip a cartridge-fed beam rifle with a much higher rate of fire than the Mega Beam Cannon. Plus, it's got a neat little color palette. It also has greater mobility given to it by a couple of shoulder-mounted thruster pods, clearly inspired by the Tall Geese. Effectively, it's the most versatile mobile doll yet. Now while they're cruising through space, Catra, Troa, and Noin remark on the insanity of the war thus far, as they fly near a completely destroyed colony. It's at this point that they get attacked by Oz, who didn't even confirm their identity before firing. To counterattack, Troa jumps the gun and deploys in a Taurus, and despite his amnesia, starts off pretty strong by dual-wielding a beam rifle and a beam cannon, and shooting the ever-loving shit out of the Oz troops. I guess muscle memory is indeed a thing. Catra and Noin set the shuttle to self-detonate and get moving in Sandrock and the other Taurus. Now Sandrock is still struggling with mobility a bit, but his backup is doing what they can against Oz's superior numbers. Now worried that Troa is diving in too much during the fight, even though he's managed to kill some suits, he realizes that he can't get to Troa fast enough to back him up because eventually he's going to run out of ammo. So what Catra does is he uses the explosion of the self-detonating shuttle to accelerate himself and get there quite literally just as Troa, well, runs out of ammo, and, well, chucking his weapons didn't work either. So, shoulder tackle! It was super effective. Now after the shoulder tackle, it's here that they run into a shadow. Well, that shadow reveals itself to be none other than Deathside Hell. After making his heroic entrance, Duo gets right to work at annihilating some mobile dolls, and kills the commander of the enemy forces, first by chucking a mobile doll into him, then hitting him with the Buster Shield. So, now we're at a point where we got 3 out of 5 Gundam pilots, with 2 out of 5 Gundams that they pilot in space. Plus, Noin is there too, and she's not too shabby herself skill-wise. On Earth, we see Wing Zero taking flight, and we hear some familiar words from Hero. Basically, he plans on killing Relena to get rid of this fake peace that Romefeller's bringing around. Now still in space, our good buddy Howard is still at the helm of Peace Million, breaking down the 5 sides involved in the conflict, or at least as he sees it. First you have White Fang, who have the space station Libra, then you have the Oz Space Forces, who still maintain control of Barge, the Gundam pilots, the colonial citizens not associated with White Fang, and then finally Peace Million itself. Now it's Howard's intention to team up with the Gundams like Zex wanted, but he wonders exactly what happened to Zex at this point. Last he knew, Zex flew out in Wing Zero to go try to help out the Sanq Kingdom. Still, he contacts Duo, and thus begins the alliance. After all that, we see the Gundam pilots with Howard on Peace Million later on, and that he's already started upgrading Sandrock, remarking that they also need to find the heavy arms. On Earth, Romefeller is doing Romefeller things, and preaching peace by shooting people, because that's what hypocrites do. I don't even need to say it at this point, do I? Suddenly, Wing Zero's here, and makes very, very, very short work of the Oz forces and their Virgo units. This is basically what Hero expected to happen, by the way. You know, the absolute total hypocrisy that comes whenever you start preaching peace and then do it at the end of a gun barrel. Again, I don't even need to say it, just know that I'm not stopping. Now the thing is, Relina is also fully aware of this too, making her a better character than Lacus Clyne, no I'm not stopping. However, as Relina is talking, Marquis Wayridge is continuing to help push the Peacecraft way of doing things. As you'd expect, Duke Dermail doesn't like this one bit because he's basically Benito Mussolini. Thing is, we in the audience know that Relina has a point whenever it comes to the fact that Romefeller's ways of doing things don't fucking work. You can try to create a sort of peace, quote-unquote, through pure force, but because you're stomping on human rights, uprisings will inevitably come forward. It's in this meeting that Dermail's starting to realize that his gambit with Relina is completely falling apart. And of course, in a later meeting, Eyebrows talks to Grandpa later, basically mocking him for how dumb his gambit ended up being. So she tells Grandpappy to head to space and gather his military powers behind his banner. She then goes and tells Relina what's going on, that Grandpappy's out in space, and it's time to deliver the speech to Parliament. Unknown to Relina, Hiro has made his way into the building and intends to assassinate Relina, since he's under the impression that what she's doing is going to be playing right into Dermail's hand, given what he already saw, but not knowing that Duke Dermail is headed into space with his tail between his legs. Now, in space itself, Wu Fei is once again doing Wu Fei things, and attacking Libra by himself. Now, Wu Fei's caught them with their pants down at first because the majority of the forces that White Fang has are actually headed to Barge to bring it down. Now, as we could expect, Wu Fei's going to do quite well against Taurus mobile dolls, but given how well armed the Libra is, he cannot get close to it without taking a massive beating, which he does. At this point, Colonel Sedici of the White Fang, along with Cans, have no clue why the Gundams want to fight them. And then we see a familiar person with a familiar voice is commanding the White Fang. Back with Relina, it's time for another speech. With Dermail out of the way, Relina's got a captive audience for her speech on what needs to be done to obtain a lasting peace, basically the Peacecraft method. The basic idea is that there needs to be a mutual disarmament between Romefeller/Oz and the people that they've been fighting against, and then a move towards unification with the space colonies to quell the hostilities there. At this point, she sees Hiro in the balcony, with a gun pointed at her. Now at this point, when she sees this, her speech has been met with absolute silence, so she was resigned to her fate. But then something happened. After the applause, Marquis Wayridge offers his congratulations, and Hiro lets her live, knowing that she's actually succeeding. However, White Fang has something else to say. Now, Cans addresses the Earth and the colonies, and uses Wu Fei's attack on White Fang as propaganda to show the colonies that Earth is lying. Now, we obviously know that that's not true, that's why I use the term propaganda. Effectively, they took Wu Fei's aggression, and because, well, to be honest, the current new leader of White Fang is a lot smarter than Wu Fei, he uses this to throw blame on Earth to continue the war. It's at this point that White Fang announces the attack on Barge is about to commence, and their first target is none other than Duke Dermail. Even after deploying Virgo 1s, it's not enough to stop the opposition, and Duke Dermail is assassinated. Bye-bye. At this point, Cans announces the new leader of White Fang, and it's none other than Miliardo Peacecraft, and he declares that he will eliminate Earth, the place that stands in opposition to the colony's existence. Looking at the giant monitor in front of him, Hiro remarks that Zex is going forward with one of the futures that Epion has shown him, and the one that Hiro has chosen from what Zero showed him is to fight against the White Fang. After this, we see that Treize Khushrenada has seen the same speech, and dons his cape once again. Now, some of you might be wondering exactly why it is that Miliardo would join the White Fang. Admittedly, it's not something that he's super forthcoming about during this point of the show. I hinted at it earlier, but I want to take a little bit more time to make it obvious. Miliardo is a soldier without a country. Think about all the stuff that he went through to secure the independence of the Sanq Kingdom at the start of the show. Think about that long path of revenge. And then after all of that, He goes out to try and promote peace in the colonies by speaking out against Oz, and that doesn't work at all. At this point, Milliardo has one enemy that's left. That enemy is Romefeller. When it comes right down to it, White Fang is the only group that has the numbers and the technology on top of the firepower to wage a war against that group. That effectively now controls the Earth. As far as Milliardo sees it, if the Earth is Romefeller, then the Earth is his enemy. I've heard some people criticize the show for saying that his heel turn comes out of nowhere, and I honestly think that some people might not have been paying as much attention to what Milliardo is doing, and what's happening to him during the course of the show after the fight in the Antarctic. Now, I will admit that if you don't know the background lore of the show, White Fang definitely seems to come out of nowhere, because it certainly felt that way before I knew the background lore when I first watched this show ages ago. But anyway, if you do take every element of the story into account, it does make sense as to why he would want to do something like this. The next phase of the war is the Battle of Barge. This is a desperate defense for Oz because, first, Barge is their last line of defense in space, and second, they don't have proper weaponry for fighting Virgos. Oz's mobile dolls are starting at a disadvantage. As you can see here, the laser cannons that they're using are effective in burning through the shields of Virgo 1s and Virgo 2s, but they overheat, explode, and then leave the suit without options. So the fight starts out well already for White Fang, and then Milliardo shows up in Epion to basically add insult to injury. Now, as you'd expect, Lieutenant Noin is in a bit of a headspin because of her love for Milliardo and wanting to see what his reasoning is for doing what he's doing. To help the young lady out, Catra, Duo, and Troa go to back her up. Over on Earth, Hero is blowing things up again and seems to have a good grasp on Wing Zero's system at this point. It's here that he meets with Sally Poe, who has an early Christmas gift: heavy arms. As Hero deals with some more Oz hostiles, after talking with Sally a bit, she makes note that Hero's a bit more approachable than he used to be. Maybe, or on the other hand, Sally, you might be one of the few people on either Earth or space that doesn't want the young man dead. Anyway, over at Romefeller, everyone's in a tailspin. Marky Wayridge clearly has no clue what to do, but if you're in need of order, you're going to need this guy. Though Queen Relina believes it's her responsibility to make her brother stop what he's doing, that duty won't be as the head of the Romefeller Foundation. This is war, and to win a war, you need a commander, not a queen. As such, she is dismissed as queen of the Romefeller Foundation, and Treize takes control over the Foundation as its new chief representative. Now Relina is determined to try and talk her brother down, but Treize knows what the audience knows and just says it. She can't pull it off. At the same time, Treize tells her that she's free to go wherever she pleases, which is basically Treize saying, and I know that I can't stop you from trying to talk him down. Then again, that's not his fight, and Treize is smart enough to know not to pick a fight that he can't win, especially with women. See, folks, I didn't bring in Wu Fei to say because she's a woman. I'm progressing, I promise. I'm lying. Here's Wu Fei.
Because she's a woman.
Anyway, up in space, the battle at Barge is continuing, and while White Fang does have the mobile suit advantage, Barge itself has enough firepower to keep them from getting too close to it. Thing is, the commander of the fortress wants to let off a massive shot from Barge to try to kill off the White Fang's forces, even though they're only at 80% of a full charge. The Gundam pilots and Noin arrive, with Troa heading off to defend the civilian colonies in the area. Duo and Catra unsheathe their weapons, with Catra finally getting to go into combat with the Sandrock Kai. The XXXG-01SR2 Gundam Sandrock Custom, or as I'm going to call it for the rest of the show, the Sandrock Kai, is a space-equipped version of the original Sandrock. Now, the one notable thing about the suit, compared from the original, is the added verniers in the shoulders, back skirt, backpack, and legs, which give it more mobility in space. By and large, the television version has the same weaponry, but now also has a beam submachine gun that it can use, so it's got a ranged option in the field aside from the 2 missile launchers on each side of its neck. One thing to note about the Endless Waltz version of the Sandrock Kai is that it would sometimes wear an anti-beam coating cloak, like another melee powerhouse from the Universal Century, and one of my other favorite Gundams, the Crossbone X1. Now, given that Katoki designed the Endless Waltz Sandrock plus several suits from Crossbone, it's probably an homage to Kincaid Now's mobile suit, which is awesome, because Crossbone is great and needs to be animated instead of more seed crap. Anyway, it's at this point when Catra and Duo get into battle, and they're finally face-to-face with the Epion. And it's right when Barge is about to fire. Barge uncorks a shot, and everybody in a Gundam, plus Noin, manage to get out of the way. But the same can't be said in regards to a lot of the White Fang forces. One of the civilian colonies even gets nicked by the blast, much to Troa's horror. Because if that blast had been any closer, the colony would be gone. At this point, Milliardo goes on the attack and reveals that he's the one in the Epion, which the Gundam pilots did not know. Neither did Noin. Duo and Troa try to attack, but the Epion is able to parry their attacks and hold both of them off at the same time. When they all see Barge is going to fire another shot, Noin grabs Zex in a full Nelson and tells Catra and Duo to go stop Barge's cannon. Now, she does try to talk Milliardo down, but he is absolutely resolute in his convictions. Because of the Epion's superior power in comparison to Noin's Taurus, he just easily breaks free to go after Barge. And Troa has to cover Noin so she doesn't get herself killed because she's in such shock after what just happened. Catra and Duo are making mincemeat out of the mobile dolls, but they're not doing it quickly enough to get to Barge in time. The thing is, what they've done has carved a path, and Epion is a lot faster than them. So it blitzes right past them and then pulls off one of the craziest feats that a Gundam has ever done. He carves Barge's cannon clean open, and then some, with one big full power swipe from Epion. Because if you guys remember my breakdown of the Epion, it can take more energy from its generator and pump it straight into that sword, which lengthens the beam and makes it more powerful. But either way, he cleaves straight through Barge, all the way down it, causing a chain reaction that causes the entire station to explode. Between that and holding off both the Death Scythe Hell and the Sandrock Kai, it goes without saying that Milliardo just established himself and the Epion as the deadliest duo in all of space. Much to the chagrin of the guy whose actual name is Duo. In the aftermath of Barge, we see that Lieutenant Nicol is still alive, and so is Lady Un, who is still in a coma after, getting shot through the heart. And you're too late, you give love a bad name, etc. Okay, you had this song reference, let's keep going. Anyway, Treize goes to visit her and leaves her roses like a real gentleman. While she sleeps, Treize basically gives the idea that he's got to wage one last terrible war, and after it's done, it's going to be Relina's time to forge the future. From here, Treize takes the stand at Romefeller and gives a grandiose speech, the basic gist of it being that White Fang's declaration of war cannot go unanswered. So he proposes that the whole Earth unites to finish the battle. Relina is also headed up to space to basically do exactly what she said she was going to do. What we see at this point is that the White Fang is chasing off whatever's left of Oz in space. And it's kind of going as you'd expect until Wu Fei shows up and does Wu Fei things to the White Fang troops. He's still in the might makes right mentality, daring the White Fang to kill him to prove that they're right. The last remaining Oz soldier that he basically saved realizes now that the whole conflict is largely pointless. And then he kamikazes the last troop transport from the White Fang. After the fight, Ultron is very banged up, but a mysterious shuttle happens to find Wu Fei out in space. Inside the shuttle, he finds Sally Poe and Hiro, noting the complement of Gundams that the shuttle has on it. The destination is Peace Million, to reunite with the other Gundam pilots. Sally offers Wu Fei the resources to repair Ultron, and he can go attack Libra anytime he wants after that's done. Wu Fei does Wu Fei things as usual and won't commit to any alliances. At this point, the Libra space station has completed its construction, and the White Fang has surrounded Hiro and Sally's shuttle. 40 mobile dolls are launched, and Hiro says, shouldn't be a problem. Now, when I say Gundam Wing pilots are cracked out, this is what I mean. 40 mobile suits controlled by an AI that's superior to your average Oz pilot? I'll just have it done before you can say Char's your uncle. Hiro tells Wu Fei to take out Wing Zero, since Wu Fei feels he needs to fight the battle due to the fact that those troop transports are there for him. Hiro warns Wu Fei about the Zero system, but tells him that it'll show Wu Fei who his true enemies are, quote-unquote. Well, during the course of the battle, Zero shows Wu Fei just that. The two people that he sees are Milliardo and Treize, the two people willing to wage war in the place that he doesn't want war to be waged. During the battle, Milliardo gives a speech that basically gives the impression that his belief is that the only people really capable of living without war are those in space, and Earth is basically war's breeding ground. It's sort of like a twisted peacecraft parallel to Char's speech during Char's counterattack. So basically, unless the Earth is destroyed, Milliardo refuses to back down. Wu Fei at this point realizes that the best spot for him to be is with the rest of the Gundam pilots, and he commits to the cause. Then, Dorothy Catalonia shows up in a golden shuttle at Libra and is about to get shot down until Eyebrows uses her silver tongue to convince Milliardo that she's on his side. After all that, Hiro, Wu-Fei, and Sally join up with Peace Million. There's a happy reunion between all the pilots, plus Sally and Noin, and then Howard immediately gets the engineers ready to fix up the heavy arms and the Ultron. Wu-Fei says Troa's not ready for the battlefield because Wu-Fei's a dick, but Troa also admits that he's probably right. In one of the colonies, C421 specifically, the animals start getting restless at Troa's old circus. It's here that some of the Oz remnants have decided to take the colony over. Their demands are simple. Give back Libra, or we kill everybody. Now, there's some discussion on Peace Million about what's going on, but Hiro knows that Milliardo isn't going to sacrifice any of his resources just to save that one civilian colony. Over at Libra, we see exactly that in action. Basically, Milliardo, as he's presenting himself, is willing to kill everyone on that colony, and Dorothy sees that potential genocide as, well, propaganda potential. Noin wants to believe that Milliardo would never do that, but reality is what it is. Or is it? You'll see in a bit. Troa sees his sister on one of the screens at the colony and wants to go into action. Thing is, Heavy Arms is sort of, well, naked at the moment, so he takes Wing Zero instead and heads to the colony, with Catra and Duo heading out to back him up, with Sandrock Kai and Deathside Hell. Now, Libra's cannon is still in play, but Hero's aware that Relina is in space, and she may be the only person who could stop Milliardo from firing it. At least that's the implication. The head of the forces taking over the colony send Treize a message that this particular leader of these final Oz forces thinks that he can take back Libra with these fucked up tactics. Well, if you've been following this series up to this point, you know that Treize hates hostage-taking. So he basically says, yeah, you're not my guys, fuck off. It's at this point that Troa arrives with Wing Zero and starts unloading on the mobile dolls and the Oz troops. One of the Oz troopers points a gun at the colony, and it goes about as well as you'd expect it to. At this point, the Zero system has Troa seeing ghosts, and is showing him possible outcomes that absolutely horrify him, like, killing his sister. As the fight goes on and it continues to flood his brain with information, he almost takes a shot that would have damaged the colony. Thankfully, Catra comes in to shake Troa out of his funk.
Bradley, please! You're my accountability buddy! How will this make me look?
And manages to succeed at doing exactly that. The thing is, as that happens, all of Troa's memories start to flood back, and he remembers everything he forgot. All the memories with Hiro, Catra, the sister, the war on Earth, are all back in his brain, and the Troa we know and love is back in action. So yeah, Wing Zero just kind of cured amnesia. At this point, the Oz soldiers are planning on taking the hostages with them to make an escape, but that's not going to happen. Their mobile suits have already been cut to ribbons by Death's Scythe Hell. So at this point, Duo strikes an Obari pose and tells them to surrender. After this, Relina arrives at Libra to try and talk Zex out of firing the main cannon at the colony. Here's the thing. That was never the target in the first place. So in a sense, Noin was right. Except, it really is just, well, Milliardo is aiming at a bigger target. The Earth. At this point, Milliardo knows exactly what comes next, after firing at the Earth. It doesn't look like he hit a region that was full of people, but the massive blast seems to have destroyed an entire island and everything living on it. So Milliardo knows what comes next after that shot. The Gundams are coming for him. After all that mess, Milliardo finally meets with his little sister, and there's an argument that comes as you'd expect. But there's one part of this that's honestly kind of sad. It's where Milliardo hugs his little sister, and the affection isn't returned. And they can understand, obviously, why his sister's mad at him, but these two have not seen each other in this story since the Arctic. And even then, I don't think they actually saw each other. So when they finally get reunited, it's like this. It kind of hurts, to be honest with you. It's a very sad moment, to say the least. But after this one little bit of affection, Milliardo just shuts off all his emotions, becomes cold again, and basically has Relina confined to quarters that he has prepared for her. It does show that he still has a vulnerability to him. He still does care somewhere deep down, but all of that is just buried under his hatred for Romefeller and all of the endless conflict that has happened up to this point. Over on Peace Million, there's a debate on what exactly they need to be doing at this point and who to fight. Hiro is basically the voice of reason, knowing that Milliardo sees them as a hostile force. So, as you'd expect, Milliardo has already sent an attack squad to Peace Million. For the first time since the beginning of the show, it looks like all 5 of the main Gundam pilots are going to be suiting up in their personal mobile suits to fight together. Now we get to see one mobile suit in particular get up and moving that I know you all love, the Heavy Arms Custom. The XXXG-01H2 Heavy Arms Custom is a newly outfitted version of the Heavy Arms that is now space combat capable. Like the Sandrock Kai, it has added verniers on the skirt armor, as well as its backpack, alongside the verniers it already had on the shoulders to help with mobility in zero-G environments. On the television version of the Heavy Arms Custom, aside from the vernier upgrades, the mobile suit is now given a double minigun that is attached to its shield. As for the Endless Waltz version, we see that it's given a new paint job in a blue, black, and neon blue trim, along with a yellow V-fin and shoulder mounts. The absolute mountain of DACA that is the Heavy Arms Custom Endless Waltz version has 2 Vulcan guns, 2 machine cannons in the neck area, 4 chest gatlings instead of 2, and a payload of 96 missiles. If the orcs from 40K had a favorite Gundam, this would be it. They would just paint it red again, because red goes faster. Anyway, Hero just made me a liar. Apparently Wing Zero has to go take care of something. So, Noin joins the rest of the pilots to help them out. Now, each of the pilots peel off, and we start to see an issue. All of them are way too used to fighting alone. The only 2 that stick together are Noin and Catra, and Noin immediately notices that the programming of these mobile dolls is a little different, more strategic. Even though the pilots do manage to drop the mobile dolls and eventually win, they're taking a lot more hits than they're used to, with Heavy Arms even losing a complete arm. So is it Heavy Arm at that point? Anyway, Noin and Catra put their heads together and figure out that Zex used something to improve the system. At this point, Eyebrows comes in to talk some shit, offering Relina a gun to kill her own brother. She's a bitch. Anyway, to Relina's credit, she does the moral thing and refuses, so Dorothy locks her in a room. At this point, we find out that Miliardo's forces have lost, but the point of the attack was basically to use the Gundam pilots' own tactics that they used on Earth against them. It's a war of attrition, guerrilla warfare. Start beating on them more and more with different waves of mobile dolls as they sit out there waiting to effectively crush them over time as they continue to spend resources to try to fight the White Fangs people off. Now we see Hiro talking to his mobile suit, and Wu Fei is planking in space. Anyway, the guys are talking about Libra's tactics and seem to think that the best option is just attacking Libra head-on. Thing is, Catra knows that that could be a fool's errand, but what other options do they have? It's at this point, while this conversation's going on, that Hiro gives Howard 3 discs to put into Sandrock Kai. 3 discs that Howard is not really that happy to see. Over with Libra, Miliardo puts a big dumb helmet on Dorothy to cover her eyebrows. At this point, the Gundam pilots get ready for combat, including Miliardo, because they're headed straight for Libra. Hiro tells Catra that they've put the Zero system into the Sandrock Kai due to its ability to strategize for troop leadership. As you'd imagine, Catra's freaked out about this, given what happened last time, which was, well... not a positive outcome. Much as Hiro is capable of taking command, he's gotta focus on Miliardo or they're all toast. Epion is just too damn powerful. So, Catra's gotta take command and lead them to victory. The battle starts out and the same problem arises from before. The Gundam pilots are too independent for their own damn good. Thing is, with Dorothy's stupid helmet, she's able to direct all the mobile dolls with a strategic plan. As Hiro pointed out, he's gotta keep Zex occupied, so he does exactly that. The rest of the pilots are trying their usual tricks that have worked up to this point, but now it's not working. Now Noin, being the smart lady that she is, considering that she's the only one in here that has worked within an organized military, well, for a long time. I'm not counting Troa's, deep ops. But what Noin picks up on is the strategy that's being used is the same one that Romefeller used to bring down the Sanq Kingdom. As a counter to this, Catra activates the Zero system, and everyone gets in gear immediately with much more organization than what Eyebrows was ready for. During the course of the battle, Catra and Dorothy figure out that each other is commanding the forces of the other team, but Catra's kicking her ass.
Who's doing this? Who could it be?
This is for all the times I got grounded!
Eat it, Eyebrows. Anyway, Dorothy gets pissed off, throws the helmet down, and commands Cans to fire Libra's main cannon at the Gundams. Now, to avoid the shot, Peace Million has to burn out some of its engines, and picking up on what's going on, everybody else scatters, and Miliardo's not too happy. Peace Million barely gets out of the way, but everyone is still alive, and the Gundam team, well, they did what they needed to do, and then some. As for the Libra, trying to pull that move that it did in moving as quick as it did, then firing the cannon has severely damaged the station. The battle between Miliardo and Hiro is a draw this time, so sure dude, go ahead and update the counter. But Hiro's overall forces have scored a victory here. So we'll update our Hiro and Zex counter with another draw, but we gotta give Hiro some brownie points for this gangster as hell line.
Hey, Zex. According to Zero, you have no future. Is Epion telling you differently?
At this point, both Peace Million and Libra are going to be in a holding pattern until they get repairs done. As the pilots fix up their Gundams, Catcher gets rid of the Zero system, saying he doesn't need it. Duo warns Hiro about the Zero system's dangers, and he shockingly agrees. Sally and Noi note that resource satellite MO2 is the staging ground for Treize's forces, and they've basically grabbed every mobile suit that they've got and brought it into space for this fight. Well, anything that's space capable anyway. Up in space, we see that Hildy, of all people, is actually sneaking into Libra, saying she's going to, quote-unquote, fight in her own way. On Libra, Miliardo is fully aware that it's time for the final fight, at least soon anyway, and he gives orders to leave the Gundams alone for now. Cans, however, is adamant that they've got to pick off the Gundams now, so he's already sent forces to destroy them while Miliardo heads to rest up. Dorothy, on the other hand, is showing Relina around the space base to just basically keep talking shit, and shows that they've rebuilt the Mercurius and the V8 as mobile dolls. The attack on Peace Million commences, and Hildy's managed to find Relina. Hildy managed to get some data on Libra to give the Gundam pilots that'll help in the battle, and she takes off after Relina refuses to leave. So Hildy shoots her way out of Libra in a red Taurus. Eyebrows, being a bitch, tells Cans to send out Mercurius and V8 after her. In the meantime, the guys are discussing battle tactics and playing chess, with Hiro being a bit dour about things. The battle alarm goes off, Gundam pilots head out to intercept the enemy. As you'd expect, the guys start wrecking shop immediately once they see these mobile dolls. Now that they're all fully repaired and strategically on the same page, these forces just don't stand a chance. However, Hildy gets attacked by the Mercurius and the V8. She tries to fight back, but she really doesn't stand a chance here. I'm pretty sure this is only like the second or third time she's been in a mobile suit in the entire series. Either way, she sends out a distress call and manages to get her message received by the Gundam pilots. Duo, being Duo, heads out to rescue the girl he likes so much. Now, even though her mobile suit is severely damaged, Hildy refuses to give up. Right as the V8 gets a shot off to finish her off, Duo intercepts it and saves the day. During the battle, as Hildy continues to retreat, she warns Duo that the dolls are programmed with the tactics that are used by the Gundam pilots that use to pilot them. As such, Duo's going to have one hell of an uphill battle. Thing is, these are just copies. Once Duo figures out the tactics that are being used by them, he picks off the V8 within close-range quarters, and then overpowers the Mercurius without much of an issue. With that done, the day is won, and the girl is saved. Now let's do a fun fact. Looking at this screenshot of this Peace Million assault force, I may have counted wrong here, but what I did count was 143 mobile dolls, plus the Mercurius and the V8, so around 145. But because I suck at math, let's give or take 10, right? Even so, these pilots so far in this conflict, in what is called the Eve Wars, have taken out a couple military companies worth of mobile dolls in this video alone. So, since all of this was a waste, Eyebrows talks some shit to Cans and just leaves him to his failures. As for Hildy, she's taken to the medbay of the Peace Million, and Duo lets Hiro know that Relina is on Libra. At this point, Treize is now coming to space with thousands of space mobile suits, and Treize is going to lead them from the front. It's at this point that we see Treize's personal mobile suit that he will use to lead the charge, the Tallgeese 2. Before I break the suit down, I love this line from Treize here.
Remember this for the future. A war with no civility only gives rise to massacres.
Anyway, let's talk about the Tallgeese 2. The OZ-00MS2 Tallgeese 2 was built from spare parts meant for the original Tallgeese, and is built also with a mixture of titanium alloy and Gundanium parts. The main difference between it and the original is the headpiece. Whereas the head of the original Tallgeese had a crest on it similar to a Greek Corinthian helmet or a Roman soldier's helmet, the Tallgeese 2 seems to have more of a plume like a medieval knight, and its faceplate is much more similar to that of Gundam. The Tallgeese 2 also has a blue color on the engines, the shield, the torso, the shoulders, and the hip armor. That's kind of an interesting choice, isn't it? Well, there's a reason for that. It's meant to resemble Treize's uniform. The plume, the knight's plume looking thing, Treize is a knight. Interesting choice, huh? Then again, Kotoki, as a mobile suit designer, really likes themed mobile suits, so this just kind of fits right in. Now, also, one thing worth mentioning is in the manga Glory of the Losers, which is in the Endless Waltz timeline, the Tallgeese 2 has another Treizeism to it. It's actually armed with a heat saber on top of the beam sabers that it keeps hidden on the shield. If you look at the color of the grip, the guard, and the blade, it's meant to be a parallel to the same sword that he used to defeat Wu Fei. Other than that, the Tallgeese 2 has the exact same performance as the first Tallgeese, and the exact same armament. Dober gun, 2 beam sabers. It just looks dope as hell. Now back on Earth, the engineers for Romefeller are putting boosters onto a now repaired Wing Gundam, which, if you forgot, got left back in Luxembourg with damages to its leg. So yeah, that's going to come into play later. With the Gundam pilots, they note that Hiro's left to go save Relina, which, as you'd expect, makes Wu Fei think that Hiro's a bit nuts. Now Troa tells Wu Fei to be nice when Relina gets there, and the look on Wu Fei's face makes me think that his brain just blue-screened at that very concept of being nice to a girl. Either way, Hiro manages to bust into Libra using a damaged ship from the assault force that they just, massacred. Kans is pissed, understandably so, but Miliardo was expecting something like this, and he already knows it's Hiro. So Hiro gets into Relina's room and grabs her, and they both go to talk to Miliardo. Now, after they track him down, they try the same routine of talking Miliardo down, but Big Brother shows Relina the massive force that Treize has brought to space. The basic idea at this point is that there needs to be one final war, one big, ugly one to show exactly how bad and how pointless this constant fighting is. If they don't do it, it's just going to keep happening all over again until, well, things just get worse and worse and worse, and then they're going to have another big conflict. So they need to either finish this here, or the dance continues. You could even call it a waltz, an endless one.
He said it! He said it!
Anyway, if humanity doesn't see where all this constant conflict is going to lead, no lesson ever gets learned. The funny thing about the speech is that Hiro gets it immediately, and he leaves. Relina's still a bit on the dark on things, but that's largely because she's the only person in this conversation that's not really going to even try to understand that everyone fighting in this conflict believes that unless this plays out, there can never be peace. Somebody's got to lose. Miliardo gives a warning to Treize as Treize and his forces approach, saying that he'll fire Libra's main cannon if those forces don't stay back. So Treize tells his men to stay, but he heads out on his own. On approach to Libra, Treize challenges Miliardo to a duel, Epion versus Tallgeese 2, which would have been awesome. Now at this point, Lady Un wakes up, and then shortly afterwards, a ship that we didn't see takes off into space. As Treize talks with Miliardo, Miliardo flat out refuses to duel Treize to settle the conflict, with Treize saying that ultimately that is the right decision. It's a little risky to have one of your commanders go out and fight the other commander, possibly lose, and the whole war is over. Now that doesn't mean that Treize is going to stop, though. Earth is behind him, and he will not fall back. Miliardo plans to fire the main cannon of Libra at Treize, and even Dorothy's taken aback by how cold this is. Treize charges, and Libra fires his cannon. It's at this point that Wing Gundam knocks Treize out of the way of the blast, which manages to hit part of the Earth's forces and knock a big chunk out of MO2. As we see it, it's Lady Un who just saved Treize's life. Also, the whole thing was a ruse. There are now mobile suit carriers behind Libra, and it's going to be hit from both sides. Lady Un and Treize are reunited, and Treize, after this, gives the order to commence the attack.
Attention all units. Destroy Libra now.
At this point, the battle has commenced. Treize is on the field with Lady Un commanding from MO2. Both sides are completely dug in with their decisions. They will dig no more trenches, nothing of the sort. Everybody's going forward, forward, forward. Now, hidden in Libra's hangar, Relina and Hiro are hiding out to just stay safe. The two discuss the basic ideas of what's going on, and Hiro has no reason to get involved at this point of the fight, since the leaders of both armies are his enemies. Peace Million is also hanging back and weighing its options given the military power of both sides involved. They come to the decision that no matter what, Libra has to go down. With the Gundams coming out, Miliardo knows that he's got to deploy, or the Gundams are going to mess everything up. Even though the enemy is a bunch of space Leos primarily going up against mobile dolls, Treize's numbers are in the thousands, so if Gundams start getting involved on Treize's side, that's a big problem. So what Miliardo does is he goes out with a few Virgo units to head them off. Catra asks Noin to hang back and guard Peace Million since her mobile suit will not be able to keep up with what's going to happen here. Now Duo sees that Miliardo just has 3 escorts, but the way he's using them makes Duo look like a bit of a fool. Now Lady Une at this point informs Treize that the Gundams are on the field, but he's not going to think about them as allies. Miliardo's strategy at this point is to pick off Catra first, head of the snake sort of idea, and he's having success with isolating him. Though the Sandrock is also a close quarters unit, it doesn't really have the overall power to hold off the Epion and its escorts, which are doing a solid job of keeping the other Gundams at a distance while Zex makes chase. As for Libra, it's looking to outmaneuver the Earth's forces and just pilot straight towards Earth itself. Now Sally Poe, over on Peace Million, catches what's going on and realizes that the best option to stop Libra at this point is to use Peace Million as a battering ram. Miliardo moves to destroy Peace Million, but what he doesn't expect is Noin stands in between him and Peace Million, and she is willing to die to protect it. But the thing is, she's not willing to pull the trigger. Even so, this move ends up working. It psychs out Miliardo, who isn't willing to kill her to get to Peace Million. After that, at this point, Miliardo flees from the battle, cursing his perceived cowardice. So what does Peace Million do? So yeah, Peace Million manages to successfully ram into the Libra, disabling the cannon. Peace Million's crew evacuate, and now the White Fang have to try and win the battle without their biggest asset. Hero and Relina survive the ramming attack, and Hero realizes he's going to need Wing Zero for what comes next. Now, even though Libra's cannon is toast, Zex still has an idea, as do the other Gundam pilots. Catra's strategy is to take over Libra from within, but Wu Fei has other ideas and flies out towards the big part of the battle to finally have his rematch with Treize. Noin leaves as well, finally breaking down emotionally. Now at this point, Relina still wants to talk to her brother, but there's no way in hell that's going to work, so they move on. Duo does his thing, and he sneaks aboard Libra to see what's going on in the area, finding something that he wasn't expecting. More on that in a bit. The other 2 Gundam pilots are maneuvering around the Libra with different objectives, and it's at this point that Catra comes across Dorothy. As for what Duo found, it's the Gundam engineers. Basically, they got roped into helping White Fang and rebuilding the Mercurius and the V8, because if you remember, last we saw them, they were in the custody of the Trace faction, who many members ended up joining the White Fang. But regardless, they got roped into it. They were part of finishing the space station, and they also rebuilt the Mercurius and the V8. However, they are also the reason that the Libra's cannon cannot fire consecutively, and it constantly breaks. Hero manages to get to Wing Zero. Waiting for him is Miliardo and the Epion, who is found by Noin, who just wants to stay with him for a while. At this point, Miliardo states that the real crushing blow is yet to come. Now battle commences on the Libra, and Dorothy doesn't give a fuck that Libra's messed up. She's gonna keep fighting because she just loves her some war. Now that same war is still going on around Libra, as Wu Fei keeps turning mobile dolls into cutlets. At this point, Treize and Wu Fei finally lock horns. Now as you'd expect, this fight is just as much of a mental fight as it is physical, with Treize discussing his views on war. The 2 agree, without really much of a conversation about it, to a duel of blades. A gentleman's fight, if you will. A Gundam fight. No, not that kind. Anyway, the Gundam engineers want to do something to change Libra's orbit, because they know what he plans to do at this point. Drop Libra onto Earth. Yeah, he's planning to pull a Zabi, but if Libra and Peace Million collide with the Earth, it's going to be releasing a blast that's estimated to be 6,000 megatons. Way, way, way more damaging than the colonies that fell on the Earth during the course of the Universal Century. For comparison, the bomb dropped on Hiroshima was 21 kilotons. So an explosion like this would be 28,571 times the power of the Hiroshima bomb. We're talking about an explosion that would effectively carve a giant chunk out of the Earth and render it completely incapable of having life exist on it due to a resulting nuclear winter. On what's left of Peace Million, Hero and Relina have one last argument about how all this is going to play out. Hero's thought is that there's no way that either Zex or Treize are going to give up at this point. Zex doesn't think he's lost, and this has to end only one way. Once Zex and Treize are gone, there can finally be peace. Effectively, these two men are the last two warmongers. Everybody else that you would consider a warmonger is dead, and that's why this has to be the last battle. Relena still doesn't want to let him leave, knowing his plan is that he's going to die in the process of bringing him down. All Hero asks at this point, with a smile on his face, is just to believe in him. Wing Zero's eyes light up. Relena says to him that she does believe in him, and Wing Zero launches one more time. In the Mobile Doll Control Center, we get the reason why the dolls were acting smarter. The Zero System. As of right now, the only thing that'll stop these mobile dolls is if Catra kills old Eyebrows here. Now at this point, we finally get why Eyebrows is so obsessed with war. Her dad was a soldier who died in combat, and this is effectively her coping mechanism. During the course of the fight, as expected, Dorothy tries to use psychological tactics to get Catra off his game. Elsewhere, Wing Zero enters the fight and shuts off the communications to his suit from Relena, who is still trying to talk him out of things. She does not give up. Inside of Libra, Troa and Duo are lighting up mobile dolls, but Duo's got his own mission, while Troa is heading out to try to find Catra and give him backup. Duo's mission is to escort the Gundam engineers to Peace Million for their own purposes. During the battle, he gets surprising backup from the Magwanaut Corps. Yeah, always good to see these dudes, right? And obviously they're here for Master Catra. Speaking of Catra of Arabia, he's still in a sword fight with Dorothy, and not really doing that well. In discussion about exactly what her expectations were for the Gundam pilots, she suggested that they should have done exactly what Zex is doing right now, but, you know, obviously Catra is resistant to that because he doesn't believe in the end that actually would have solved anything. And during all of this, Catra gets impaled by Dorothy. Thing is, what Catra realizes deep down and what he brings up to her is that he thinks that Dorothy actually hates what's going on. Hates that she's lost as much as she has, but she's convinced herself in her grief that all of this has to happen for wars to end. Catra, on the other hand, believes in something higher than that. That humans are capable of going beyond their base instincts and living in peace with one another. Something that Dorothy has a hard time swallowing. If war took her father, isn't that just a natural way of looking at things? Well, not really, but she didn't really realize that until she actually had to get into a fight and actually, well, almost kills someone. Wu Fei and Treize are still going at it, and the fight is pretty even. During the course of the fight, Wu Fei is laying out his disdain for Treize, and he asks a hell of a question of how many people have died for you. It's here that he gets an answer that he wasn't expecting.
Do you really want to know? Huh?
As of yesterday, 99,822 people.
Over the comms, he asks Lady Un how many more have died today. And he says he wants to know all of their names after the battle. The reason? To remember them. He remembers everyone who has fought for him, everyone he has fought against, and everyone who has died for his goals, whether they were on his side or the opposing side. He remembers everybody that died due to a decision that he made. He remembers everybody that died fighting for what they believed in, because he believes that they're worth remembering. At this point, he charges Wu Fei, but the Tall Geese 2 is impaled on Wu Fei's blade. Now you'll notice that there's been a consistent thought that two people need to die for this conflict to be over and for war to stop. Treize and Zex. The Gundam pilots say it constantly throughout this whole sequence, but what you wouldn't expect is that it's a sentiment that Treize agreed with too. He fully came into this conflict knowing that he had to die. He knows that because of who he is as a man, that the world will not find peace if he's alive. So he threw himself onto the spear of a warrior that he believed would be able to help the world find peace. So as the Tall Geese drifts away, critically damaged, he calls Wu Fei his eternal friend, and says to Zex that he'll meet his old friend on the other side. It's at this point that the Tall Geese 2 detonates, and Treize Kushernada is laid to rest. Wu Fei weeps for him, because Wu Fei did not think he was going to survive the battle. At this point, seeing the death of Treize, Lady Un surrenders, knowing that Treize has played out his role. At this point, Troa comes to get the passed out Catra, and Dorothy is just in absolute shock of the way things are playing out, because they weren't supposed to happen this way, according to her. Everything that she believed in is falling apart around her. There's only one fight left to happen. Zero versus Epion. Hiro versus Zex. One last time. Relina, Sally Poe, and Howard arrive on MO2 with the Earth forces safely. On Libra, the Gundam engineers have reached what's left of Peace Million, and Duo heads back out to start killing him some robots. Now at this point on MO2, Lady Une offers a gun to Relina to take revenge for her father's death. Because again, remember in one of the previous episodes, it was Lady Une who killed him. Now Relina refuses it, forgiving Lady Une for what happened. Howard realizes what needs to happen to stop Libra. Alter its orbit, or just blow the damn thing up. Since he sees that Duo is by where you'd need to be to get one or the other done, he knows that his fellow engineers are likely already there, since they'd have planned this or came to the same conclusion that Howard did. As for Troa, he talks to Dorothy about why he's still fighting despite all the things that they've gone through, and he disconnects the systems in the room they're in. Troa picks Catra up, the two head off, with Troa tossing Dorothy her helmet, and Catra encouraging her to try and make it through this. The mobile dolls are done for, and for better or worse, the greater scale of the battle is over. MO2 is trying to reach Lieutenant Noin, and they manage to get her on comms. Un asks Noin for a favor. Show the footage of Zex and Hiro's final battle, and they will broadcast it all over Earth and space. Now, the Gundam engineers are doing their thing, but they get caught by cans. At this point, we get the lore that I gave everybody during episode 1 of Gundam Wing Explained. The original Operation Meteor was a colony drop, and these engineers have this little thing called a conscience, so that's not happening. Gundams are enough. At this point, the doctors don't care about their own lives, and they hit the button that detonates a section of Peace Million and engages its thrusters, killing them, killing cans, but completing their mission. With Hiro and Zex, they keep fighting with one another, bantering about how we got here, how the Earth's actions made the colonies weak, but also made them want to start a revolution to fight back against the Earth because they didn't want to be ruled by tyrants. Now, as this goes on, the colonies put out a declaration that rejects the White Fang's actions, makes it clear that they want peace with the Earth. Now, the downside is that, as they're saying this, a giant chunk of Libra has broken away from the rest of it, which is big enough to cause big problems, enough essentially to still cause a nuclear winter. Now, at this point, Zex and Hiro keep at it on that block of Libra that broke off, with the other Gundams catching up to them. Now, despite Zex basically having no military of his own now, no support from the colonies, he keeps going with the intent to settle with what he started. He will not stop. At this point, where we have one last clash of sabers, and Hiro ends up winning over Zex decisively. So, sure dude, where's the count at? Who is the true winner of these epic clashes between Hiro Yui and Zex Marquise? 2, and 2? Oh, that's kind of anticlimactic. Well, anyway, Catra gets in touch with Hiro, who refuses to kill Zex because it would break Relina's heart. The Gundam pilots at this point have resigned themselves to destroying the final block of Libra from the inside out. So we have the Gundams in the Magwanac Corps trying to blow it up with gunfire. But the most reliable thing that they can do is destroy the power source. Now, Wing Zero is there, but unfortunately for Hiro, his beam saber is screwed up, and he's out of ammo for his Vulcan cannons. His last option? Self-detonation. The thing is, Zex will not let that happen. He refuses to let Hiro kill himself for what Zex has done. And Zex consigns himself to die as a warrior, stabbing the power source. Now, even so, there's still a block of Libra headed to Earth. Luckily for Hiro, Wu Fei finds him, and he has the Buster Rifle, which obviously is going to have the firepower to destroy the last chunk of Libra heading to Earth. At this point, the Gundams in the Magwanac withdraw from the battle. On top of that, Wing Zero heads out and starts to enter the atmosphere ahead of what's left of Libra that needs shooting. Now the problem is, of course, the heat plus the turbulence from entering the atmosphere can make it very hard to lock on. Even so, he fires and pulls it off, firing a full power Buster Rifle shot, detonating what's left of Libra and saving the Earth from destruction. At this point, Catra and the guys show their elation at Hiro pulling things off, with Catra flat out saying that it's Hiro who's the heart of outer space. Now, the rest of Libra that was descending to Earth is so small it's not going to hurt anything, and basically burns out like they're shooting stars. A peace agreement is reached between Earth and the colonies, and we see people on Earth grieving the losses of their loved ones. However, Noi refuses to grieve Zex, because she believes he's still alive. Relina now goes by her last name Dorlan again, and she's now a foreign minister to the colonies. And working on her birthday, no less. As Relina gets on her shuttle, she sees a teddy bear with a card, and she realizes it's a gift from Hero, who works on that colony. To get even with the guy, as the two meet each other's gaze, she tears up the card and says next time, hand it to me in person. Now that's a really wholesome way to end this series, isn't it? No more war, right? Right?
Incorrect.
Well, shit. Hey there, YouTube family. I want to apologize right out of the gate for what's going to effectively be a slideshow for the rest of the sequence of this particular video. The reason being is that, for some reason, Bandai will completely and totally copyright strike just about anything that is Endless Waltz if it's played in motion. I've actually re-uploaded this video about 7 times, meaning I had to re-render it, doing alternate versions over and over and over again to see what will stop the AI from flagging this particular video. I've tried to appeal directly to them, and they basically acted as if they will strike my channel if I continue to try to do so with any sort of actual animation from Endless Waltz. So, this next part has to be a slideshow, except for the things that aren't from Endless Waltz, but rather footage that Shirt Dude took from video games and things of that nature. So, again, I do apologize. If I have to do this sort of thing in the future for videos, what I will be doing is I will be putting a version of the video that does not have these kinds of cuts on Patreon or in my Discord server for members, patrons, Subscribe Star Bros, all you guys who give money to the channel on a monthly basis. So, something to consider. I am sorry about this, but it is what it is, and I'm just basically trying to get you guys the lore videos that you want so badly, and try to get them as true to what I think they should be as possible, but sometimes YouTube just will not let it happen, or the copyright owner will not let it happen, despite the fact that it does fall into fair use. To be honest, if I had the money to argue this in court, I would, but I don't, so it is what it is. So, let's go ahead and get on to Endless Waltz. So, a year later, we find ourselves in After Colony 196. The Earth and the colonies have unified into what's called the Earth Sphere Unified Nation. We're also at a point of near complete disarmament, with that a lot going on. However, we find Sally Poe in space, going by the call sign of Water, finding a big floating chunk of neo-titanium, which is the same material that most mobile suits are made of. Mysterious. Elsewhere, we see that 4 of the 5 Gundams that survived the Eve Wars have effectively been put in coffins, and are put into a disposal block to send them into the sun. The thing is, we don't see Ultron here. Kadra and Duo send off the block, and that's effectively what these guys consider to be the end of any possible need for mobile suits. Now, over at MO2, which is still around, it is hosting a party to commemorate the anniversary of the end of the war, which coincides with Christmas. This is why some mecha fans call Endless Waltz the best Japanese Christmas film not called Tokyo Godfathers. We see some familiar faces here in Noin and Lady Une, both looking pretty snazzy in those suits. Now, what the girls mention here is that they are part of a group that's called the Preventers that, well, put out fires. That's why Sally Poe was going by a call sign. All of them go by code names and basically act as a preventative force to make sure that no big conflicts get started. Over at colony L3X18999, which is a relatively new colony, they're talking with Relina about the possibility of colony growth and being honest about the fact that the colony is looking for strong leadership and is already having problems with economic consistency. They talk about having a strong leader like Relina leading them, and then suddenly Relina, after drinking some tea, gets very sleepy. Then a bunch of dudes in uniforms charge in and take her away. We then see a couple of figures, partially obscured in shadow. One of them is going to be familiar from part 1 of this series, Dakin Barton. The other is a little girl addressed as Lady Marimea, and she talks about some mobile suits left to her by her father as Christmas presents. More on these in a bit. Back in another spot, we see that Troa's back working at the circus with Catherine, and they've spotted some shady dudes in the crowd. So Troa does his solid snake routine, disappears from plain sight, and goes and kicks the shit out of them. He sees that they're all working for the Barton Foundation. Now in Endless Waltz, we do finally see the background of Troa in animation, and that he really is a man with no name, but I already went over all that in part 1 of the series. Since I know it's been a few months since that vid, you're more than welcome to go back for a refresher, because I do want to try and keep focusing on the current events, but I will talk about flashbacks that aren't as detailed in the prequel manga. Now, at another colony, Hiro's doing Hiroyui stuff looking into Marimere's background. Now, we already know that her mom, Lisa, that he mentions here, was a nurse looking after Treize when he took an RPG to his Leo defending General Septim. Oddly enough, that same RPG was fired by Hiroyui. He's joined by Duo and tells Duo that Relina has been kidnapped. It's here that we see this group led by Dakin Barton, which is called the Marimea Army. Now, Troa's already done what he does best and infiltrated the group, but Dakin's already realized what's going on when he's giving a Zabi-esque speech. Though Troa does manage to dodge a gunshot and pull a gun on Dakin, we find out where Wu-Fei was this whole time. He's joined the Marimea forces. Sally Poe gets in touch with Noin with info on what we've already found out, and Noin switches her rendezvous point to catch up with Sally. At this point, Relina wakes up and finally meets Marimea face to face. She reveals at this point that she is the daughter of Treize Khushrenada, and looking at her and Treize's faces, you can kind of see the resemblance, of course with a bit of her mom too, and she claims that it's already been proven through DNA testing. She's under the impression that she's been chosen to lead the Earth sphere, and plans on starting a coup d'etat to take control of it. Now, one flashback I'm going to go over is one that we didn't talk about in part 1 that goes over Hiro's missions prior to receiving Wing Gundam. While him and Duo are in a ship to save Relina, Duo keeps yapping, but realizes that Hiro is asleep and dreaming. Now, in the dream, we see that after escaping a military base on an unnamed colony, he meets a little girl and her dog named Mary. The little girl gets sad at one of Hiro's lines about being lost since he was born. Given his dad's profession, we can understand that sentiment. But cheers Hiro up by giving him a nice little flower. Later that night, Hiro blows up the explosives that he had planted earlier in the day, completing his mission and successfully destroying the base. The thing is, a Leo falls over, blows up, and the one next to it falls over like a domino effect, hitting a bunch of residential buildings, likely killing everyone inside. The next morning, Hiro walks among the ashes as it snows, finding torn cloth, a burned teddy bear, and a little girl's dog lying dead in the rubble. It's here that we actually hear part of the conversation that likely led to the Gundam engineers deciding to alter Operation Meteor, with Dakin Barton basically ordering that Hiro be conditioned to blot out his own humanity and turning him into a killing machine with no sense of morality, which we know didn't actually end up happening. Hiro is a stoic. He has a sense of morality. We see that in the show. Now, when Hiro wakes up from his dreams, the colony declares its independence, and then declares war simultaneously. One thing you'll notice in this, especially if you go back to my 1 Year War series, is that a lot of these elements are supposed to mirror what Zeon did when they started the 1 Year War. Which, yes, Zeon started it. Don't you start with me, motherfucker. Anyway, Marimea reveals her assumed parentage to the shock of basically everybody, and the president of the Earth Sphere is pissed. Understandably so. Lady Une tells him that they were likely planning this before the Preventers were ever formed, and she's not wrong, but he hangs up on her anyway. Nice guy, I guess. So here's the lore tidbit. Lady Une's right. One thing you'll notice with footage in this particular movie is that we are seeing that the Marimea army has a bunch of Leos and Taurus suits, which later on we find out those Tauruses are actually mobile dolls. Now, both of those are models that would have been left behind by Oz or Alliance forces at different points of the conflict in the year prior. In fact, they're all colored in Oz colors. One of Dakin's priorities was mobile suit theft before the Eve Wars and all the conflicts in the show proper, and he was always a shadow player. What you can gather from Gundam Wing's prequel manga is that he never struck unless he was 100% sure he could pull off the job, and if he couldn't do it, he would pull out immediately and then clean up things to make sure that you never knew he was there. That's likely the reason he didn't join Cans in the creation of the White Fang, instead waiting to see how everything played out. The only reason that they found out when they did was because Dakin was ready to be found out. Anyway, a man in a tan suit walks into Lady Une's office, and she looks up with a very audible gasp, almost like she's seen a ghost. The man has long, platinum blonde hair, and asks for the code name Wind, because it's known as something that puts out fires. Back in space, Noin hails a ship that's going straight into the fight to warn them, finding out that it's Duo and Hiro heading into the fight, which is, kind of what they do. To Noin's shock, they're 100% sure they can handle this with just the two of them. And if I could ask a fictional character a question, I would ask Lieutenant Noin in this moment two things. One, how do you keep your hair in such a perfect coif that it doesn't get in the way of your vision? And two, given all that you've seen these guys do, would you really be that surprised if they pulled it off? Anyway, Sally and Noin head in as well to try and draw fire off of them. Though it's a bumpy ride, Sally and Noin's ship is armed with beam weapons and a massive payload of heat-seeking missiles, so they can provide solid cover fire for the Gundam pilots, who successfully do get into the colony. Now over with Katra, the Magwanac Corps are with the young master with a ship, prepared to go and try to catch up to the Gundam disposal block. Back on the colony, Hiro and Duo are already on the attack, having snagged a couple of Leos. Now, as we all know, the main characters in Gundam Wing sort of work like named Space Marines in Warhammer 40k. The Leo isn't that great of a mobile suit compared to other suits that Oz offers, or to a Gundam. It's comparable to a Hyzak or a Marasai in the Universal Century. Now, in the world of writing, sort of like unnamed Space Marines in 40k, you shouldn't be surprised if you see Leos get peeled apart, sort of like you see unnamed Space Marines get peeled apart in cutscenes for games like Dawn of War 2. However, if a capable pilot, like Duo or Hiro or Zex get into one, they're going to have enough skills in lore and plot armor in the writing to do some damage. After the start of it, the two of them split up. The first thing Duo does is he runs right into the new mobile suit, the Serpent. The MMS-01 Serpent was meant to be a direct successor to the Leo, and had a similar level of adaptability. Easily capable of carrying equipment for either space or ground combat, these suits are very customizable. The only interior weaponry that the suit has are two 8-tube missile launchers hidden in the shoulders of the suit. Every other weapon was one that could be traded between suits, mounted on the back, and carried with relative ease. It could equip an over-the-shoulder bazooka, a handheld beam cannon similar to those like the V8 and the Virgo used, or a double Gatling gun like the Heavy Arms Custom uses. It also apparently carries a beam saber, but we only see it in video games. Either way, Duo immediately starts taking fire from the Serpent, but he notices something about the way the suit's being used. Specifically, the stance that it's standing in is identical to Heavy Arms, with Duo realizing that Trowa is piloting it. While Hiro seems to be having luck in another part of the colony, he gets a Dragon Fang sent right at his head that he just manages to dodge. Yep, Wu Fei brought an otaku with him into the colony. At this point, it's a nightmare scenario. The Marimea army not only have two Gundam pilots seemingly fighting for them, they also have a Gundam of their own, and nobody else does. Now back with Katra, it's looking like it's going to take about 5 days to catch up with the Gundams. This would be way too damn long. At that point, with the size of Marimea's forces, she would be able to get a foothold that they wouldn't be able to penetrate. Katra then plots a course that'll shave off 80 hours, which basically means he can cut the trip down to about a day and a half. Given the current circumstances, it's the best option, considering the Marimea army is the only army in existence right now. There's no real good counterforce. Now, the problem they run into is that they're going to have to blow up a part of the ship to really hit the rendezvous point and only have 5 seconds to get onto the ship itself. Given that timetable, Katra refuses to take anyone with him despite the protests of the Magwanac Corps. Back on the colony, the battle commences with Wu Fei asking Hiro the question of, are you guys doing the right thing? Now, Hiro's able to hold him off for a little bit, telling Wu Fei to destroy his Gundam in response. As for Duo, he gets riddled with bullets and missiles that are shot at him, and he sees his life flash before his eyes, which shows a flashback of him immediately wanting to destroy Death Scythe on the eve of Operation Meteor, given he knows that the original Operation Meteor would kill billions of people. It shows that instead, Duo and his doctor had planned to go against the mission as well very early on, with the doctor dismantling all the explosives that Duo had planted. Now, all the doctors came to the same consensus, which is why the original Trowa Barton gets a back full of lead. As for the missiles, they don't hit Duo. Hiro manages to escape with the resulting explosion, which covers his escape, and then Duo heads out as well, with their mission, at least destroying the mobile suits of the Marimea army, largely being a failure. The Preventers at this point are waiting for backup from the moon, and they confirm that the Taurus suits are mobile dolls, meaning that the main force is located somewhere away from the colony. We see that these forces are located at Resource Satellite MO3, with Dakin bragging about Cans being a nerd. At the colony, we basically get Relina trying to talk down Marimea, which goes over about as well as playing Slayer in the middle of a convent. Hiro and Duo are scoping out Marimea's action in the colony, and the two realize that what Marimea's troops want to do is pull off the original Operation Meteor, the colony drop. Back with Katra, he manages to get into the transport that was carrying the Gundams, but not without a bit of a scare. Seeing the Preventers starting to move out, Dakim calls the Preventers a bunch of nerds too, and orders the Serpents to be deployed. The thing is, something is coming at them at very fast speeds. A fucking tall geese. Dakim knows it isn't Trey's, and he realizes what the audience already figured out from earlier. Not only is Zex Marquis alive, he's got a brand new mobile suit, and he's fucking pissed. This mobile suit is one of my favorite master grades I've ever got to build as a Gunpla builder. It is the OZ00MS3 Tall Geese 3, and it's a fucking monster. To put it simply, though it's part of the Tall Geese line, it might as well be the love child of the Tall Geese and the Epion. This mobile suit still maintains the thruster power of the original Tall Geese and Tall Geese 2, and a similar body design, but has a new head and shoulder design with a crest that's likely an homage to Char Aznavour's helmet in the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And I'd argue that this suit is just as terrifying, if not more so, than Char's final mobile suits, the Sazabi or the Nightingale. On top of just being absurdly fast, on its right arm the Tall Geese sports a Mega Cannon, which is considerably more powerful than the Dober gun. It functions similar to a VSBR on the Gundam F91 or the Buster Rifle on the Wing Zero. It can fire off smaller shots like a normal beam rifle, but can uncork a much bigger blast in what's called maximum output, where it's comparable to Wing Zero's destructive capability. The shield it carries is also larger than the original Tall Geese's, and carries 2 concealed beam sabers like the original. On top of that, it also has a heat rod, just like the Epions. Plus, this suit has a system inside it that is similar to the Epion system. In fact, it was its precursor. It's never named, so I guess we'll call it the Tall Geese system. Speaking of how terrifying this goddamn thing is, these pilots of these ships here find out very fast. Zex goes apeshit, literally carving through troop transports like they're nothing, and even reduplicating his infamous slash on Barge. It's here that Zex drops his coldest, most gangster line to Dakim Barton.
Zex Marquis! I thought you were dead.
That's right, I was. But I find that I cannot quietly sleep in my grave, while Trey's spirit is still roaming among us.
Now, Dakim actually dares Zex to shoot him down. If he does, they'll drop the colony, and basically do the same damage that Zex himself was willing to do when he was going as Milliardo Peacecraft during the Eve Wars. Something you can tell Zex wants to avoid. As Wu Fei looks down from the colony, he takes off to escort Marimea's shuttle, as she tells Relina that she fully plans to drop that colony, unless Earth bows to her. On top of that, she fully intends to use Relina to hand over the Earth to her as well, because with Relina's popularity, if she says, hey, we're all with Marimea now, they will likely mostly agree. Now, on the Gundam satellite, Catra manages to get the big sucker turned around and headed back to Earth, so he and the other pilots can mount some form of a defense against what Marimea and Dakim plan on doing. Hiro and Duo at this point are just doing what damage they can to try to sabotage things for Marimea's men. They meet up with Troa, who's already trying to prevent the colony drop. Hiro and Duo join in a hacking party to try and stop this thing. Still, they finally manage to succeed in their mission, blowing everything up that they need to stop the colony from being able to be dropped. After the Preventers get confirmation that Operation Meteor has been stopped, we see what I meant when I compared the Tall Geese 3's destructive power to Wing Zero. With one shot, the Tall Geese destroys MO3, which is similar to what Wing Zero did when it first was unveiled, destroying one of these big-ass resource satellites. Now sadly, Dakim Barton has escaped. Catra hails the other Gundam pilots to let them know he's got the Gundams, and Hiro asks Catra to send Wing Zero to a different point that'd be a lot faster. He then asks Duo to smack him, which he no-sells and then knocks out Duo. Hiro, of course, plays possum, then books it out of there. At this point, Dakim has landed on Earth, and so have his forces. However, Wing Zero has been sent out towards Hiro, who is quickly approaching in a shuttle of his own. He catches Wing Zero, and we get one of the coolest unveilings of a new Gundam design ever. And I have to say, if you want to see the best version of this unveiling, you have to watch the movie version of Endless Waltz, not the OVA, because the unveiling of Wing Zero, when it spreads its wings, is done to the tune of a Last Impression, and it is very impactful, let me tell you. Either way, Hiro now has his mobile suit, in which he heads off to Earth. Now, over in Brussels, we see that Marimea's house goes into the ground, or rather the presidential estate which she stole. At this point, Marimea talks about the Endless Waltz of war, peace, and revolution, and how It consistently goes because that's human nature. But all that's going to end when she rules the world with an iron fist, going back to the whole concept of rule and control that her father preached before his death. And of course, ultimately, realized wasn't going to work, which is why he fell on Wu Fei's trident. Wu Fei, he gets a flashback to stuff we already talked about in episode 1, with the colony that he lived on originally being the one that they were going to drop on the Earth because the Alliance were already going to destroy it. Now at this point, it's time for a showdown. Wing Zero versus Ultron. Hiro versus Wu Fei. Now, the fight between these two largely takes place while Hiro is trying to talk some sense into him, but more on that in a bit. Duo manages to escape his confines with his usual tricks, then gets into a shuttle where Troa is, where he's been waiting for Sally Poe, who had freed the army's hostages, and then the three of them take off. Now, the fight between Wing Zero and Wu Fei starts pretty even, but Wu Fei pulls ahead. Where Wu Fei's at with things is not really a good spot mentally. His only purpose, in his mind, is to be a soldier. To fight. It's literally all Wu Fei knows how to do. And we've seen that since the start of these videos. This is a guy whose only skills in life are killing and fighting, and then fighting and killing. He's a martial arts master and a skilled assassin, on top of being an ace pilot who has shot down hundreds of mobile suits. Wu Fei is one of the most lethal Gundam pilots in the entire Gundam franchise. That is all he knows how to do. Now, with the peace that they've attained, now he's being asked to take his sword and turn it into a plowshare. And he doesn't know how the fuck he's going to farm, figuratively speaking. Now, if you're saying, hey, that sounds familiar, it's because this whole conversation between Hiro and Wu Fei could be playing with the song Old Snake from Metal Gear Solid 4 playing in the background, and it would fit. Because what Wu Fei's talking about is basically the same philosophy that leads Big Boss to founding Military Sans Frontier, the Diamond Dogs, Outer Heaven, and Zanzibar Land in the Metal Gear Solid franchise. Though the character has basically been a meme throughout these videos, he kind of has a point here. How the fuck can you expect a guy like him to just become like a dock worker or a circus performer like Hiro or Troa? It's something that he just has no answer to, and even though Treize is dead, Wu Fei feels like he's still fighting him. That, for him, the war never ended. On Earth, the battle couple of Zex and Noin are out in their mobile suits fighting against Marimea's army, trying their best not to kill their opponents. We also get a really touching moment where Noin basically says that when she told Zex she'd never leave his side, she meant it. I mean, she has been waiting on him for a whole year now. I imagine she's very pent up. Anyway, the fight continues with Wu Fei and Hiro, with Hiro making the point that all Marimea is going to do is start all this nonsense that they just went through a year prior all over again. And if you think about it, what she is effectively doing is making a new Oz. And we all know how that ended up. Tyranny, revolution, cycle begins again. So the question is, how many more people need to die at this point?
How many more times must I kill that girl and her dog?
Now, Hiro just gives up the fight, having taken a lot of damage to Wing Zero, letting Zero crash into the ocean. Wu Fei then flashes back to the destruction of his home colony, and he realizes that he's fucked up. Now, I often have people bring this fight up as Wu Fei trouncing Hiro, but I kind of feel like some people miss the point of the fight. It's not supposed to be this knockdown, drag-out fucking boxing match. It is a really good fight, ridiculously well animated like the rest of the goddamn movie, but it's not really about who wins like a boxing match. It's not like they're fighting over a championship belt or some sort of a Gundam fight. No, stop that! We'll do G Gundam another time. The fact is that Hiro doesn't want to see a comrade of his go down the road of murder again. He doesn't himself want to constantly have to revisit the crimes that he's committed and the innocents that he's killed. In a sense, by getting Wu Fei to stop, he has accomplished his mission with flying colors. Though that was at the expense of Wing Zero getting pretty beat up. Now out in space, Death Scythe, Sandrock, and Heavy Arms have arrived outside of Earth, and they descend in their own Operation Meteor. Zex and Noin are having success in regard to their attacks, but only to a certain degree. Keep in mind that it was kind of a surprise attack, and now they are going to be sending reinforcements to where they're at. Somewhere else, the President of Earth is somewhere else with his granddaughter, lamenting the fact that so few people would want to stand up against a military like what Marimea has when they already have peace. As he says, not as many people are as sensible as his granddaughter. Now, at this point, Noin and Zex are struggling, but luckily for them, backup is here. Sandrock starts the salvo off, making quick work of 5 of the Serpents. In the sky, Death Scythe appears, dropping a few of them with no problem. Heavy Arms flips into action and reenacts the coolest scene from Predator on a bunch of them. This time using ammo that's clearly only meant to maim the suits, not cause them to blow up. Each pilot has 50 suits they need to drop between the 5 of them there, which is a hell of a fight. On top of that, they are trying not to kill anyone, which makes it that much more difficult. Marimea seems to think that it's meaningless because they can't puncture her shelter, so they can't even get to the head of the serpent. Relina tries to get a message out to the people, but it gets cut off. While the Gundams, the Tall Geese, and the Virgo keep fighting, they're taking a hell of a beating. Zex tries to tell them to retreat, but Duo, Catra, and Troa are fully committed to possibly dying to stop the revolution from continuing. It sadly just gets to a point that the Gundams have nothing left. They have effectively lost, but something's here. You see, back in the ocean, Wing Zero woke up Hiro in another one of those moments that makes you think whether or not this suit is self-aware. The two of them, despite the damage to the suit from Ultron, have one final mission: take out the head of the serpent. So, they've arrived above Marimea's shelter with the Buster Rifle pointed down. Now, Marimea and Dakim talk some shit, saying that Hiro is powerless. When he asks if their bunker is secure, they hear the two words that you don't want to hear from Hiro Yui, especially after you've been talking some shit.
Roger that.
Remember the rule of Hiro, kids. If he says, "I'll kill you," that's a warning. If he says, "Mission accepted," or "Roger that," you are fucking dead. At this point, when Marimea starts losing her mind, Relina smugly asks if she's afraid. Now, unfortunately for Zero, it's so damaged that it can't handle the recoil from the Buster Rifle under gravity. Because keep in mind, we've never actually seen Wing Zero fight in gravity in this show, except for a couple of instances, and it was at full strength at the time. With all this damage, handling that kind of recoil is very difficult. Now, one thing he does do when he's told Relina's there is lower his Buster Rifle, but he realizes as the Marimea troops open fire on him that this needs to end. So he adjusts his aim a bit, and then fires the Buster Rifle one more time. He manages to bust the bunker, but sadly, we see the fall of an angel, as Wing Zero explodes. In the remains of the presidential palace, after Hiro has busted the bunker, Lady Un has managed to get there to shield Relina and Marimea from falling rubble. At this point, Wu Fei has shown up, and on top of that, has all of the citizenry behind him, which, oddly enough, was actually rallied to stand up against Marimea by Dorothy Catalonia, of all people. And they're all telling her to piss off, and they're not going to stand for this bullshit. At this point, Noin basically reiterates why Treize fought losing battles, and why people are standing with the Gundams. Because it's not always victories that move the hearts of people. This is exactly why Treize said he wanted to be a loser, and he admired the Gundam pilots so much, and why the manga for the Endless Waltz timeline is called Glory of the Losers. Yeah, they were capable of winning, but they were willing to lose if it meant that they could achieve their final goal of peace. What they now have is a world that desires peace and is willing to live in a peaceful world, but with people inside of it that will stand up to anyone that wants to take that peace away from them. While Marimea is clearly in a state of shock at losing this battle, Relina smacks Marimea in the face, stopping Lady Un from doing it, but does start to talk her down after the little girl starts coming to her senses. At this point, Dakim pulls a gun on Relina, but she calls his bluff. But that was not a good call, and Dakim is very willing to kill her. And he fires, but Marimea takes the shot for her. After seeing this, as Dakim prepares to fire another shot, where he declares he could just create another Marimea, which I don't think he's literal, I think he means like creating another figurehead. I do actually think that this is Treize's daughter. I think that was the author's intention. But anyway, Dakim is executed by one of the soldiers, whose voice is familiar, but I don't know who this guy is supposed to be. But he apologizes for effectively turning on Treize's intentions. And I think it's safe to say that by killing Dakim Barton, all's forgiven, dude. After all that, Hiro appears, offering to end Marimea's life, and then pulls the trigger on his gun, which isn't loaded. But at this point, he says that she's dead. Which, effectively, given what you're going to see in a minute, is him saying that they're going to use that as a cover story that he killed her. But at this point, Hiro says, "I don't have to kill anybody anymore." And he passes out from exhaustion. And Relina is nice enough to lend Hiro a couple of pillows. Okay, that's a bad joke, but effectively, this is the end of the conflict. Noin gets Marimea some medical attention, and Hiro and Relina get to finally share a moment together. Aww. Anyway, the Gundam pilots detonate Sandrock, Death Scythe, and Heavy Arms and just go back to their lives. Wu Fei, back in China, does the exact same thing with Ultron, saying goodbye to Nitaku. Sally Poe is there with him and invites him to come work as a preventer, which he agrees to. As for Zex and Noin, they're headed out to help Relina with a terraforming project. And in After Colony 197, peace has returned to the world. After this, the weapons called Gundams were never seen again. Never again! Frozen Teardrop does not happen. No. In all seriousness, though, this brings us to a close of our exploration of Gundam Wing and the breaking down of the lore of it all. I have to say a big thank you to all you guys who waited patiently for this final episode, and all of you who hung out with Shirt Dude and I as we got to explore what's basically my favorite anime ever. As you can tell by my long diatribes of this series, I really love the After Colony timeline and the characters inside of it. So to close this out, the one thing that I kind of find interesting the more I think about it is that this is my favorite anime, and my favorite video game series is Metal Gear Solid. Both stories are ones that deal with the idea of achieving peace, throwing war away, and what needs to happen to get there. The conclusion that gets reached by both Metal Gear and Gundam Wing, and also many stories in the Universal Century, is that ultimately conflict is a choice. If we as people are ever going to live in a time without conflict, we've got to toss away the idea of war as an answer, and instead realize that the only way we're going to progress is if we're willing to communicate. It's a message that's always going to vibe with me because I really believe that it's true. If we open ourselves up and are willing to throw away pointless conflict, we will grow. If you do it in the micro in your daily life, your life improves. Suddenly there's less drama, suddenly there's more focus on the things that actually fucking matter. And if we do it in the macro, the whole of humanity will move forward. Okay, that's enough about me being sentimental and waxing about war stories and giant robots. Let me just say thank you to everyone that supports the work that we do at this channel. If you'd like to become a channel member or a patron to support us and help keep the lights on, you can do so through the links in the description, or becoming a YouTube channel member. With all that said, my name is Micah Curtis, your favorite vanilla gorilla. We'll see you guys very soon for more Gundam stuff. Until then, have yourselves a great day.